Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Wake Forest City Council meeting of Saturday, March 11th, 2023. The time is 9 a.m. 9:02 a.m. And I will do a roll call. Councilmember Wood. Here. Councilmember Storsett.
Here.
Councilmember Rodenberg.
Here.
Councilmember Likens is on her way. We'll acknowledge her when she arrives. Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Barber.
Here.
Great. Thank you so much. I am going to turn it right over to Marilyn here. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
So Taylor, please.
Good to be here. Okay. So I'm gonna need some of you to reintroduce yourselves because I know I've met you. I know the council is, we've got little nameplates, but for the staff to let me know who they are.
We'll start with our.
I'm Kelly Deuce, the police chief.
Okay. Yeah, like,
Jeff Langhill, Public Works Director.
okay, Jen,
Shannon Constantine, the HR Director.
okay.
Stacy Colbert, the Court Administrator.
Oh, okay.
And then I need a Katrina Knudsen, City Administrator, just for the record.
Yeah. I
And
don't,
online.
Carl DeSimas, Community Development Director.
oh, that's, okay, that's gonna be important, yeah.
And then we have a new council member,
Yes.
Councilmember
So
Judy
we've
Martin.
met and we had a nice talk. So. Okay, so we're here today for the day and you will finish for sure on time, if not just a little bit early. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember Likens has arrived.
She's in the house.
Yeah.
The day commenced.
Thought it was a history meeting. And
All right.
so, so I have wanted to just sort of take it back where we've been. I've been here a few times now and what I think has happened since I started working with you, and that was in last year. And you completed the council, both the council and staff completed the success signals training, communication styles. And so and I was explaining to Julie, there's four styles, 4 colors. And there's blue, which is very people oriented, very attuned to people's feelings and really like to collaborate with people. They are concerned about people being taken care of. Green, which is very analytic, and that is very detail oriented, very again, analytic, not as outgoing maybe, but a good person to have on your team to make sure all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. There is red, which is creative and very spontaneous and very talkative, and they use their hands and they're very interesting. I don't know if we had any red on the council. And then there's brown, which is goal-oriented, very focused on the big picture. They want to get things done. They want other people to get things done. And they want you to, move on. They don't want you to, they don't have the most patience. Okay, so now, you probably all remember what color you were, right? Were there any reds? I don't think, I'm trying to think.
There's
there
a
was
strong hint of red.
a strong hint of red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but what was your primary color? Brown, okay. So who else is brown? Yes, we have lots of doers here. Yeah. And who was blue? That was.
I was combined.
Yeah.
Can you remind us what the blue was again?
It was people,
People.
yeah. And then green.
I was equal with blue green.
Really? Yeah. Roger, were you green?
No, I think I was somewhere between green and brown.
Ah, okay.
Makes that, what is that, green?
Green is analytic. Green is analytic and brown is, so you've got lots of leaders here. And so
Tracy has a bit of red.
Yes, I was more like purple.
purple.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just mostly blue and red.
And also Josh's face is no longer up there, but he was high in red as well.
Oh, okay.
Carl, what were you?
Blue.
Mhm.
Blue. Okay, and So other student staff, do you remember what you were?
Brown.
Brown?
Brown.
Green. Oh, phew, boy. Okay, there's a lot of brown in the room, and which is
Remember what
fine.
their second was?
Brown.
I was in trifecta, it was almost equal brown, green, blue, which is unusual,
So you can call on all of those styles.
I guess.
And yeah, you do, you have them and you use them, and, you know, if you're under stress, you're gonna go to your primary color. So based on that, Julie, what do you think what do you think you are?
I think I'm brown with blue rising.
Okay.
Right next to Jupiter, I think, right?
That was for you.
All right.
We were very focused on Mercury for a while. Like, what is happening?
It's because it's not in retrograde right now, we're.
Mhm.
Okay, since our last time, so you did the communication styles training. I did another meeting for you, where you talked about what the elements of a code of conduct might be for the council. In 2022, you approved the 23 budget. And so, and based on the strategic plan. And I think that budget probably created some changes to the strategic plan that we'll talk about today. Since the first of the year, I think this is right. The staff updated the strategic plan, the matrix, to show the status of what you've done, what they've done, and also what now needs to be added. And so we'll spend a fair amount of time talking about what to add, what isn't relevant anymore. There may be something on there that you decide this is just not relevant anymore. It's okay to take things off. You adopted an updated council guidelines and procedures. And today we're going to talk about the strategic plan. Is there anything else that I'm missing there? That a lot happened, I'm sure, but those are the things I was with you for. So, so I have a little bit of an icebreaker. Oh, no, this is just to set the tone. And I think I've showed you this. Have I showed you this before?
This one.
Okay, so this is the strategic planning cycle. And this is just to, get you anchored in, what you do. So we start with a vision statement, right? A vision statement that comes out of a comprehensive plan. And if I'm guessing right, you are in the midst of doing your comp plan update.
We are in the very beginning.
Very beginning, okay. So one of the things that you've got a vision for your community, and one of the things that you'll probably look at is that's still the right vision, that still makes sense for us. The vision is your anchor, okay? It's what you always come back to and look at when you're thinking about what you're doing and why you're doing things. So there, after the community vision from that, you have council goals. And those are the main things that are on your strategic plan. I don't think you call them goals, but priorities, yeah. And so those are the things that you are striving for. And so from that, you get plans, you get master plans, you get a transportation plan, you get a parks plan, you get all different kinds of plans. And then you do resource allocation through the budget and capital improvement program process. So you say, here's what we're gonna do, here's our plan, here's how we're gonna fund it, here's what we're gonna spend our time on this coming year. And then the staff implements the work plan, which looks like your strategic plan is your work plan. And then you start looking, you get to a point, you start looking back and you say, okay, so how are we doing? Are we getting any closer to our vision? What did we accomplish? Did it accomplish things that we wanted to do? And so throughout that, you have community involvement at every step, to the degree you want or that they are involved. But really, I mean, if you can involve them at the first 3 steps, for sure, 4, then I think that's a really good way for them to understand what the city's up to and what they're doing. And so what you're gonna do, you're gonna go back to the vision and say, okay, are we getting there? And what have we done to get closer? And the, you know, the strategic planning process is like this big ship. And the vision is way off in the distance, off in the horizon. And you're always keeping the ship pointed towards the vision. So that's my analogy. So that's my for this. So we're gonna go around the room. I have 2 questions for you. Why did you choose to be involved with local government, either as an employee or as an elected official? And what do you value most about working in local government? Okay, so think for a minute about that. If you want to make notes to yourself, you can do it. This isn't a test. You can repeat other people's things, you know, it's relevant. So can I pick on you to go first?
Sure.
Thank you, because you're the first person on my list.
No,
Okay.
no
All
problem.
right.
So I chose to be involved in local government because I actually had a neighborhood issue that was pretty significant. And saw the power of the public process when my neighbors came here actually to City Hall and made our case before the former mayor and council years and years ago. And we were successful in having them be able to help us solve our problem. And even though it wasn't an easy process, I really liked the process and how it went. And I saw how people using their voice can actually make a difference. And then I thought, I wanna be part of that. I wanna be part of that. And solve problems for other people as well. So that kind of lit that spark in me. It did start a few years before that, but that was kind of the main thing. And then what I value most about working in local government is being able to just serve people and just be a listening ear, try to build bridges, which has kind of been my thing, you know, all year. Build bridges, not walls, and create new relationships and strengthen existing ones.
Okay, well, we might as well just go in order then, so you know when you're coming up, okay? So you be making notes to yourself about what you're gonna say. So what do you think?
Mine's pretty easy. I'm inherently wired to make things around me better, right? And I was in a job where it was kind of self-serving. I mean, doing okay for myself, but doing nothing to contribute to the world around me. So I wanted to do that and leave the world a little better, I hope, than when I entered it. And so the second part of the question is, I think I put myself in a position to be able to do that to a small degree.
Yeah, that's the greatest thing about local government is you can see results. You know, at the federal level, it's not quite as easy to see anything anymore. Gina.
These are tough. I think, well, one of my great grandma was one of the first people to run, female to run for office in Pierce County on my dad's side. She didn't win, but she ran and she was very involved and it was very ingrained in me growing up giving back. And so I've always been a giver and, or a helper, I should say. And, you know, through high school, being involved in leadership, and the biggest satisfaction is when you can actually be with people and find solutions to their problems and bring people together. And so through my family, luckily, and planning is a very local government-esque profession. And so that's ultimately the choosing part. But working in local government, I think, and I've said this to a few of you here, I think if you're gonna work at the state or federal level, you should have to do a stint in local government first to understand how local government works. And I choose this and I value it because the people interact with us. We are actual people that they talk to, not just a platform they submit something to. And so I think that's why I value it the most.
Okay, thank you.
I started my career in private development, mining, construction, and I found out after working there for about 5 years, I was having to go and testify on behalf of a mining operation. And it was tough because I was trying to justify in my own mind, my own balance of my own inner self, why it's good to have a mining operation in your backyard. And so I would sit there and be in front of public meetings and be testifying, and I would be trying to say, well, this is you need this evil, and this is the best company you'll have working in this.
If you're gonna have eagle, we're the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I saw from the other side what some of these the county in most cases were doing. And I said, wow, I was seeing how their approach was to this type of operation. And I said, that's something that I want to be able to do, is to be able to have a bigger role in trying to set the stage for the community. What do I value most about working in local government is just finding balance between what one group wants and another group wants. I said to myself, if half the people are upset with me and half the people are happy with me, then I feel
It's
like
not bad.
if it's really overweighing on one side or the other, then I need to step back. But I want to be able to educate people so that they can be able to come and make decisions, whether that's the community or the council.
Okay, I'm gonna pivot here and just to make sure Carl's paying attention.
I am paying attention. I've been jotting stuff down, copying everybody's comments here, so I can just repeat them here. No, just kidding. So for me, I was actually originally interested in law and law school, but I didn't really want to be a lawyer. I just wanted to know what lawyers know. And then I decided that, law school was maybe too much of a commitment to just learn that. So I landed on planning once I found it. Some friends sort of turned me on to it. I started looking into it and found that that would be a nice happy medium between law and really what I wanted to know, which was how everything works, how communities work, how they grow, how they fit together. What I value most about this work is the people, helping people solve problems, helping them realize dreams, listening to people about what they want in their community, what they want their community to be, what they want to see in their community, and then watching that grow. So sort of planting seeds and then seeing what can happen.
Okay, thank you. That's good. That's good on your feet. Okay.
Yes, thank you. So I've served in a number of industries over the course of my career. HR as a profession is in most, if not all, industries and all organizations, and I've enjoyed every experience that I've had. As an outsider of government, if you will, of course, I have an opinion that most people do, and I live here in the community and was eager to engage and become an insider in order to make a difference. And so most of my career has been in nonprofit. And so this has been a pretty radical departure from the nonprofit sector. And I'm still adapting to that. And yet even so, as I think about mission, vision, and values, having an opportunity to serve locally in my profession in a manner that I hope makes a difference is what inspires and drives me. And similarly, as it relates to what I value the most in working in government, is to be serving those who have a shared vision, and that being to serve our local community. And so with my opportunity to serve as part of this team, the staff who make a difference in our community is the greatest privilege I have.
Okay, you're on.
Lovely. I love that. I too came from the private sector. And why I chose to, as we say, go to the other side of the bench. It was because of the structure. Really, like Carl, so interested in the law. And that's why I kind of chose that career early in my life. And, worked in the private sector for so long, but I thought there's got to be more. I think I can do more. And I've found that I can help more people by working in the public sector. So I jumped the fence. Yeah, and I loved it ever since. I've been here for 22 years and love it.
What was your previous job? Okay.
Worked for a big law firm. Many.
Still feeling welcome.
Yeah. Hey, Mary.
I'm gonna echo a theme that others have echoed. I was raised in a family of community involved people. My parents started the first neighborhood association in the country. When I was in middle school, they took over our playroom with a map to map out Northwest Portland with the head of the hospital who was taking over, and so we our whole lives, we were taught to serve and give back. So it was kind of a natural extension. I've always been on different community boards and in leadership positions with my profession. When we moved here, I saw some things I wanted to affect change. So got involved on the Parks Commission, and then this was kind of a natural extension to become more involved, to be able to make the community even stronger than it already was. So that's why I jumped into local government kind of from nonprofit service. And what I really do enjoy is similar to what others have said. I like working with other people and in the community as well as the people on this team to see forward progress. And kind of what Shannon said, this is my first foray into government, and I've never seen anything that works so slowly. And that's still really hard to get used to.
Slowly, is that what you said?
Yes,
Yeah.
methodically might be a better
Methodically.
word,
Yes,
but
yes.
we're fast in our slow now.
Can I quote you on that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, could you remind me of that at the beginning of every one of our one-on-one meetings, please?
You're nimble,
Slogan for the-
You're nimble.
Fast in our slogan.
Yes,
but you know, the thing is that that's the thing about government generally is that it isn't as
Yeah.
efficient. And when people say, gee, government ought to run more like a business. I'm going, well, it's not ever gonna run more like a business because the whole population are your board of directors, if
Right.
you will. And they get to say what they want. And so and they wanna be involved. And so it's never gonna be efficient like you would, you know, in a business maybe. But it's because you've got so many people that you have to take into account.
just say we can't work towards efficiencies though.
Yes.
Right,
Right, but you don't have to be inefficient just because
Right.
you're a government.
Right.
But there's a lot of rules. There's a lot of laws and a lot of rules that kind of slow it down, but that's about accountability, right? That's how the public holds government accountable is through all the rules. Julie, you're welcome.
So, recently retired, and I put that in quotes because I got to do it a little earlier than many people did. And I wanted to make a difference in the community in which I lived. Prior jobs, like probably many, didn't afford me much free time to do that. So this is an opportunity to really see things to fruition and make a difference in people's lives and not be big P policy all the time. And like we were just talking, taking years sometimes to get things through. And then often a new administration would come in and then we'd pivot and go, not 180 degrees, but 45 degrees, and then you're doing it all over. And understanding the impact to the staff and the impact to stakeholders, whomever those people are. I think that you can do a better job. We can do a better job in general of that and wanted to be a part of that. What do I value most about working in local government is working with people and saying, you know what, we have so much talent that I truly believe we can solve almost any issues that the city has to face currently, midterm, long-term, as long as we give full context as to what it is we're doing. That's the thing that often is missing for people. And it's understandable because everyone's got a busy life, you know, many people travel outside of here, spend an hour, 2 hours back and forth getting to work, spend 50, 60 hours at work, have families, etc. But giving context and figure out how can we communicate that context so it's important so they understand why me, why is this important?
Right.
Because I do want to hear the residents of Gig Harbor, the businesses of Gig Harbor. And I think if we do that, then we really have a rich opportunity to continue the legacy that our forefathers, so to speak, foremothers, have set forward here. So I value that a lot.
So that context is important, and it's something that when you're working on something, you all know what you're doing and why. And because you work on it for a while, and then you make a decision, and then which changes something, it does something. And so unless people have been following it all along, which most people don't, it's important to communicate with them about, so where did this come from? What were the considerations? Why did we decide this? And so because most people don't know how government works. when I talk to elected officials and they say, when I came on the council, I didn't know anything. And it was like, you know, I felt, you know, they were smart people and they, you know, had careers, but they was like, whoa, how's this work? Can I ask what you retired from?
I was the chief of staff for the Washington State Department of Corrections.
Oh, cow.
It was a simple little career.
Yeah, a good thing to retire from, out of, yeah,
Best career I ever had though,
yeah.
until potentially now, so who knows?
Julie, what was your first position there?
I was a performance management manager, lean consultant,
Oh.
set up the performance management system.
Cool.
Data, strategic planning, all this stuff, so I'm sitting there watching like, yep.
Yep. You're speaking my language.
Yeah.
Maybe
Exactly.
you're blue,
What's that?
maybe you're blue.
No, because you know what? I was really good at getting people that were really good at that stuff. I could help set the bigger picture context, and it takes a lot of good detailed people to do that work.
Mhm. And that's why you need the analytic people with you
Absolutely.
and somebody to push them and say, okay, go, right? And, you know, somebody to take care of everything, make sure everybody's doing okay, you know, all those things. And that's why you need all of those kinds. So do you remember what I gave you little symbols of the color. You remember what brown was?
Aggressive, get things done.
Yeah, but the little sign that says,
Stop.
Just do it.
just do it.
Yeah.
No, no whining, just do it, right?
I call it shut up and color.
But you know, you have to let that out, right? That's part of change management, because if you don't do it, you just keep hitting that wall.
Mhm.
The staff, if you can't get people over that hurdle to finally get them into why this, at this period of time, we're only going here, we're not going here.
Okay, Roger,
Okay,
how you doing?
all right. Well, like Julie here, I am retired, started my retired life in 2017 after 30+ years with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So I am a federal employee long-term. Also, there were 4 years there with the U.S. Army Europe. So I know about federal government, and there's some similarities between local and federal government processes and things like that. We always used to say, we may be big, but we are slow. Although, interestingly enough, about the Corps of Engineers, during an emergency, it's probably one of the most efficient organizations you'll ever see.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
and that's what we did is disaster. Well, it's one of our missions. So we got stuff done fast. If it wasn't a disaster, Jeff knows it could take years to get things done from regulatory division. My background is in environmental planning and management, environmental engineering, and I'm a civil engineer, registered civil engineer. So I've got highly analytical and other environmental type stuff combined. So I sometimes call myself an engineer with the corners that are rounded off. So, helpful. Why I got started though, I never had political aspirations. I was sort of an anti-political person. I did start with the city though, just because after I moved here in 2018 to work on the city Parks Commission, which I thought was good. It was a nice way to get into the city, kind of give something back. And then was asked to run and decided, okay, well, maybe I'll do that, see how that works. So enjoying it so far. What do I most value about working with local government? I think the civil engineering part of me likes making improvements to systems and processes, and we've made some improvements here that I've been really proud of. One of the main things, among many others, but was to improve the morale of the city staff, and I think all of us have done a super job of that. That was, for me, that was one of my campaign issues, was getting the city staffed up so we could get things done, because quite frankly, it's the city staff that runs it, not the city council. We just say, go in that direction, but they make it go. And I'm happy to see that things have improved dramatically. We've gotten good staff and we're giving raises. I think that we're doing well. The other thing is to make improvements for the city, in parts of the city to help the residents, make things more walkable, rideable, and also to the environment too, because I think that was sort of lacking previously. So I'm also very proud that we're doing things like a urban forest management plan to try to protect what forests we've got. We're in the middle of doing a climate action plan as well, which I think are pretty major things for the city. Even though we're small, we still need to do something. So I like getting things done. Enough years with the Corps of Engineers to know that sometimes they take a little longer than I want, but I always like pushing.
Yeah, so you're small but mighty, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
And slow.
and so.
Fast, but faster or slow to faster. I wanted to see how much side eye she could give me.
Brenda.
Oh, gosh, okay, so thinking back, there's so much that you all have said that I relate to. You know, I'm a nurse in my training, I went on and became a nurse practitioner. I almost was a planner. I love to organize and plan things, and I almost looked at law as well. And so I've always had varied interests, but raised in a family of don't complain about something, make a difference. What can you do? Go out and learn, do something. You know, and we would be walking by, and I'm from a huge family, 6 kids. I mean, and it was boisterous and fun, but rhetorical discussion after watching the State of the Union, turning it up, okay, round table. You know, that type of thing. My dad was a college professor and he loved to just say, okay, how does that make you feel? Well, I joked that if I didn't learn to speak up and have a voice, I wouldn't have eaten because it would have all been gone by the time I got there. But you know, I have spent my career in service to other people. And what I've done a lot of throughout my career, I haven't just been a nurse practitioner. I worked for over 30 years in neonatal and pediatric intensive care. And I see everybody and hear their story. And I've always been, let me hear your story, let me connect to you. Bringing people together. And my blue score and my green score are equal, which is interesting because I also love to analyze, see how we can get better. Let's get a process. And I like Tracy got involved in a local issue that was happening, got involved and thought, okay, I can make a difference. And then I just went out and connected with people, and knocking on people's doors and having a conversation is my favorite. Some people are like, oh, gotta get through that. You know, there are those that walk up their door and they close it behind them and they cross their arms and go like this, and you're like, oh boy, I'm in for it. But you just connect with people, and I love that. And, you know, when I asked my family, I've done all kinds of process improvement, like Julie, you know, organizing through different things, worked in healthcare as a leader. I brought all the hospitals in Southwest Washington together to create a uniform training program for all new staff, for physicians, nurses, etc. And everybody was competing. So I've always loved that. Let's bring people together. That was on my walk piece, bringing people together. So when I saw that as the blue motto, I'm like, yeah, okay, that works. So that's what I bring to it. Oh my gosh. And I have to say, as an organizer, does Julie set up over there with her coffee cup plan thing? I'm like, I love that. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, I noticed this. It was
Movie, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's value.
Don't upset
No,
her
I
now,
can't,
okay?
I can't have
Yeah.
it crooked.
No.
It has to be straight.
Okay, if I couldn't like you anymore. But I just like, and what I value most is just listening to how much people care. You know, listening to how much expertise and passion and energy, how much people truly care about this community. And including the community, I mean, very engaged and, you know, willing to share their experiences. And the number of people in the city who have stayed for years and years and years is so commendable, because it's kind of like when you become city council, it's like when your mom says, oh, wait till you become a parent, then we'll talk, you know, type of thing, because you're learning. And then you become a parent and watch your child do this and you're like, oh, you know, I just became my mother. I said it was here you go. And it's actually in a speech that I give all newborn parents when I discharge them, is be kind to yourself, you know, allow yourself to learn. And so now that I've been a city council member, I have a whole lot of respect for those who have served and for what all we do.
It's a good analogy. I mean, you have to learn,
Yeah.
yeah, it was, the first 6 weeks of parenthood is like, you don't know nothing.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
And there's no book.
there's no, well, there's books, but
And
it's
there's-
it's not like.
There's no useful book.
And it's a journey, you have
Yeah.
to find yourself, and I kind of try to bring that same thing to city
Yeah.
council. Boy, when you get a lot of letters of people being upset, you're like, wow, others too, and they survive. It gives you a new compassion. To what they're doing.
And it's true, most people coming into city council, they have so much to learn.
Oh, yeah.
There's so much there. And so it's a good analogy.
Yeah.
So Lee, how you doing?
Good. Well, as you might imagine, my story isn't like any of yours. Beginning of my life was kind of a struggle. And my goals were business and financial success for myself and my family. So after about 30 years of that, I got comfortable with that, and I achieved some of those things for some my method. And I decided to give back, which wasn't ever in my repertoire before. It was all mostly self-centered and what can I do for myself and my family. So I decided to help a nonprofit with skill sets that I had, and they needed them. And that turned out to be quite successful. So to get into city government, I was actually convinced by other people in the community that you got to take those same skill sets and apply them in city council. We think you could do well there. And, I thought about that for a while, and I started looking back and some successes and some failures I had. And I thought, well, gee, maybe I can. So I decided to be on city council. And I've enjoyed it. What I value most is, I like, driving around town and seeing projects that I helped
Mm,
get done.
mhm.
Some small parts, some bigger parts. And that's really very rewarding to me. And that's what I like to continue to do.
Yeah, to see a success is to, you have pride in it.
And every one of those projects has a story.
Yeah.
And how it came to fruition. And it's amazing, from my house to here, I could probably pass 8, 9 different things, and that's just downtown area. Not to mention legislation and that kind of thing that affects the whole town. So that's what I value about it.
Seth,
Boy, I've heard
That's
so
you.
many good things.
glad for you to be
And
here
I'm
in
kind of
person
like, man,
today.
I could go a few different directions. So I wanted to get involved, so I really wanted to serve the community. Like all of us, when you don't just do it selfishly, right? It's to get in my mind, I had done a lot of things industry-based, like for work with nonprofits, different clubs. And that's great, but it's not fulfilling. And so I felt like I had the bandwidth, and I have, a young family, 7 and 10-year-old, very supportive wife who, is good with going to double baseball practices today without me. And, even though I feel like my plate is very full, there was something missing from the plate before coming on here. And so I would, like Lee said, I love seeing the projects that were going on around town, or what the hot items were in a city council meeting, and seeing how, the direction that they would create, what the staff could do with it. And then also, like Roger said, hearing what like the staff, what had really like morphed at the city wasn't acceptable to me. And so I wanted to be able to come in and hopefully, staff still likes me, not loves, but that is like the heart of it. And then to be able to be a voice, in my generation, which I hope to see, my age group get more involved, whether it's on different committees, parks, or different sporting leagues, involved in all those. But it was a bit to set an example for to my friends and people that I know in the area that you can do this, you can get involved. And I didn't know what the heck I was doing when I started, and running a campaign is far different than being a council member. I mean, so running a campaign doesn't really prepare you. In my mind. When I showed up, for the training with AWC, and I'm like, what in the world have I signed up for? Even like really digging into the agenda was a shock to me of like, wow, I can, like read through all this, not just the things I want to.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, and I think it's, I love being able to share the things that are going on in the city with my kids. I think it's great for them. Just met with some folks last night. It's amazing how much you start talking about the city when you're involved. People want to know. And so those are things that, I didn't necessarily expect, but have been blessings in it. And then I think, for the going forward, if you added a rookie year, like I can't say I'm new anymore. But I think it's gonna take till the third year till I really feel like, everything's greased, and ready to go. So, yeah, so I'm happy to serve, and it's, yeah, it is. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I used to drag my kids to work, when I'm going on the weekend or something. I remember I was working on the budget when I was in finance, and I was with the big copier. And he was with me, my son was with me, and he goes, "Is this where you make the money?"
Grab that
Yeah.
coffee machine.
And I've had to bring my kids in a few times for, meetings with schedule with my wife. And, well, I guess you guys are coming. You guys can play on your iPads, or whatever, after we say the Pledge of Allegiance. But don't be the kids sitting there with your heads down, and
They did really well last time.
they
Yeah,
paid
did.
attention the whole time.
They did.
I mean, it was, yeah, I'm not gonna bring them every other week, but
And then I loved it when your wife came in, she's trying to find.
she's trying to find them, and I'm like trying to point.
And we're trying. It was finally Kelly went up.
But they find it fascinating, and, it's, my son did a recent presentation at school. And so he talked about local government, and it was really,
Oh, that's really
interesting to
cool.
hear it from a kid's mind, and the question that he would ask to learn more. So who knows, maybe he'll be a future council member or staff.
What was his most insightful question? If you had to pick
I mean,
one?
he's a kid, right? So
Yeah.
there was a lot of questions, and then it was followed by why.
Oh, that's true.
So I don't know, maybe we'll bring him in for a presentation. No, I'm kidding, I would not do that to him, but I think probably why did you want to be on city council? Why did you want to get involved? That was, so it kind of, man, I probably talked to him about that longer than I have with you guys, but it was good to hear from him, rather than just another community member asking, or, yeah. Thanks.
Okay, Jenny.
Okay, so why did I choose to be involved in local government? So the administration before the last administration, back in 2015, 16, 17, we had growth issues happening in the city. And so I was, like the rest of our citizens, concerned about the lack of infrastructure before all the new growth was happening. And we used to come and attend council meetings, and they were standing room only council meetings. And we felt we were pretty ignored and unheard. And so then when it came time for the 2018 election, folks asked me to run. And that's how I got involved, was to listen and to represent the voice of the citizens. So they had a voice, that somebody they would listen and somebody would represent their voice. So what do I value the most? Gosh, we make a lot of great policies that contribute to the quality of life in this community. And so serving the citizens, of course, is my number one thing that I do. But to make policies that promote the safety and healthy and functioning in this community is huge for me. And anything that makes our community better for our citizens and makes the city better for our staff and serves the citizens. That's why I'm here.
So you're all here for the right reasons.
We
And
forgot about Josh.
Josh,
He's invisible on our screen.
he is.
I think Josh went away.
I think
No,
Josh
he's
might.
listening. Oh, there he is.
No, I'm still here. Yeah. Yeah, my answer to the first question is that I figured out that it pays more than state government. After 15 years with the state, I found a job with the city and I really liked it, so I switched over to that. And the thing that I value most is just finding solutions to problems that matter to people. So
kind of along with what Lee says, you can see things that you've done and solutions that you've come up with, and they're visible to the public, and that's fulfilling to me.
Can I add something real quick? I just wanted to comment, what I really have enjoyed about this conversation and enjoy about working with everybody is we have fun together. We work hard and we don't always agree with each other, but we can laugh. And that's really important.
So, so what I wanted to, and the reason I asked you those questions is to kind of get you thinking about why you're here. Because what you're going to be talking about today in the strategic plan is the big picture of what you're doing and where you're going. And so this is a good setting. You all have the right motivations. And so that's good. So far, so good. Okay, so. So my computer fell asleep. So my understanding for the objectives for today is to review the 2023, it was the 2022-2023 strategic plan. But you're going to take a look at it. In the morning, we're going to have the staff go through some of their areas and talk about, what they're doing, what they've accomplished, and what they want you to think about now. What needs to be added, deleted, changed, whatever. Because when you did it, times have changed, things happen, and you might need to rethink some of your items. So that will be the bulk of the morning, and so that's a conversation of the staff and the council, and you guys are just on top of each other. We'll take a break, a little while. And then we'll start to talk about needed updates in that, from the staff's perspective. What are the updates? Then we'll take a break, have lunch. And then start the afternoon. And we'll start talking about the list that you started from council about things that you wanted to add or talk about in the context of the strategic plan. And there's a list, and then and I've got that list, and we'll see that list, and we'll do a little bit of clarification about, so what is this thing? Who put this on? What is it? What do you mean? And then you'll have the opportunity, if you have any other great ideas you want to add, you can add. Okay. And then probably depending on what you come up with, we may do some prioritization at the end, because you can only do so much with the resources you have. You have so much bandwidth, the staff has so much bandwidth. And so you'll want to prioritize and say, so what is most important to get done? And then we'll talk about, so what's next? Do a recap of what was council say, and talk about what are the next steps and what the time frame is. Yes.
I'm concerned this afternoon that we have ended up with too many things on that list already. And so I'm wondering if we can, I hate to add another meeting, but if there's a way that we could move some of the emergency preparedness, waste reduction, permit efficiencies, business vacancies, housing density, and creative arts district to another study session, because I think that the other items on the afternoon agenda are going to take a lot of time, and we need to concentrate on those.
I can't wait.
Now.
Okay, so you're not gonna spend a lot of time talking about each of these things. It's just a matter of why is it on the list? And so that you each have an idea of what you wanted to do. So you're not gonna spend a lot of time talking about what is emergency management. You're just gonna say, well, I put it on the list because of this.
Yeah, so emergency management and the creative arts is only on the list to try to get it on a study session. I don't expect to spend time on that.
Okay, so,
Okay,
Yeah,
so
just-
maybe we can dispatch all of those to put them onto a study session in like 15 minutes kind of thing.
Yeah, from my point of
well,
view.
let's,
Yeah,
let's see how it goes.
okay. I think it would be, and Marilyn and I had talked about this, there's several of you that have added stuff to the list to be talked about. We don't want to assume that we know exactly what you're going to say, and so I think we've talked about having the council member that put it on the list kind of describe what the topic is. And then I think it would be good, as we talked about, as we go through the strategic plan, to see if there's an area that's missing or how that can fit in, and again, with available resources.
Right.
Being a,
Because emergency management is huge, and so there may be a project associated with it that you're thinking about that you may want to consider adding to your strategic plan. So we just want to know what you were thinking. So we'll go through a process, yes.
Well, here's my brown coming out. So
Are
we're
we
gonna,
done yet?
so we're gonna talk about what we need to do, but we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna accomplish anything. We're just gonna talk about what needs to be done later. Is that what I understood? There's some
No,
things
not
here I think
necessarily.
need to be resolved.
Yes, I agree. There are some things that I'm gonna ask you. Stay with me here for a minute, because I think you'll get there where I've got you going on it. So there are some things that you're going to talk about in the context of the staff, and there's some things that you need to talk about sooner and in the afternoon in particular. And so, and there's some of those items on the list that overlap. Right, I don't know if you noticed that, so we're gonna just clean up the list and make sure we have everything on the list that needs to be on the list. We're gonna ask staff's perspective about, from their point of view, and then they're gonna run away and have, we can talk about whatever you want, so.
that would be funny.
Okay. All right, so that's what we're gonna do, most of today. And then this, have I shown you this? Yes. So just to remind you about this is, sort of the level of involvement, the difference between what the council does and what the staff does. And you're at the 50,000 foot level. You're setting policy, you're setting goals, you're giving priorities, and that's the kind of thing that we're gonna talk about. That's where we want you to be today, is at that level, is priority. And then if, the more, into implementation you get, the more, less council involvement, more staff. And so, you start, so just make sure that, and then there's this part in the middle here where you're working together, you're working with the staff. And they're helping you, you're making decisions, but you're the ones making decisions, they're the ones that are making it happen. So I always talk to councils about staff about staying in your lane. And that is always helpful. Okay, so start talking about this. So you have the strategic plan and you've got a copy in your packet.
Do you want me to put it on the screen?
Huh?
Do you want me to put it on the screen?
Do you all have it in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, here's what it is. You have the strategic plan. And it would be kind of small, put up on the street anyhow. But you also got a status report. So you had the original strategic plan and you got a status report. And so, so I had to. Why? Oh, Josh.
It's Josh, he's showing it.
Okay.
Josh, can you make it bigger?
It's like the man behind the curtain. It's like- Okay, really close attention. Okay. So on your strategic plan, there are, the update is, the status report is there are boxes with the X in them, and those are things that are either accomplished or are in progress. Is that right? And the ones that are in shaded in gray haven't started yet.
Correct.
Okay, and the ones that are in bold print are things that were added during the budget process. So those are things that need to be incorporated in the strategic plan. So that's just kind of, that's what the secret code is. I had to get the secret code, yes.
I might be jumping ahead here, but when I looked at this last night and really was analyzing it, there was a huge, almost priority missing. Am I jumping ahead too far? You want-
That would be that would be something that you want to add, yes. We are gonna ask you.
Do you
hold
want
that
me to
thought.
hold off?
Yeah, hold that thought, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So, so you have that, and so what I'm gonna do is, let's turn it over to Katrina and her staff. And they're gonna talk to you about where they're at with the, you know, with their pieces of the strategic plan. So I'm gonna sit down and be quiet.
Always jump in. So. If you've looked at this, you can see a lot of check marks. And so the first thing I just want to acknowledge is that the staff has really taken a strategic plan and the council's direction and really. So seriously. We are committed to getting all of these things done, and it really helps to have a strategic plan that helps us to guide everything that we're doing on day to day to ensure that it's consistent with council's priorities. So I think that's starting off with good news. The vision statement is that the city of Gig Harbor leads the way in livability, environmental stewardship, economic vitality, and municipal services. And so I don't know if we want to talk about, is that still what we want? But ultimately, that is the vision statement of the city. I will just say from a internal perspective, the leadership team is working, the executive team and with the leadership team, we will be going to staff and talking about a mission statement. Because that is something that has been missing internally. You know, the vision is what council projects out, that these are the priorities for the city. But the mission statement is really what staff indicates how we're going to get this done. How we're going to conduct all of this work. Staff prior to, I can't remember what year that would have been, but the city had an internal mission statement, a long-standing mission statement that was to serve the community through mutual respect and teamwork. In 2018, that mission statement was changed without discussing it with staff. And so we really have not had an internal mission statement.
What was it changed to?
It's,
The one she just read.
no, it was changed to a two paragraphs.
Okay, yeah. All right.
So that, in talking with staff through, you know, through the past year or so, it's been very apparent that there was a lot of work that went into the previous mission statement of how we serve our community. And it really gets to the why, the questions that Marilyn asked today. Why do our staff choose to work for local government when they could work anywhere else? And it really gets to the how we're going to accomplish these things. So we'll be working on that internally, taking feedback from the staff and gaining a mission statement that how we're going to accomplish these things. And we'll report that back to council. One other thing I will just mention is that this strategic plan was a 2-year strategic plan, and this was the city's first. So it was very good for us. Now that we are in a biennial budget, you can see that the strategic plan and the budget years do not align, which is not ideal. Just putting that out there. Because when council approves new things in a biennial budget, we have taken liberty in here where you can see the bold of placing them where we think that they go, the new initiatives. Of course, we're hope to receive feedback from the council today on is that we're under the priority that you meant for it to go. Let's see.
So are the new things that are new to council, or they talked about them before?
They have talked about them and have budgeted for them.
Okay,
But we did not talk in the budget about where they fit priority wise in
Okay.
terms of which priority they go under.
okay.
Or if there's a new priority that needs to be created.
I was gonna say, because what's missing from this is the Health and Human Services position that we budgeted for, but isn't in a strategic priority, which goes to, I'm sure, what Councilmember Likens was bringing up.
I actually kind of wrote another priority that I think is really missing from this, and if we want to do it to align with the budget, I think that's a terrific idea. But something like providing service that foster a safe and healthy community, because I think that the police, I mean, what do we hear most about right now when people is concerned about crime, especially over this last week, what our officers and our community experience? the Health and Human Services or H3 position as we like in housing. The maintaining peace and safety, things like traffic safety, crosswalks, even, I know I've brought up before and we had a discussion about on a large level, just a conceptual level, things like Vision Zero level. How do we bring those projects in? I feel like that is missing. When I looked at it last night, I'm like, where's our 4 police officers that we
I
find?
thought that's on the next page, but there was no next
There's
page.
no, well, there is, but it's the economy and all these are important, but I feel like especially with, what's going on with the state laws and then what's happening locally, I feel like that is, to me, came out as a glaring missing piece.
And Chief Busey is obviously here and was going to add that to the discussion today.
Stole my thunder.
Oh, no.
I didn't even do it.
I'm so glad you brought that.
Could I add the word welcoming to that? So I might recommend that after we go through the list, we can kind of parking lot this and come back and talk
And
about
I just
that,
wanted to
but-
make sure, it was something that came out last night, I just folded in my own thoughts. There is this.
Okay, I'm gonna put some notes on the board here, things that we
Okay.
need to bring back, but keep going.
Thanks, Marilyn.
So things that are bold are things we budgeted for.
That are new based on the budget
Okay,
process.
City logo rebranding, I don't recall that. Can you remind me that?
That was within the communication and tourism budget. That was a recommendation. That's one of the ones we want to talk about today, if that's something that is a priority or not. For the
I think
city.
anytime that comes up, you're gonna hear the word ridiculous come out of my mouth. Because to spend money on something like that is to be unneeded, but I'll save my thunder and talk about that.
Okay. It's, and I think it's also good to go through this, as Marilyn said, so we go through and we budget, and there's so much that you as council are looking at in terms of new positions and new projects and things like that, that sometimes there may be things that get missed. And so if you don't want us to work on it, that'd be great to know as well. So we can put resources somewhere else.
Maybe we could not necessarily rank everyone, but say out of this list, these top 2 or top 3 are our biggest priorities. We would love to see the most energy, into this.
That's
And the
great.
others are, if you get time, yay.
So Marilyn has a draft, all of the new items that were on this afternoon, in a list. And so anything else that you all will bring up after we go through the overview, if there's enough, we may ask you to prioritize those. In terms of how quickly you'd like us to work.
Are we gonna do something like we did with the vote before? I think it's 1, 2, 3, and we add them up, or we do it like that, or we just call it out?
No, I'm actually gonna use a Stephen Covey quadrant model with you a little bit to say,
Okay,
is it important? Yes, more important or less important? Is it urgent? Is it more urgent or less urgent? Because you can have all the ideas in the world, but you only have so much resource to do it with. And so if you add things, then we'll talk about, so how important is that compared to everything that's already on the list? And
So we're not ranked choice.
okay.
yeah.
And some of that is gonna be combined together.
I like
Yeah.
that choice.
And some of them could be.
It's a little easier, a little faster, because otherwise you're gonna hear, 15 minutes from each of us.
Yeah, no,
And then
it's gonna be,
What does that mean at the end?
it's gonna be a flashcard. It's gonna be a flashcard thing. It's gonna be
Okay,
pretty quick.
It doesn't mean that we can't do that later.
Yeah,
Or a different.
The
okay.
purpose of today, a little bit faster process, but then we can expound on things in
Yes.
study sessions and talk about things more. in depth.
okay.
Right. You're not gonna solve the world's problems today.
Right.
What you're gonna do is
Goals.
know what the problems are. What-
We're
what
gonna
things we're gonna
try,
do. Yeah.
right?
You're gonna try. You're gonna try.
Yeah, Katrina, I'm just wondering, as we go through this also with the work, when I look at down on that 3rd box to the far right, you have the 2024 comprehensive plan. And that's incorporating so much information. And as I was reading this too, is seeing how many of these things dovetail into that. So as we do that, I think that'll be an important piece for council, for staff and everyone to say, here's an overriding objective, if you will, or project is the 2024 comprehensive plan. And many of these items are going to fit into that.
Mhm.
And so really that crosswalk of things, while we have priorities, we have goals, I get all that. It's so much of this is interconnected, I guess is where I'm trying to go with that.
They are.
I see some of these things, council really wouldn't have any insight on. They're mainly things that staff knows more about than we do. So how do we know how important it is to update the personnel policies or the safety manual? That may be very important. But we may not know it, so.
That's why we
have Shannon here.
Subject matter
And Shannon's
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So the comprehensive plan, and you're right, it's interconnected, and when we were doing our comp plan update, that's still there, I did. Here's all the elements of a comprehensive plan. Here, how they relate to the council goals or priorities. Here are the kinds of things that are underneath each of those. And you keep coming back to why you do it, because the comp plan makes you look at everything, pretty much. You can do more. I mean, I know you could do more with it, but it really, now they have, climate, they have, environment, they have housing as a big focus. And so that, covers pretty much everything you do. And so it's a good opportunity if you can to get the community involved with that. And they have them say, what do you want, do some fun things with them.
Quick little plug for the public participation plan for the PPP. Carl and his team are working on bringing that to council for you to adopt by resolution. So that you're setting the formal policy of how the staff is going to, and the consultant will work to outreach to the community. And I think you'll be very pleased with the level of outreach that has been planned for in this comp plan.
Does that include the citizen satisfaction survey? Is that part of that? Separate?
I believe that the citizen satisfaction survey that was added to this was separate from that. That was in terms of, what I recall is how city staff, how we're conducting the service versus what is your vision for the community.
Okay.
Right, and so that's, and it's about what the community's vision is for itself. And that's a nice way to get them involved, is to say, what, when you think about Gig Harbor, what do you think? What do you value most about Gig Harbor as a place to live? Those kinds of things, and it's a nice opportunity for people to come together and get to know them. And then if you provide food for them, they'll come. Food will get them there, yes.
I just come from Martin, your comment on some of these items in the project actions related to comp plan. We saw the same thing with public works standards, and you see on this, we struck some of the project actions and said included within the public works standards. So they were kept up on the list intentionally, just say, we didn't forget about it, but we're merging these together. So maybe we can do the same thing for comp
Yep,
plan.
makes perfect sense.
We can talk about it.
There's a lot of-
Staff report is February 6th, and I see a couple items that have been accomplished in the last month.
Exactly.
I'm checked on.
Yeah, so we prepared this in advance of the previous retreat date.
Okay.
So there's others that we have achieved since, as Councilmember Rodenberg said, because we are fast for being slow. I think it would be very good if we can have the strategic plan go through the end of next year. So it'd be 22 to the end of 2024, because that is when the comp plan results will come to you, and then perhaps we have another re-look at the strategic plan based on the community's priorities out within the comp plan process. That would be what we would want to do.
Yeah, that's great. And it lines up with the budget as well.
Mhm.
So,
And so I think, right, again, a communication piece on that, just to the residents and everybody being important about why we're doing it, and just aligning it, makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But people see what's happening there, and not thinking that, well, we didn't get to that, so we're shoving that off, right, kind of thing, and so
There's a big opportunity with how much we've achieved
huge.
in terms of the council and staff in the,
Yes.
to tell the story.
Yeah, yeah. I like Lee's idea of having staff give us, we really think these are the three most important. priorities.
yeah.
I think that would be incredibly important to all of us, because despite being elected, we're not professional planners or engineers or HR people, even though we play one on TV, so.
I will say.
Speak for yourself.
I really think that. We also need to balance that with the fact that staff are staff.
Yep.
And we are not elected. And so we talk about the citizens being able to,
Absolutely.
you know, interact and have a say in their government.
Oh,
You know, they elect you,
right.
they don't elect us.
Right.
And so although we are subject matter experts and process experts, it's very important to have both, right? Because you are hearing from the citizens directly, perhaps, about what the expectation is. And so that's why having this be a mix is so important.
Right.
So if you could talk a little bit about, maybe you could talk a little bit about in each of these areas, what, from the staff perspective, is most pressing. You know, what needs to be, what you need to focus on most.
Certainly. And I will invite the leadership team here to jump in. We haven't really talked about that in terms of priority. So when you're hearing feedback from us, we haven't had those discussions because we were waiting for the retreat to happen. I will say that
Surprise each other?
maybe. Maybe. So foster a healthy city organization. You can see all of the work that has been done to achieve that. There's obviously more that needs to occur there, but I think when the strategic plan was produced, that was the flashing red, you know, drop everything and make this better. So you can see that, you know, there's been a lot of work that's gone into that, maybe at the perhaps detriment to others. But when we look at how does work get done, you have to have staff to get the work done. How is the work going to get done efficiently and effectively? You have to have a healthy staff that is happy and feels the need to be here. And so that is what we have worked tirelessly to accomplish, is to have a staff that knows that they are wanted, valued, that we hear their ideas and their thoughts. And that doesn't take a month or 6 months. It takes quite a while. I will say that you'll have the employee survey presented to you. It has now been presented to all staff. We are meeting now individually with departments, going over, you know, what may have been different from department to department. But it's a very positive message in terms of the organizational turnaround, in terms of employee happiness and feeling that they belong. So we know that there's items that we need to work on. Compensation is a big one, and we'll be talking about that later this year with 2 of our employment contracts. Flexible schedules, teleworking, those things, as you can imagine from the pandemic, are rising to the top. And some of the other items on here that you see, we would like to move the conduct employee satisfaction survey to routine from a project. Because that's something that we feel, and I think council supports as well, that is a routine thing of us to take the temperature of how are we doing on all of those individual components. And I think it's really good to check in with a company source that is not us, to talk to our staff about how we're doing and get those, I don't want to say unbiased because it sounds like we're biased, but just results of how we're doing and work toward that. So I will say there's a lot of work yet to be done. Shannon and her team have done a fantastic job leading us through some of those items. We have an HR generalist. Thank you, council, for changing that. That is that job title that we'll be hiring for. What that will allow us to do is work on, now that we've kind of stabilized the organization, work on some of those other items that staff are really calling for. Like performance management, that was one of our lowest scores, was the staff do not feel that performance evaluations are effective. And they want that changed. It was one of the top 3 things in the survey that was said, with compensation and flexible schedules. And so those are things that Shannon and her team have wonderful ideas on, but because Shannon and her team have been so focused on getting us fully staffed and some of those other items. This is kind of phase 2 of all of that. Now that we're solidified, mostly moving in the correct direction, updating our personnel manual that has not been updated since 2007.
It's time.
Wow.
Heck, important, a lot has changed since then. Working on performance management. The evaluation process as it's described here, updating job descriptions. Shannon is getting ready to go, we're gonna have a contract coming forward that we're going to be looking at every job description. And evaluating those in advance of the employee wage survey that's going to happen that we'll present to council. Our job descriptions have not been updated, except for the ones that are new positions. And so some staff or many staff feel, well, this is my title, but a lot has changed, let's just say, technology wise, et cetera. I'm more doing this versus this, and I may not feel that I'm being compensated fairly because positions have changed. And so the step that Shannon's taking to go through and lead a process with input on job descriptions is vital to our organizational success, and in particular with the wage study that we're going to be conducting later this year. I'm sorry, I'm stealing your thunder.
So that's, you've got a very ambitious list here of things that Shannon is going to accomplish and her folks. And that's a lot. And I'll say that just the job description process, people are very invested in their job titles and what is in their job description, because it does factor into who their peers are, how much they get paid,
Exactly.
how they compare to similar positions in other cities, and they all look at that. And yeah, no, mostly they never downgrade what they do. They'll say, yeah, and by the way, I do this too. So it's a tricky process. So good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. We stand with you. With the
Yeah,
Foster
we
Healthy
stand.
City organization, I will also note that council, thank you, approved for risk manager, our first safety risk manager position, as well as, what was the other position? Anyway, I'm blanking, but there's new staff that are coming in to help with this. And so the chief, and Paul Rice have been working on, our safety committee, and Josh does a lot of our risk manager work. It'll be really nice to have that consolidated into one person that can really focus on that and free the other staff up to do some of their work. So a lot of these things are in progress. The last thing I would note here is develop, the recognition program and appreciation program. I just want to shout out Diane Bertram. She has taken that as her personal mission, and you can't say no to her either. So it has just been a perfect match, and it's not her alone. I will also shout out Stacy and the other members of the wellness committee. But it has just been huge buy-in from many staff to get that train stopped, turned around, going in the right direction.
How many staff do we have now? Exempt, non-exempt, 12 altogether?
Total city staff, 115. With additional vacancies that we have and the new positions as well, we expect to be about 128. Once fully staffed.
I think, 3 years ago, we had just about that number. And so much more is getting done now, so I think getting to 128 is gonna ease up a lot of work for a lot of people.
And it really goes to, and we showed you how the community has grown in population, and city staff had relatively stayed the same. With the new police positions, that's getting us higher than we have been before. Similarly, in the public works department, we'll have additional staff that we have not had before. So we're gonna see how much additional we can get done with that, but it's something that we talk about on a regular basis. We don't want to burn staff out, but we are a small city with big city influences and issues. And so how do we properly plan and staff for that is going to be something that we'll need to continue to monitor together between, administration and council.
Okay, so Julie and then Brenda.
So I can't underscore enough how big the improvement is in staff morale to have that happen. Because if you're worried and you're not being as engaged as you typically are because the culture is not great, you're not being creative in how you can solve issues. You're not coming in and saying, I feel empowered to actually make a difference. I mean, the foundational work that you have done here is incredible. And I don't think cultures in general, having been through both private and public, recognize that as much as they should. And so the effort that you put in here and the continued effort to continue this is gonna be really important, because culture can change in a heartbeat. And your leadership, Tracy as mayor, and Katrina, you being here, and the council members that have been in this, been involved in this beforehand. I commend all of you for staff for sticking with it. It's hard when you see this, and so I'm always mindful of having certain positions and saying, okay, what's the impact of this? What can the staff take? What's the capacity? Because if we have everyone working at 100%, you can't do it. You'll never have that creative time. You'll never have the time around the water cooler to say, but what if? This has been bugging me, you know? Why do we have to go down this path? We went down here, look what we can accomplish. Right? And getting people excited to come in, taking a breath, having your officers go, I have a moment to think about how I engage this particular individual versus you just get ramped up or you get ramped down and you have that outcome. So I really do commend all of you who've been involved in making a cultural change here. It is foundational to everything we're going to get done.
And that's how you're gonna accomplish these things, is because people can get things done and they wanna get things done if they feel good about where they work and the people they work with. Brenda, you had a comment?
Yeah, well, I just want to first say, Julia, well said. I think most of us, all of us, probably on council, believe the same thing. Recognize the importance of just setting that foundation, because we come up with great ideas, not knowing the impact of staff, not knowing how many hours and what else is on the plate, but keeping people wanting to be here, lowering turnover and retention, it's huge, huge, and I echo those words. My question was simply with the updated job descriptions, with the updated, redefining, terrific. I imagine there's a step where when you do this, you have to take it through the union, is that correct? And you're having a union this year. I was just looking at the timing of how all that's gonna fit, because that'll add, I imagine, another layer of analysis. Yes, okay.
Yes, and yes.
Okay.
And Katrina had mentioned just as we were getting started that we might all share a few words, so I sketched out a couple of notes. If you'd like me to share some of that, which may speak to some of what you're asking or what you're affirming. So on the job description process and project, that is our anchor priority this year. And we're on the eve almost of executing an agreement with a consultant to embark upon that project, which will engage every employee. And I will say that there's a bit of feedback from staff already around some hesitation because this was done a few years ago. And staff feedback is that though done a few years ago, nothing was done with it, or at least not evidentially. And so there's a bit of pause, right? And so it's our call to help staff understand how committed we are with council support to focus on and prioritize this effort, because that is what will provide clarity and ultimately even accountability in everyone's work and empowerment and capability and all of these things. And so much of that feedback is what we've heard from staff through the engagement survey. People aren't being held accountable, there's not clarity in my role, or I'm not being paid accurately or equitably to the market. And yet we're looking at the market, but the definition of one's job may be different than what the market is. And so in order to effectively and successfully perform a wage study, we must have clarity around the job description. So that will be our first priority. And yes, we would most certainly engage the unions as such. And then once we've worked through that, then we'll embark on the salary study, which the timing of such should align with what would be our bargaining efforts in late summer, early fall is when we anticipate beginning in order to be concluded by the end of the year. So I would note that as our anchor priority and project this year, of course, among many other things. Some of the notes that I've sketched is just to start by saying that I'm incredibly proud of what the human resources team accomplished in the last year. You know, with all due respect, we have inherited an opportunity to really repair relationships with staff, to really do what we say we're going to do. We have an opportunity to strengthen and improve systems and processes and provide clarity and accuracy in our work. And so I'm so proud of what our team has accomplished in the last year. And that's even being a lean team at that, because we haven't been fully staffed. So we're really excited. We have the HR generalist position posted as of Thursday. We'll round out our team in about a month. And so we'll have more capacity to do more.
I like that you see this whole situation as an opportunity is, you know, instead of a train wreck that, you know, we got to put the, you know, got to put the train back on the rails, but that's a very nice positive.
The difference in the tone and the word choices of everyone this year compared to last year is remarkable.
Part of the debacle of the last wage survey, and there was a lot of things wrong, was the fact that the job descriptions couldn't equate to where we were getting the survey results from. So people tried to equate the responsibilities to some other job description, and it became an arbitrary choice of, oh, I think I'll put that person here because they earn more, and by the way, this is my job description, so I'm gonna upgrade it here. So there's too much arbitrary. Having a consultant to it is absolutely the right way to go. Congratulations.
Thank you. Again, we're really excited to embark on that, and I'm confident that the final product will be what everyone, staff, administration, the council, and the community even can ultimately be proud of. And really represent our position in the community as an employer. And so I'm excited about what that will be. And, you know, trying to identify a priority or the order even of the strategic priorities as they are is like trying to pick a favorite child, right? I mean, it's otherwise impossible, but I'm so pleased by what we've been able to accomplish. I'm excited about what lies ahead. Of course, our priorities to date have been retaining staff. That's our number 1A priority, and that is by rewarding and recognizing, it's by paying, it's by training and developing, it's by providing opportunity, it's by informing and educating, right? I mean, I've seen that one of the actions under foster a healthy city culture or organization is maintaining effective procedures to respond to ADA, FMLA, et cetera, issues and situations. Well, that's not aligned, that language anyway is not aligned with our culture of today. FMLA, ADA, PFML, those aren't issues. Those are our opportunities to serve staff and help them understand what options they have available for the variety of needs that they have. And so our role in human resources is to balance what is the city's function as a business with what is an employee's experience. And so we're bridging that. It's not an issue, it's an opportunity to serve. And so I would say that again, retaining employees are number 1A priority. Attracting and recruiting staff is our 1B priority, and we've really made a lot of progress. And I'm thrilled by that. You know, for the first time in many years, actually, the SHOP team, for example, is fully staffed as of 2 weeks ago. Our treatment plan is almost fully staffed. We have 1 vacancy with a recent transition. And many other teams are also fully staffed. And so we've made a lot of progress. And though I'm not a blue, I'm a brown, but I'm a bit of blue. And I think about the data side of things, you know, the measure of retaining and attracting staff can be found by our engagement survey, of course, with retaining staff. And as far as attracting staff, we are getting candidates for every position we post.
Good.
And as I've looked at the past, there were very few candidates, if any, for several. And some of that is driven by the market shifting. I fully acknowledge that. We as a team don't take all credit. And yet at the same time, what we are hearing from candidates is, and in fact, just a couple of weeks ago, we'd interviewed someone and they said, well, I saw this job posted a few times before. I said, why didn't you apply? I said, well, they offered some feedback that is maybe a little less favorable around why they hadn't before, given what they'd heard in the community, but now's the time. And so they've applied, and that's a measure around our progress in attracting great candidates and great talent, and so we're really excited about that.
I think that
So with our new police contract, is that helping recruitment?
Great
will.
question. It will. Yeah,
Well,
did you want to say more about
No, it will.
We're waiting for full execution of the agreement, of course, adopted by council, and so once fully signed, sealed, and delivered, we are ready to go live. In fact, we're queued up right now. We can press the button on Monday if needed. But we've waited to launch our recruiting efforts until we can include that material, because we believe that will strengthen our position. And we've also heard from recent lateral candidates who did apply with the former contract in play and those wages, of course, that they want to be here first. And we believe it'll strengthen our position once our wages and benefits are public to the market.
And it
as
also
well.
goes to your 1A of retention, of keeping our officers. And the 1B of recruiting.
So retention, and that's a tough, police, it's tough right now, very tough, and it's not, everybody is. But I also think that there's from having worked in the Puget Sound region and with a lot of cities, and you hear about cities that are going through troubled times. And if the administration or the council is having a rough time, they aren't getting along or whatever, then you start losing employees, and then you get a reputation, and then people say, no, not Gig Harbor. And, you're not the only city that has that, you've got, but you've come so far. But the world hasn't maybe caught up completely with where you are now. I don't know how you get that out, but I applaud you for what you're doing, but you have a lot to overcome, and you had a lot of turnover, so you've got probably a fairly new staff.
I was just gonna say kudos, but I was gonna use a phrase I've heard you use, Katrina, and that's, no, it's a good.
Oh.
Is that instead of, no, that's me. Is that you've used the phrase, this is an opportunity to shine. When you see, this is your opportunity to shine. And you're saying that, that's huge, instead of this is a problem I need to solve, this is an opportunity to shine. And boy, that's appreciated.
Thank you. And, to build on what Katrina has also said, as it relates to Diane as a prominent example, we've really aligned collectively around identifying strengths. And that is so important. Of course, providing clarity and accountability to a job description is important, but what is one's passion? What is one's strengths? And Diane is uniquely gifted and uniquely skilled, and no one says no. And so I've leveraged that a few times. Hey, I need you to go on campaign. No one's going to say no to you, right? And so aligning the HR team has been such a privilege around their strengths and their passions, consistent with their job descriptions, and that's happening citywide in really empowering, leveraging strengths and passions. And we've got many stories to tell in that regard. And just one last thing. That aligned with Council Member Rodenberg's point around hearing from staff around what those priorities maybe ought to be as informed by staff. I would certainly say that the job description project, as I mentioned, for clarity and accountability is really important, which relates to the salary and benefit study. So that is definitely a top priority. Another opportunity and priority I would propose, and isn't fully represented here, is strengthening our processes and our systems. Perhaps we've mentioned before, and you're familiar, that we are quite antiquated with a lot of things. Most prominently is timekeeping is still done on paper. And we're a joke, to be honest with you, among staff and others. I've been in a couple of HR affinity group conversations around how we're on paper timesheets and leave requests. And so that will certainly emerge as a request we may put in front of you in time to invest in timekeeping and leave management, and perhaps even a payroll system as well. We're on a payroll system that's rather antiquated as well. I haven't fully assessed it yet, and it may still meet our needs, but so that's an opportunity, but as well as the employee handbook and policies and procedures and what's inconsistent or competing or not clear and all of these things. So our opportunity to improve productivity and efficiency in our work environment is really important. And then, of course, the last priority and most important really of all is our ongoing efforts related to retention and investing in staff by way of wages and benefits, but also learning and development and training and equipping them to do their work, but with also rewards and recognitions and other creative opportunities to really invest in a culture that we're committed to. So I would note those as our three very top priorities for consideration.
Okay, so that's priority number one, doing good, got a lot to do. Is there anything else to say, or do you want to move on to the next?
Well, I know that we have a break.
Yes.
But I wanted to just, want to thank council for your support and also acknowledgement of the work. And you know, Tracy and I kind of set the tone from the top, but really I'm telling you, the leadership team, the executive team is fantastic. And we could not be where we are if we didn't have buy-in from those sitting here today. And I would be remiss if we didn't talk about the supervisors that aren't here. We've had an opportunity to place new supervisors in roles as they were vacated. So Chuck taking over the treatment plant, he is doing a fantastic job down there. Aaron Holtz taking over as city engineer, he is doing a fantastic job with his team. Robin Bolster Grant, who's taking over the planning division with Carl's promotion, she's doing fantastic. Jeff Olson, of course, taking over the ops team and really bringing the ops team together, and you can definitely see around the community the improvements that are coming there. But also Paul Rice, Stacy, of course, those that have been here, Brad Douglas, the lieutenant. It really could not have been done if it's not for that team. And so I really just want to shout them out and note their significant work working with the staff on a daily basis, because we can't be with them as often as we want, but it's really taken them buying into the change, and it wouldn't be possible without them.
Is that filtering down to the day-to-day staff? I mean, somebody out cutting weeds on Oregon Boulevard. they
They
understand it?
all
Okay.
know and understand, and it really is the department heads buy-in down through the supervisory buy-in, the new culture. And so I would say that it is established, it's a baby established, but it's growing, right? And so as we're talking about some of these things with Shannon, we need to provide the fertilizer, if you will, of, you know, continued work. We can't rest on our laurels. We have to continue to fertilize, provide the water, provide the sun, vitamins, and, you know, to make sure that we continue to grow healthy, noting that culture can change in a heartbeat.
Fertilizer, that's a nice way. Fertilizer,
We have a
help things grow.
wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah.
It helps to think about some of these more complex things in terms of, you know, things that you can think about, you know, Tracy and I, when I took the position, we talked about a train and the city train theoretically going in a direction that was not consistent with the vision. And so our first mission was to slow the train down, stop the train, and now we're reversing it, going in the correct direction, right? So now we need to add the coal in and make sure that the train is gonna go. But anyway, it's just a different way.
You're full of analogies today. I'll say this, that they won't, but really the conversation at the line level worker is the support of these two. I mean, there's no doubt. It took a while, right? Because there was some caution involved in this, and Shannon's support too. She plays a key role in that. But that messaging was cautiously accepted at first, and now it's kind of being embraced. So it's
That's
right
good.
here.
See that how things are at the staff level, that's really good. Well, on that happy note, let's take a break. We're gonna take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:55. All right.
Lunch will be here, by the way.
Okay. Are you staying for this?
Welcome back to the Gig Harbor City Council retreat of March 11th. And I'm going to turn it back over to Marilyn here to continue our discussion on our strategic plan
Okay, and I'm gonna turn it over to Katrina to just, if she wants to march through the rest of this,
Yeah.
get some highlights going and.
What time is lunch coming, Kelly?
Should be here about 11:40, 11:45.
What's for lunch?
I don't even know. Josh.
Suzanne's.
Where's it coming from?
Cookies too?
Suzanne.
Suzanne,
Oh,
Sally downtown.
We did get the- we did get.
started with cake. Yeah. I mean, they got it.
Josh, what's for lunch?
What's for lunch, Josh?
Okay. Katrina, you're on.
Okay,
Marilyn lost it.
so we have, 4 other priorities
I guess we're moving past that.
that are, we still need to talk about. I think number 1, obviously, was very important for us to go through all of those. However, they're all very important. So noting that we have about 45 minutes to an hour for our lunch period. And I guess we could just have a working lunch too, but let's see. So the second one is ensure sustainable future for public services and facilities. You can see under the actions or the routine or annual that all of those things have been accomplished. On the project action side, we have made progress in this arena, but not as much as in other, in terms of other priorities. You can see that we have developed an online citizen comment reporting form and we've implemented city hybrid meetings. But we have not done the citizen satisfaction survey. We have not begun working on the citywide communications plan. Jeff, I'm not sure where we are with public works standards. We may have started.
We've started.
Okay. And then conducting an HOA fair and then implementing hybrid court systems.
We're 50% there.
So we're 50% there.
You happen
Oh, yeah.
That's wonderful. And then 2 things that were added on here through the budget process are Parks Department organizational assessment and complete construction of the Public Works Ops Center. And I think it's maybe a good time for Jeff to talk about the Ops Center that we opened bids for last week.
Open bids on Thursday at 2. We received 5 bids. We would have received 6, but somebody was caught in traffic and they were 3 minutes late, so we.
Oh.
their bid. Anyway, so we received 5 responsive bids. We had the initial range, we have to go do and correct some math there. The initial range was about 3.6 million. If you remember correctly, last year we received 1 bid of 4.9, I think it was. So bids range from about 3.6 to 4.2, 4.3. There's a couple of anomalies, we call it irregularities, some of these bids. It's kind of funny, not such a funny way of how things are changing based on mathematical errors. And somebody submitted a bid bond that was not even for our project, so throw that out. Anyway, we're getting through that, having a conversation with Daniel, having an internal meeting on Monday, but we'll be ready to award in some way, shape or form on March 27th.
Do we always have to go with the lowest bidder or is there?
We have to, as long as as long as they submit a responsive and they're a responsible bidder. There's RCW language about that. But as long as it's a responsive, responsible bidder, yes, we have to award.
Contractor history with the city that can play a part?
No, that cannot play a part. What we have to go back and see if they're, again, RCW 3904 or something is a responsible bidder. If they are considered a responsible bidder in that criteria, then we have to.
Jeff, can you though, look at, I don't know what your scoring criteria is, maybe for public works it's much different, but be able to put in, weigh it heavier for meeting the scope of
Yeah.
work and the
Yep.
experience versus just price, but for public works, maybe it's different than if, different operational things.
Correct. So we're not allowed to do what they call design build.
Bill, okay,
We
thank
just
you.
do design bid build
Okay,
because our projects are bigger.
Oh, okay.
perfect, that's all I needed.
But as far as the contractor work process, is there any flexibility later on? I mean, if you want to do a best value versus a, lowest bid thing?
Not
Really?
as long as we're doing, as long as we are in a certain dollar amount, which I think is less than $10 million.
Oh, okay.
We are design bid build. We have to go off lowest bid
Oh,
and
that's kind of fun.
And that's only
not-
public works projects.
Yes, but public works projects are very broad.
Yeah.
What you might consider a maintenance project could very well fit into a public works contract.
Interesting, okay.
Jeff is really great at having a whole book of everything in his brain. So if you ever don't know if you need to go to council, what level, or if we need what contract or what, Jeff's the guy.
That's good to know, because when you need to have a contract, or when you need to go to bid.
So
And there's the RCW is pretty specific about public works, not just public department, about public works projects.
bid award is going to be when?
March 27th, council meeting. Just gotta iron out a few things. I'm gonna make some phone calls, some tough phone calls with contractors.
We are ecstatic, as I'm sure
That's
all of you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we budgeted 3.9 million for construction. That includes change order authority, includes construction management. We might be a little bit over that 3.9, depends on how we do the math. Which one we will waive with regularities, and which ones we won't.
So more on that soon. Let's see, the conducting the HOA fair, I know that that was really important to council as we're getting out of COVID, or as we are out of COVID now. We've asked staff to look at that and to put that on. That kind of also potentially marries with the work with how to start a new business in Gig Harbor that is under the economic development portion. Kind of letting people know what the processes are, making it a little bit more plain speak, and so those things kind of marry together. The citywide communications plan, that has not started. There was an idea from a council member on the break that the city logo rebranding may fit into the communications strategy. I don't know how council feels about that, but I believe is at least one council member that does not want to do rebranding.
Can I just speak to what I suggested to you?
Sure.
The suggestion was that when we do a communications plan, one of the recommendations that might be part of the plan is some sort of a rebranding effort. But I guess from a professional standpoint, a city logo rebranding should not happen in a vacuum. So I think those two things have to happen together. The communications plan might recommend it and it might not.
Why are we considering a new logo and rebranding? Why is that?
This really came up from the previous tourism and communications director around our logo, the font and the colors being very 90s looking.
Which we've also heard from the community on multiple occasions.
It is inconsistent. When we look back
Yeah.
at previous logos, sometimes the font changed and the layout changed.
So it's all part of that planning process. I think it'll be in that.
It's not also, I guess we've heard too from the previous director too, was it's not as easy to transpose onto other communications. Whether that be digital online or like paper printing. It's outdated, and it's also not as easy to incorporate into other things that we're trying to send out, rack cards and postcards and things like that.
Hey, Brenda, and then.
Yeah, I just was, I know this will be a part of it, and I'm jumping from 50,000 feet down to 10,000 a little bit, and I'll go right back up. But I just want to make sure, I know that I've been a part of places that have rebranded and done a logo, and the cost to everything from
Police cars,
business cards,
Every-
trucks being
Everything.
repainted, signs, wood. I've been a part of them where we considered it and then went, oh yeah, no, we can't do that. So I just want to make sure that I know that will be approved.
so if council is not wanting us to focus on that right now, we can take that off of and perhaps consider it in terms of the communications plan. That could be a recommendation the council could consider at that time. Is that what?
That's the way I feel.
Yeah.
Seems like there's a consensus there.
I was along with, Brenda's comments, just a concern of how much it might cost, and,
Yeah,
you know, it's not just a change it on this piece of paper, there is.
it's everywhere.
But I think there's benefits to changing the logo, you know, as well, just it revamps it, brings new attention, kind of, you know, when things become old or, you know, kind of stagnant, and I don't know if it's 90s, I still think it looks pretty good, but maybe that's the vibe we're going for anyways, so.
But I think that that's a really good point, because I think that if that is what after a communications plan that involves stakeholders and stuff, if we decide that's the vibe we're going for, we don't change it.
Right.
Right.
I'm glad that you brought up the cost though, because that was prior to the director's departure, we started talking about the cost. And what that would be for, again, the signage, the cards, the business cards. the-
And when you do it, you want to do it all
Apparel,
at once. You don't want to
apparel,
drag it out over
yeah.
years. You really have
Oh,
to get
that's
rid
the
of all
old
of it.
logo, but this one.
The
yeah.
whole idea of the
It's a
logo is
lot.
to be recognizable.
Mhm.
And, you know, it's not like we're in manufacturing where we build a product where we have to introduce a new product every month and have a new logo every month. I think there's something to say for having a recognizable logo that's already established in the state, you know, again, ridiculous.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. It sounds like there's consensus among your peers, so.
So it might be part of the communication, but deferring it as a project.
Yep,
Maybe it gets out of project status into a
That's
sub,
great.
subtitle or something.
there's a lot of other stuff that we have to accomplish, so that'll be great. Are there any other questions or staff, any suggestions for priority 2?
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wanna go,
I just had
Brendan
one
and Roger?
comment. Is that, I think a citywide communication plan is very much needed. I think there's amazing work being done. And to have somebody out to put that advice out there. I feel like it's a bit of a hole in our community of it.
Giant hole.
And not for lack of effort, I get that, but I think having an emphasis on that, I think is important.
Thank you.
And I hear that from people. We didn't know X is happening, we didn't know, and that would help council members to know how best to engage, how best to get feedback, and be super helpful.
Or again, only hearing part of the information, not having the full
Right.
context.
Roger?
Go ahead on a different topic on.
Oh, okay, so let's
Finish that.
finish up on communication.
No, all right.
It will also help with staff. I know that. Well, I think Kelly and the PD does a good job of talking about things that are going on there, but community development and public works are really outward facing departments that do a lot for the public.
Yeah.
That really implement, they do a lot of implementation of all of this work. And I think as a citizen, it would be great to know my tax dollars are going into funding this and this and this and aligning it with the strategic plan. So I think there's a really great opportunity to say, these are our community priorities, and this is what the staff has been doing and has accomplished, and really regularly talk about that.
Right.
Not only for, accountability to taxpayers, I think is an important component of that, and letting them know
And
what we've done.
thanking them too, to say, thank you, you funded this circle, yay.
So
It may not
do
be
you have
perfect, but
a communications person? Yeah.
we are in the process of looking at a vacancy.
Cause that'd be really good, yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that makes communication better, is if you have it focused, if you have a person that can provide that consistent citywide voice and help people do things.
It is a desire, it's something we're gonna be talking with council about. But right now, the entire department is vacant, and so there's 2 positions that are vacant, and so we're taking the opportunity to align the position more with what council's wants and what the community has desired,
Yeah,
so.
so do you have community involvement in there too? Is that part of that vacant group?
We have been, so the lodging tax advisory committee, we've
Okay.
been reaching out to them, we've reached out to local businesses. There's been a lot of citizen comment to us about opportunities to improve. Some pretty significant improvements. And so we'll be discussing that with council soon and putting options forward.
Anything else on communication?
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
oh,
no,
I'm sorry, I think we're ready to move on.
Unless Jeff.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Henderson, I think had something to fit in this topic.
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
We were talking about the
I'm sorry.
strikeout there, develop neighborhood traffic calming policy. Is it, I know it says, included in public works standards, but that's like, okay, a speed bump shall not be any more than 4 inches wide. And is there a policy that says, here's what we do when 25 people call in and say people are ripping down the street?
No,
That's
but
kind of what I'm looking at.
Right, I think that we want to be able to develop that policy along with updating public works standards. We want to add a section somewhere in chapter
Okay.
2 of the public works standards that talks about here is the criteria of what traffic calming measures could apply on which classification of roadways.
So when you said it's included, it's gonna be included in the update.
In the update.
Okay, that helps a lot, but
Yeah.
should it be stricken out? Like-
Well, the only reason we struck it out is because.
Because you think it's gonna be part of the.
Part of, yeah,
Okay,
but we left it
all
on
right.
there, so we remembered, we're doing this.
Okay, good, all right. If it's in the update, I'm okay with that.
And then I think I heard Katrina put a call to staff to see if there's anything else that fits in this, and something that doesn't really fit anywhere, but maybe more closely to this priority would be police accreditation. And I'm throwing myself to the wolves on that one, because that's a huge task, right? But I think it should be on the project list, only because it likely will require additional commitment from council in the future. I think that if we brought in an accreditation committee right now, you'd be pleased with where we're at, but we're not all the way there, and a lot of that has to do with things that might involve the cost, physical security of records, things like that. So, I guess I'm foreshadowing some coming back to you at some point with, hey, we've started the accreditation process, now we have these needs.
Can you talk about what that means? Yeah.
Sure, accreditation is basically proof that our police department does things in a transparent, best practices manner, defensible manner. I think Councilmember Martin is familiar with a lot of these processes. And it instills a lot of confidence in the community, right? That we can say, our police department doing it right. So we have, I think it's 64 standards that we have to meet, and they're pretty rigorous. All the way from, if you're a guest at the police department, do you sign in and we keep those logs, to how are we securing our records, or how do we detain juveniles and things like that. A lot of it is centered around property and evidence right. So it's just basically an insurance policy that we're doing things right. It used to be that we would get a break on our municipal insurance too. I don't know if that's still the case. I think that fell out of fashion, but
Have we been accredited before?
we've never been accredited.
Okay.
It's quite a process, at least a year. It's something that I keep trying to clear my desk to try to focus more on, but
At some level, it might deter lawsuits. Again, you were talking about the new legislation, it might deter lawsuits.
absolutely, yeah. Policy wise, I think we're pretty solid, and as long as our policies are strong, we're defensible in a lot of things that we do, but you're correct, not using a bunch of evidence.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that I'm super supportive of that, because in the hospital, medical world, we do
Right.
accreditation, joint commission. I helped accredit our transport team, and what that did just for the overall, what you were talking about, liability risk. And not only that, but just showing that this is best practice, like you said, to the community with the communication. So,
Right. Maybe I'll put something out to you, just list some of the standards or point
Yeah.
to other standards.
yeah,
Maybe
that's
we're
just
familiar with that.
information.
Yeah.
An added sense of pride for the officers as well.
It
Is
is.
that something that you could put together for a work session upcoming?
Sure.
That'd be great. And I think that this could fit under here, and I appreciate Kelly thinking about this and bringing it up and noting how important it is. I think it's a source of pride and, continuing to evolve the department, but it also could fit under, if we're gonna do a separate priority for public safety and human services,
Right.
however the council, if they decide to craft a new policy for that.
So we say,
And we could also fit court in there too.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah, that's.
as we move towards an electronic case management system, the conversation about cybersecurity is been like the hot
Yeah.
topic. And so when I, talk and collaborate with our IT department, that we lack that. And so, I think that should be maybe folded in somewhere.
We're in good
Yeah.
company with the lacking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if I understand, so police accreditation. You said, gee, do we need to create another priority about public safety? That would be another different discussion, and or add police Yes,
It's a public
Yeah, so
service.
it kind of-
could
it
go under
goes-
the Public service.
it kind of goes with what Brendan was gonna bring up about the missing piece. But in the short term, do you wanna, you're gonna add police accreditation somewhere in this list?
Yes,
Cause it's significant enough and it's important enough.
it
and I-
sounds like council wanted to do that.
and
I'm
we're gonna-
also interested in what Stacy just said about cybersecurity and cyber risk. I think that we should add that somewhere also, because that makes us very vulnerable.
So that's safety, right?
Yeah,
I know that, and Keith is not here today, but he, well, it's really interesting to see his computer about how many attacks we're getting all the time and from what countries they're coming from and all of that. So kind of getting behind that, but, there's some FBI standards and it's a very long list that we're going to have to be compliant with by the end of 2024. And so I've asked Keith to come up with to evaluate that, come up with where we are potentially lacking and then come up with options to get to where we need to be. And so he is in the data fact finding portion of that. And we'll be bringing that to council if it requires an additional expenditure. Otherwise, we're moving forward with those fixes as we're able to fix them.
Katrina, we only have 365. Microsoft 365.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a big portion of that.
I was part of a prior council that approved that $500,000 for IT security. So I think it would be good I would be very interested in seeing how many attacks we get and what good that's doing. And I think it'll help this council moving forward, why we need to maybe have more funds available for that. I mean, to emphasize the problem. I know that when it first came up to us, to begin with, that $500,000 seemed like an incredible amount of money for something. Did we even need it? We never heard of that. And it's proved to be money well spent, so I'd like to see it.
That I will ask Keith to prepare that and come back to a work session. I know that there's been we are much more secure now than when I started and maybe too secure in some areas, according to, the leadership team. There's certain things that the staff are.
Yeah.
Well, for instance, you all or 4 of you went to the AWC conference and there was an app and you could not download that onto your city phone. So there's certain instances where we're maybe too secure and other places where we have work to do. So
Tracy keeps getting those phishing emails.
I know.
Everybody thinks I want them to buy gift cards for.
All
stuff.
right,
I got two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So yes, just open this email. You know,
Yeah, and
Um,
as a reminder, sorry, just really quick, as a reminder, when you get those, don't forward them to IT. Just call Keith and say, this is what I got, and if he wants a printout of it, he'll request that from you, but the forwarding of things is creating additional issues. So, and don't copy me and say, hey, I got this from you, just call me and say, hey, I got this from you, is this from you? But don't forward the link, or don't forward the email. So just a reminder from Keith to all of you, when you get those phishing emails, just call to let us know you got one. Don't forward it or copy us or anything like that. Just a reminder. Sorry, Beth.
Oh, no.
That's complimentary.
those are
Keith
good
said that
points.
to me while-
So I'm involved in this for my work, my day job, and you'll be shocked about how many attacks,
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, hundreds of thousands, that are blocked and how few get through. I would encourage Keith to come back with a bit of the training plan and the communications, because I think it needs to be reoccurring. You need to do the fake fish too. We do that, and if you fail, you click on something, it puts you back into a refresher training.
Yeah.
That you have. to-
Oh.
And so you.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
There's a penalty involved.
Yeah.
And then if you do it again, it becomes a greater training, I mean, I don't know, at some point it's a pink slip, I guess, but it is something that
That's a
we all,
good point.
I've done it once. But I would also say that, we have to have a strategy that looks towards the future, because the criminals
They're
are
ahead of
working,
us.
they're working just as fast to try to catch up and break the old system. So it can't just be something that has a shelf life of 5 years. It's something that has to constantly be looked at. So I would make that like a standing thing for for him to review and what are the horizon things that are out there.
I really appreciate that, and that's something that Keith and I have begun to talk about. So I appreciate your support on that. It is definitely something that is ever changing, that FBI list that's 5 pages. You know, we do have a lot on there that we have done and that Keith and his team have done. But there's also a new electronic list that comes out once a month that has new, like the new tricks that are going on. In terms of staff training, that's something we're also talking about as a leadership team. I will say that that email that Mayor did not send out, but was sent out from her. The supervisors were able to follow up with any staff members that did respond to that and provide coaching. And then they were given the training to do again. So, you know, that's where I say that so that we're not ignoring it. There's obviously more we can do in that regard.
I think there should be a tax on the internet, and we would use it for security, for cybersecurity at the federal level.
So
Isn't that
moved.
awful?
That would be really great.
I get so frustrated.
It sounds like we, just with within the existing priorities, we want to add cybersecurity and police accreditation
Right.
to the services.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Shall we
Okay.
move on?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, this one, maintain small town character, historic preservation while growing responsibly. You can see again under the actions routine annual that we have. We have conducted this. I know that under the provide funding support for senior center program, that says not budgeted. It was budgeted, and so it was, and so we've been in contact with them, so you can ignore that red. That has been done and communicated with the senior center that we have funding for that programming. I hesitate to even say short-term rentals, but we can now add a check mark to that, although I know that there's further work that is gonna go on that with the consultant. Carl, you want to speak to where we are with the consultant very briefly?
Yeah,
how are
sure.
we- Okay.
Yeah, very briefly, we've engaged the consultant. We're working through a contract with them. We had hoped to have that ready for council for the upcoming meeting on the 13th, but we weren't able to get it through the consultant's legal department in time. So we're gonna have to push that and bring it back to you on the 27th. But it's going to be, the consultant's going to do exactly what we had all discussed. They'll take care of monitoring, finding the short-term rentals that exist in the city, those that have been permitted, help us with some compliance, help us with tracking, and potentially there are other options that we could trigger with that consultant if and when we need those. So I think it's going to be a robust suite of services that this consultant will help us with. So we're working hard to get that contract in place.
Thank you, Carl.
Excellent.
Thank you.
It's with Granicus. I know Carl.
Granicus.
Jeremy and Robin, they really were trying to get it on for Monday. So we were hoping it was gonna be something where we could talk to you about it today and put it on, but it just won't be ready.
A tiny question on short-term rentals. Don't look into it. It is, I saw in Tiffany's update that we've gotten 7 applications. Is that under the new policy or?
Yes, the new regulations took effect on the stealing Carl's thunder, but on Wednesday, and we received.
He says 8.
No, so I was saying March 8th is when it took effect. We do only have 7 applications. Sorry.
7 applications, and we've also begun to receive code enforcement requests on short-term rentals that are not permitted.
Excellent.
And so staff is gonna work out a form for how we're gonna regularly brief all of you on that. The 7 permits were short-term rentals that we knew about,
Yeah,
so they weren't new.
so these are people just coming into compliance.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect, the system's working.
So is this gonna be, and someone said we were gonna have a website, or to figure out who's signing up, who's getting permitted and.
Yeah, the staff are working, there's an existing short-term rental, well, there's 2 actually, and they're trying to figure out how to interface SmartGov with the website
Okay,
so that we can explain how anybody can go in and search for that permit type. and see how many there are, just because it's existing data that has mapping capabilities, but I know that Carl and his team are working on that too.
So that will include a map?
It'll have a mapping on there.
Great, thank you.
With actual addresses, because don't we have to be careful about some of these platforms that don't allow you knowing the address until you book it?
So
So-
here, so with public, oh, go ahead, Carl.
I was just gonna say, yeah, you know, all of the, because these will be permitted, all of that information is public. But what we've discussed is for the website is just including a heat map, like we had presented to council previously, and not listing those addresses explicitly, but providing the information for people to go through our permit portal and get that information if they so choose, but they have to do a little extra work to get there. So we're not just putting it out on the face of the website.
That's a good compromise.
And you're not doing booking through your permit process, that's a whole different.
No. Correct.
Yes.
I just want to add something that I've noticed happening in the Short-Term Rental Alliance Facebook group since the ordinance passed. They are now helping each other answer questions about the permit process. And the whole tone of the group has changed to, I took my permit in, I had this question, and then somebody was saying, did this happen? It's really interesting how they're helping each other and trying to help the community to meet the process and support the
So it's
process.
a positive thing.
It's a very positive thing that has happened.
Okay, because they've got correct information and they're giving each other good
Yes.
advice. That's, okay.
And I would add to that, what Councilmember Barber said, and just note that we've received quite a bit of praise. My staff's been getting a lot of praise already from the community and how we're handling short-term rentals in the early stages here, as well as questions that are starting to kind of come up to our building department. We've gotten a lot of praise for our responsiveness, and so I think, you know, we're repairing those communications and the rapport that we have with the community through this so far. So it's turning out to be very positive so far.
Congratulations.
We've even got compliments from county staff on how city staff permitting processes are efficient and how our staff is very happy and pleasant to work with. And that came directly from County Council Member Denson, who has been hearing from her staff how amazing Gig Harbor planning and building is to work with. Especially,
Wow.
and she said, make sure you tell, especially our inspectors. Apparently, our inspectors are very well loved in the community. They are fair, but they don't mess around. They're very, you know, law and order, but they are very compassionate and understanding when they're dealing with businesses that are trying and individuals that are trying to get permits. And so county staff is looking at what Gig Harbor staff is doing, and they're saying we need to be more like Gig Harbor. So you all should be very proud, because your supportive staff is just as important as our supportive staff. When they know you guys support them and they see you aligning together to support staff and support our efforts, that makes them healthy and happy, and then they go out and they do great work. And then that's noticed by other municipalities, not just our community members, but by other businesses and other entities that are noticing that our staff are doing great work. So this is good. What's happening is really good.
It speaks to the culture of
It
the
does. It
organization.
speaks to the
That's
culture,
really
the
important.
entire culture. So she was very excited for me to share that with all of you.
Reputation.
And our changing reputation, and that is so important. Yeah,
Again, we're not perfect,
not
but
perfect.
we'll take the
We'll take the
we'll take the
compliment.
compliments for
We're
now.
a fast flow.
We're a
Not
fast
to
flow.
say.
She's being more in her
Slow
mind.
to go fast.
She goes
Yeah.
so
Go
fast.
slow to go fast. That's a real thing.
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Beat you there, yeah.
Yeah, somebody else used
the
time.
But it is true.
Okay.
We'll go back
Okay,
together. We're
the
fast
comp
fast,
plan,
I like that.
Staff again will be bringing forward the public participation plan for the comp plan. I think you'll be very pleased with with how that is moving forward. And again, there'll be opportunity in there specifically through the housing element and the economic development element to get further community input on short-term rentals. And again, that goes with council's direction to us. We provided the Harbor History Museum Gallery project funding. Let's see, oh boy. Senior Center Permanent Home. Councilmember Rodenberg is sitting on the Penmet Parks stakeholder group for that, so we'll continue to work through that. We do have the $200,000 that's still budgeted here in our city coffers to potentially fund a home. And as things come up with that group, I'm sure we'll hear from Councilmember Rodenberg. And we'll continue to let council know on anything else that we're hearing that may be a possibility. The annexation study is 99% complete. I won't. Carl, you want to say a sentence on where we are with that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I actually have had a couple conversations with Burke the consulting firm who helped us develop that document. And they have graciously offered to help us make the small amendments that council asked for. Had a few study sessions ago relative to the Madrona Links strategic area, and not offering it up for removal, but placing it into a new strategic approach that would remove it from our UGA if and when council determined that's what they wanted to do. So they're working on that right now. I was actually supposed to get a draft yesterday, but it didn't show up. So I would expect to see that on Monday.
Thank you, Carl. So that will be forthcoming for the council to adopt by a resolution. The design manual, reviewing the design manual, I don't believe that has begun.
I can speak to that just briefly. We did start that work, but then as we got into it and talking with other divisions, first of all, we just didn't have staff time to really focus on it. But we also came together and discussed the idea that because the design manual is such a key component of our development review process and really what our community looks like overall, I mean, talking about, all the way from grading all the way up to what the buildings look like. We felt like it might be putting the cart before the horse just a little bit in making those changes prior to adopting the periodic update of our comp plan. So we're kind of thinking that those things kind of align pretty well. We're talking about community vision and design. That all really plays into it. So we believe that that's something that should be rolled into this comp plan update process, and then something that takes place through the implementation phases after we adopt the 2024 comp plan. So we'll be looking at other areas of our zoning code as well.
So Jenny has a question. Legislature, what's happening with getting rid of the design review board?
Great question. So the bill that has been passed eliminates the design review board's ability to review residential projects, except for historic projects. So staff will need to amend our design manual and the implementing codes to be consistent with state law.
So what does that mean for design standards in the city?
Great question also. Essentially what the legislature said is that should be done by staff. So we still have the regulations, the administrative regulations, and that staff will be evaluating those. There'll no longer be the opportunity to, if you aren't meeting the code, to go to the design review board. You will have to meet the code.
Oh, well, that's nice.
So the design review board has some additional, I don't want to call them powers, but they have some additional opportunities that staff or Carl and his team do not have in order to approve something that is not consistent with the manual, but something they feel is superior to the manual. And so in residential projects, that will no longer be available.
They get a lot of variances as well.
And that's part of their mission, was to allow for to vary from the standards if they felt it was superior to what the regulations said. And so in terms of residential projects, that no longer will be an option.
So that design review manual becomes more important than ever.
Yes, because staff will be implementing that. And I will note also that staff currently does 98% of residential projects administratively. But again, there are some of those like Burnham Drive apartments that based on staff review, they didn't meet the design manual, and so they were able to go to the design review board to seek alternatives. I don't know what's happening with the screen.
Yeah, it's,
Oh.
It's very dark.
More questions for Carl?
I was gonna say, I'm assuming that the developed housing needs an action plan is also something that fits into the comp plan as well.
That is highly underway.
Okay, good.
And Robin has sent a draft for internal staff to look at. So it has all the demographic data, all of our housing data. What Carl and his team are waiting for is Department of Commerce to give us their housing numbers. And they were supposed to give us that quite a while ago.
yeah, well, there's been some development on that, and I haven't had a chance to even brief you on this, Katrina, but that something happened at GMCC last week that's quite disturbing. And I don't know how much detail we want to go into. But there's some butting of heads, as you might imagine, between Commerce, Department of Commerce, Pierce County, I believe other counties, pretty much all of the jurisdictions in the county, and PSRC, who's at the moment kind of staying out of the fray, but they're now saying that because of the way the calculation is turning out relative to affordable housing, that we need to work to accommodate through this periodic update of our comp plan. We may need to go back and look at our population and housing targets again and reopen that conversation. This is what Commerce said to GMCC, and of course you can just imagine how that conversation went subsequently. It apparently just blew up in Commerce's face.
Carl, I think we should take this one and be a big table.
Yeah.
We could talk about that.
We could talk. Yeah, we could talk for a long time on this one. Yeah, but in answer to the question, this definitely relates to the comp plan, absolutely, but it is sort of its own individual item as well that really needs to be handled individually, and then it'll feed into the comp plan. Our contract with the consultant is through September 2023, so we've still got some time to work on this and massage it, but we are well underway on that item.
Thank you, Carol. And I think council will be very happy when they see the plan. It really gives you our first really ever look at housing in Gig Harbor. Like the housing types, where they're located, all the costs in comparison to our demographics. So Robin has done a fantastic job shepherding that for us. And I know it's been mostly behind the scenes, but I think you'll be very pleased with what you get.
You said cost, do you mean value or what do you mean cost?
Yes,
You mean affordability?
yes.
Do they have availability as part of that data set? I mean, we could say, yeah, we got 250 apartments, we're good, but the vacancy rate is 99.8%, which means they're not available.
I
Or the
believe
vacancy rate
it
is
addresses that.
0.2%.
Yeah.
It will address that, but that's also through, that's also through the buildable lands report that was done through Pierce County. So they're utilizing that data as well. So the document will be stitching all of that, that data together to inform the comp plan.
It's good, you're a useful document.
Thank you, Carl, on that. The creation of a historic preservation committee, Carl and Josh are about ready to bring forward code to establish that. And just as a reminder that would split the design review board, would split that into a 5-person board that would review projects and take the 2 CLG, certified local government historic folks, onto a historic preservation board committee, whatever you call it, committee. And then at that point, we'll ask council how many folks they would like on the historic preservation committee. But this really will allow us to move forward, have a board looking at historic preservation in the community again, which we know is a main portion of this priority. It'll also allow them to work with places like the Downtown Waterfront Alliance, who have a mission to promote the historic nature of our downtown. And so there'll be a lot of additional opportunities there. But as was noted in the previous round, when we went through the strategic plan, it has not been a heightened focus of the city for a number of years. And so this will allow that to come back and provide recommendations. I think Kelly's going to get lunch. facilitate lunch. Okay, review parking requirements, as Jeff mentioned, that is under the Public Works standards.
So I do have some comments on that as usual. Can you tell me what, Jeff, kind of give me an outline, what says review them, and you say it's in the update, are you just gonna say, yeah, it's still good, we've got 3 parking stalls per table at this restaurant if you're getting a restaurant, or is it even more than that? I guess what I'm trying to get at a dancing around it is minimum parking requirements can sometimes not lead to a robust, vibrant downtown. And my worry is, we'll look at it and say, yeah, this is what we've been doing for the last 20 years, it's still good, go for it. I'd certainly like to see Carl and you get together and start looking at this and say, yeah, can we relax some of that to encourage growth of small businesses? Because getting parking is sometimes a huge burden for a small business that wants to open up. And if we can say, yeah, we don't really need it, or, I mean, clearly, if we're gonna be opening some giant stores, gonna have 500 parking people, spaces, that's different. This also links into the environmental stewardship, because, transferring land from maybe a green space to a parking lot to satisfy some minimum parking requirements doesn't really support our environmental stewardship. And it really doesn't lead to preserving our small town character, because I don't think there's anybody here that wants a small town and parking lots. We see that all over the nation, and it doesn't do much for us. So that's just my request, that we look at it a little bit broader perspective of trying to encourage more small businesses, environmental stewardship and character.
Councilmember Henderson, I think you hit a key point on that. Yeah, Carl and I need to talk about that, because anything in the right of way, Public Works is going to work with the standards. Anything outside the right of way is Carl and their code. So it's gonna be something we're gonna have to work together. The intent of this one, Public Works, is there was at one point, there was a lot of discussion about underutilized on-street parking and requirements associated with that. And then what happens if you take that away or add to that, how does that affect off-street parking? And whether or not the city should participate with any additional off-street parking.
Right, yeah, I just want to make sure that it gets linked, because it's a much bigger problem than just, off-street versus on-street. It has to do with the economy and small business, because we're seeing small businesses start to close up in the city, and that doesn't do well for us, I think. So we need to, I think, that's it.
Carl, did you have?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in really quickly. I really think that this is, I agree that it has, it touches on public work standards for sure, but this is, I think, largely a zoning code issue, talking about business retention, to all the points that Councilmember Henderson was getting to. I've got all of the reports, the parking studies from the Downtown Waterfront Alliance that go back to 2008. They're getting ready to conduct another study this month. And I really think that it's super important that we look at those studies carefully and consider them and really have a robust discussion around parking, because I think it does affect economic development and business retention, especially in the downtown area. So I would encourage us to remove the line out on that item and really take a hard look at this.
And included both as a public works standards, but and also as a zoning.
Yeah,
issue.
I think it's
because they are linked.
Yes,
Quite
okay.
deeply, so.
And it goes to the business permitting that is on the list for this afternoon, all those things. And I'll also add, I think that Gary Glenn is still looking for volunteers for the parking study.
Yes.
So if you haven't volunteered, do so, because
It's fun.
really fun.
It is. You'll find parking you never knew.
I know, it is.
Yeah.
Listen.
When I did it, he had a flat tire.
Oh,
He has good stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so does council agree with striking that?
Yes. Sorry, John.
To review through public works and the comp plan. Okay. Sorry, I got my voice here. Okay, the support funding for youth and teen activities. That is great, because we have not moved on that.
The youth council,
The youth council, we're looking at, and Josh has that on his plate, but in terms of funding, that has not moved. We have not yet worked on that.
could that be incorporated into the parks? Department, do you think? No,
Parks
we-
Department organizational assessment? Or-
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking, I know we don't traditionally do, we maintain and have the city parks, we don't necessarily do programming, that's handled more by PennMed. And, I know it's a part of that kind of partnership with the pool committee and, different things that maybe that just gets incorporated into some of the bigger things.
So, I draft on that.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you're gonna talk about this afternoon is this new priority about providing services that from a safe and healthy community. And some of these things
Yeah.
probably
I
fit
think
under that.
that's what I was gonna
I
say,
think
is
that one
yeah.
definitely would.
What other activities are we referring to with that bullet? For like teen activities, you.
I don't remember what we were talking about.
I believe at the time, it was just that we don't do anything,
Right, it wasn't.
and we
really
should
like
do
Yeah,
something.
right.
There weren't a lot of ideas thrown out. don't
I
think
threw
at
out
the
some ideas,
time.
not the same again. So, of course, I think the youth council falls into this area, but, I know we have, the senior center, we've got some action, that we're taking there. I would really like to see us have a safe center for our youth, like in the community that they can go to, that is. Someone, it doesn't have to be what's on the Key Peninsula, but there's one out there, but we don't have one in the city. YMCA is probably the closest thing to that, and they're very inclusive, doesn't matter about your financial state to be a member or utilize that facility, but I would like us to, really look at that, and this could even go, for me, it also looks at fields and open spaces. We have, and I love all of our parks, this isn't a knock on any of the great things we've done in the harbor, but a lot of the parks we have, the waterfront places, which are great, and I'm glad we've done a lot of land conservation, but it's not open spaces for families and for youth. I think that's one area where we've done a great job getting a hold of what we want to have for long-term forever, but there are so many kids in Gig Harbor and families that are looking for space. And I know there's an agreement, or there should be an understanding between what PennMed does and what the city can do. But yeah, that is probably the number one thing that I hear when I'm talking to people is, when are we gonna get some fields? When's the sports complex gonna happen? And I even hear it across the school districts too, of these moss fields that we play on this time of year, but I would like us to really focus on that. I think that's an expectation that families have of us. What are you doing with the families?
So I think that is gonna come under, I think this afternoon, because it's kind of an add to
Mhm.
maybe to the list. And so we'll, keep that in mind and as we talk about this, this sort of new category.
Yeah, I was just gonna add, and I'll be just real quick, is that the sports complex is crime prevention. As a pediatric health care provider, I can
absolutely.
tell you that, stand. That keeping young and old minds active and engaged is a great community builder. And, I know that there's been some robust discussion around that issue, but I think that would be a perfect place for it, because I truly do believe it's a crime prevention strategy.
And
Well, it's
what I
healthy
was,
too.
Yeah, exactly.
Jenny and
Yeah.
Mary?
what I was gonna say was, we say support funding for youth and teen activities. I'd like to see us establish a plan to support youth and teen activities. So that we have a plan before we say, we're gonna give you $500,000. But we don't know I think we need a plan first.
Yeah, and activities, I think of like, I'm not thinking events. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking of
I'm
drop-in
thinking
zone.
yeah, a drop-in zone, and
Yeah,
I don't know that our seniors would love this, but I think it could actually be like somewhat of a shared area. Like,
Mhm.
why not bring the youth and seniors together? We don't need to separate them. And
The way
I-
that the Boys Girls Club and the seniors.
Just for clarity, you said open basic meaning not fields.
Well,
No, meaning, oh, fields, yeah, I mean, they might as well be, they can be multi-purpose, yeah.
Jenny? Oh, so at one point in time, we were thinking about going out for to the city for what, a levy or a bond. And something that specific, can this fall under that for funding?
It could if we had something identified. So what we go forward, what we bring forward to the council, it'll be kind of a menu for you to choose. Well, you'll have to choose, do you want to do it? Which I think there's an agreement that it's something we want to do. But then what do we want to put on the bond? We would have to have a specific location and a specific cost.
Let's do it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So,
But we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
We got one,
But
yes,
let's
Lorna.
identify that, do it.
Brenda, do you?
Brenda.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I imagine this is part of the comprehensive plan update, but it might be nice to have, what city properties do we own? Like an assessment of, okay, we own this, and this property. And could we potentially use those already established properties in a different way? I know that initially when we were talking about senior services before the partnering with Penn Met started, we were looking at, okay, do we own some properties that we might be able to adjust to fit this into? Maybe we should do that same thing when we're looking at the parks fund and doing these type of things. Is there a property or a piece of land that we own that we could, you know, do this?
Don't we have that identified on the GIS mapping, city-owned properties?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not public information. but-
Carl has his hand up.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Carl.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a. Go ahead, Councilmember Lycan, sorry. Oh, well, I was gonna chime in and state that, you know, this is something that we've talked about as far as comprehensive plan update goes. And outreach to teens. So I really want to get out to the high schools. I'd like to get out to the senior population and hear from them about what they want too, you know, and get their voices heard as part of this process. And I think we all agree that these things need to happen, but I think it'd be interesting to target those populations as part of our outreach with the comp plan and really hear from them directly.
So is that part of your plan that you developed, that you're proposing, is to target those audiences?
Yeah, there's certain populations as well as certain areas of the city that we really want to target and get out to and have you know, meetings directly with and tailor questions to those populations and areas to really kind of get out of them what they're interested in seeing in the community.
Okay, so that's part of the plan.
Yes.
Okay, and then so it's part of the comp plan process, and then I also heard something about a youth plan. Is that, you know, what are we doing, how are we getting organized around youth? Other than facilities, you know, hard things, how do we involve them? And is there, I'm trying to see if there's an energy behind that sort of youth plan. And to try to, you're gonna have to define it a little bit better, I think, because it's, how broad is it, and, you know, who's the audience and what are you gonna do with it? So, I had a youth plan, and there's somewhere a youth plan, it's gonna be youth plan question mark. But something that you're gonna have to spend some time thinking about.
Does council generally support modifying the scope from support funding for youth and teen activities to develop a plan to support youth and teen activities?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or identify, right? There could be a teen center in there.
There's lots of them here.
Community center, yeah.
Community center.
For all, but, you know, I think we've been more specific with the senior, you know, audience versus all.
Yeah.
Great.
What exactly happened to the Boys and Girls Club?
What was that?
What happened to the Boys and Girls Club that we had?
The school district bought the property and converted it to an elementary school.
But they had to vacate it first, so where did they go?
And
The organization kind of retracted.
Okay. And was there, we should probably look at why they did that in order to get our plan better aligned with what's needed. And why did they, you know, that's a big organization, why'd they back out?
Some of it was
Whether you
covered.
right or wrong.
Some was coded, some was just raw numbers, sustainability.
Yeah, underutilized.
Money, 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 money.
Okay, thank you for that. So there's three things left on this one. Develop a 4th of July event, establish process and procedure for code compliance and park standards. I will say that Adam and Carl are coming forward on code compliance to the council at next week's work session, so we'll hear more about what they're proposing then. Develop a 4th of July event. I have put a feeler out there to the Downtown Waterfront Alliance. Just to see,
Mhm.
hey, council has this idea and it's funded, what do you think? And so I haven't heard back from them yet.
The clock is ticking on that one, I'll
Yeah.
tell you what.
Yeah, I think we're just this week.
So,
Yeah.
quick reminder, so it was
It's a 2-year
funding
plan.
to
Right,
plan for it and have it start next year.
Right.
2020.
So I think we're still good,
Yeah,
but
We're
there's,
still evaluating it. I mean, one thing I'd be curious about is, I know we've had this in our tourism and marketing, but like, bit of the geofence, how many people are really in Gig Harbor 4th of July? I feel like a lot, I mean, I don't know, in my mind, when I see there's not a lot of people here, and I would just be curious what kind of turnout we get. Maybe we do something more of like, Harbor Days or something like that.
I think that that's
Yeah,
a
that'd be
really
best,
good
yeah.
thing to ask in the flash vote.
Yes,
Because when we did the one in Anchorage, and that was what started it, was people said, nobody's in town. The first one we had, there were 75,000 people who hadn't left town and came downtown. So I don't think we know the answer to that
Yeah.
question yet. I'm not saying we should do it or not do it, but we don't know that.
yeah,
We assume that in this group, maybe a lot of us leave town, but we don't know that.
yeah.
and it may not be on the 4th. I know we've had several, discussions about that, about staff not wanting to work on the 4th.
Yeah.
It is a holiday,
Yeah.
and so,
Understand.
It gets
But-
expensive.
yeah, but I brought it up to the Downtown Waterfront Alliance, to Carrie Ann, and just said, hey, this is in here. What do you think? This is something that the Alliance would like to take on, we can contract for.
Yeah.
And so I will keep you apprised
Yeah.
of that. And then establishing park standards, that was new, added into the budget, and I don't believe that we have. done.
We've not started it, right, but you will, somebody's going to.
Yes,
Okay.
we have a couple of backlog priorities that our parks manager is working on. So
Okay.
we hope though
Just a
that.
couple.
Yes.
She's a
Yeah.
prospect.
Yeah, she's
Is
amazing.
that part of the Parks Department organizational assessment? We kind of skipped over that. I mean,
And what is that?
yeah,
They're different.
okay.
So one is talking about standards for our parks,
Yeah.
the other one's looking at how does parks fit into the organization.
So what, you mean, like what things they do, what products they provide, what services do they provide, or?
Parks currently spans and works with a lot of other departments.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's housed within Public Works right now, as does Parks. Visioning, Parks Management, leases,
Oh, okay.
operations, those are housed within Public Works, but they're a little unique. They also covers and spans into planning and has a big role in the city comp plan. So it's just, at one point, is Parks going to be big enough where it can be on its own?
Its own department, yeah, and I've seen that happen. They split and then sometimes they come back together,
Right,
or you change the name of Public Works and Parks.
yeah, but I mean, the question is programming, once you get into programming, you've got a whole lot more staff brought in just
Yeah.
to coordinate that program.
Yeah.
If we're gonna have a youth center, a community
Yeah.
center, and with the sports complex coming on board, the city's kind of growing up in terms of what we're providing. We're not just passive parks any longer.
Mhm.
And so that's really what we're wanting to evaluate different options.
Sounds
Not saying that anything will change, but at least evaluating it
Yeah.
and seeing what the options are.
good. Okay, are we ready to take a break? Or do you have anything else on this?
No, so we just have 2 priorities left.
All right.
Right, so, but we can pick that up
We
after
can.
lunch, yeah, why don't we do that, because I think there's time, I think we're okay. We're gonna work a little faster in the afternoon.
We'll eat more of that.
Eat and work faster, yeah.
We will reconvene at 12:30. Please. Welcome back to the Big Harbor City Council retreat. It is 12:34. We returned from lunch and I'm going to turn it right back over to our facilitator, Marilyn Beard.
Let's see if I can get my presentation back up. So. Thank you for getting lunch.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
Councilor.
thank you. I wanted to ask.
Thank
which-
Josh.
which
Josh is
one-
good.
Okay,
Josh is okay.
yeah.
Oh, Marlon, Josh.
Martin, Sergeant Martin, so thank him.
So I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna have you take a penny, just one penny. Oops. A penny.
Carl, do you have a penny?
You have any?
You can use
change?
it on, Carl. Cause it's coming back to you.
He only travels with
Yeah.
silver
It's a
dollars.
metaphor.
Yeah, there you go. That's the breaker.
What if you?
Use that or
Can
just in your walk-up.
you need to look at it?
It's one nice-
Go ahead.
well,
Oh, yeah.
Take a picture.
It's not.
There you go.
I gotta
It's
sign.
only the 2000s, but it looks older than that.
I don't.
Well, all.
Okay.
most of them
This is
that I
Penny Van.
want you to have-
Well, yeah. That's the
Yeah.
question, where have you been? Yeah, well,
You just.
wow, I've had these pennies in a box together for years. Yeah.
Katie Perry, Lindsay Elliott,
I think mine's a 2003.
Okay. All right, so there's two questions and can I get Josh, can I get my presentation back on the screen? You have to share, I thought I was sharing. I was sharing. That's me.
Yeah, you still have sharing access. You can just click on it.
So you're saying that
Okay.
you still, do I have to do the screen share again? Josh?
Yeah, you have to find the green button again and screen share.
Okay. All right.
Getting close, there we are.
Okay, I'm getting the slideshow now. There's a lot going on my computer screen here. It's nothing to do with any of this. Okay, so questions for you. So look at you knew where we're going with this. What's the date on your penny?
2000.
2000, yeah. So look at the date on your penny. And I want you to tell me, where were you and what were you doing in this year? And if it was, your penny was before you were born or you were, not.
We're making pennies.
What was going on in the world or in where you lived? What things were happening in the world? Or where were you? What were you doing? So who feels ready to answer this question, Mary?
I'll start because mine is 1978 and that's the year I graduated from college.
Oh,
So I was
Okay.
launching into the public relations and communications world from Walla Walla, Washington. back
oh,
to
wow.
Portland.
Okay, who else wants to go? Yeah.
1994. I'd been here 3 years
Uh-huh.
and it was the birth year of my son.
Ah, my daughter was born in 1994. It was a good year. Yeah. Who else? Yeah.
2003, I had been in Gig Harbor for 3 years and my husband and I were involved in our business Work Studio. When we were artists.
Oh, okay.
You'd think I would have read.
Not necessarily.
Funny.
Yeah, I know we talked about the green part of you holding you back a little bit. Yeah, it's inhibiting. Okay.
No, I don't have any food in my mouth now. So, 2000, I was a junior, senior,
weren't
Gig
even
Harbor
born.
High School.
No.
Yeah, junior, senior, high school, Gig Harbor, Tides. Living with my parents on Fox Island.
You were involved in any
Yeah.
sports, were you?
Yeah, I played soccer. Yeah, I played soccer as my main sport, so.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe solid team. Same year that I started dating my wife, so we're 23 years together, pretty long time. It's good.
Okay, Lee?
I was living in Huntington Beach, California,
What year?
in 1985.
Okay.
And I was preparing to marry my third and last and wonderful wife. And I had 3 children, 3 grandchildren at that time. So even though she's quite a bit younger than me, she was the grandmother the day we got married.
Wow. When'd you come up here?
Came up here in 1996.
Okay. Huh.
Of note, it appears that Councilmember Rodenberg's wife is on the attendees list, so she's overhearing these compliments.
So let's.
Figured you were aware of this.
Okay.
She's eavesdropped on our meetings before.
Brenda?
1994 also, and it was the year my son was born.
Oh,
So
how fun.
I was a terrified new parent who was supposed to know everything about kids that didn't realize they didn't. So, yeah.
But weren't you like a nurse? at
I
that
was
time?
I was actually what they call the clinical specialist, and so I actually was teaching at the UW as well as, and secretly terrified.
It's like,
He turned 29
wow,
yesterday.
wow. Roger?
2009, I was living in Rockland, California, still working with the Army Corps of Engineers. I was the lead environmental engineer for cleanup of the city of San Francisco.
Oh.
What was going on in the world? I think we were still friends with Russia at that time too. Still.
Yeah. I don't know what we are now. Shudders to think.
2005, I was the deputy director of the Washington State Lottery and lived in Ruston. And getting to know that community and doing lots of running and hiking and all sorts of stuff.
Ruston, I did some work with South Sound 911 and they said I would stay in Ruston because they didn't want me to say, don't stay around where we are. In Tacoma where they are. It's beautiful. It's beautiful down there. Beautiful hotel. Hey, we've already done you. Yes. Who's next?
Well, mine's from 1991 and sadly, mine's not exciting. I think for me in 1991, I was going through a divorce and at the age of 23. So that really, I don't know what else was going on in the world.
It's behind you.
Yes.
Okay,
behind me.
okay, that's way back.
So, I could barely read the year.
Me too. I had trouble.
This time I brought readers for people that needed.
I had to phone a friend.
But my year was 1989, and I had moved back to the Tacoma area after having been in the Midwest for a very short time, born and raised here, in the Midwest for a short time. So just moved back and started really my career at that point with the best mentor I've ever had in my life, Melanie Russell. Remember, she's the president and CEO of Columbia Bank. So she was a mentor to me at that time. So I just started with Columbia Bank and we were preparing for what the world was preparing for with Y2K.
Remember that. Remember the disaster that didn't occur. Yeah,
Goodness.
so, okay.
My opinion was 1964. Personally, my phone could zoom in far so I can see it.
Life hack.
I wasn't born.
Oh, okay, so what was the year?
64.
Oh, 64. Oh, yeah, well, there's things
So,
going on.
My parents and my in-laws were all about ready to graduate high school. Say they all graduated high school in 65.
Uh-huh,
Wow.
So,
wow.
I need a cane.
You know, I was just doing the math and going, I graduated in 71, it's not that far. But there was, you know, the big thing in 64, what was going on in the world. I mean, it was
Kennedy.
Kennedy,
The Beatles.
Right.
Beatles,
You don't know, it's the
The-
year I was born.
civil rights was about that time.
okay. Just there.
Okay, Katrina?
Oh, mine was 1977. I would not have been here for another 5 years. She
I
didn't
think
need
she's saying something about her age.
Yeah, she didn't need readers to look at her penny either. Oh, I can look at your penny for you.
Yeah, you didn't even have to do that, right?
It's coming though.
Now she's just recording.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, okay, when I go to Kelly, please.
So what, so,
Oh, but
What's going on?
I did Google what was going on. Jimmy Carter was sworn in as president.
Yeah.
The original Star Wars movie was released.
Wow.
The Trans-Alaska Pipeline pumped its first barrels of oil. New York suffered a massive blackout. And Radio Shack introduced its new TRS-80 microcomputer.
yeah, that was, thank you for that.
It's an important year.
Yeah. 77. We already went, right?
Yes, so, 2013, my husband and I were stationed in Virginia Beach, Virginia, on active duty. He was in the Navy. And I was raising a 6-year-old and 3-year-old, 3,000 miles away from everyone I knew. So I don't really know what was going on in the rest of the world. I only knew what was happening in toddler land and Navy land. And so, yeah, that's what I was doing.
You on base in housing or?
No, so my husband was actually stationed in Norfolk, but we lived in Virginia Beach and we had bought a house. So we've been living in our house maybe like 2.5 years at that point. And I think we may have just gotten our puppy as well. No, that he came a couple years after that.
Okay, so Carl? Carl?
I found a dime in my bag. Right here, I know, unbelievable. 1998, I had just left University of Idaho and moved to Seattle and was working at Red Robin, where I met my future wife.
Red Robin,
What-
yes.
Which
Which Red Robin?
Red Robin Northgate, the old one, next to the old theater.
Or-
I worked for Red Robin Corporation.
Oh, that's
Oh.
too.
No kidding. Who said that?
I mean, there's.
See, I can see what you're talking,
Yeah.
I can't read that penny for the life of me.
Mile High.
Okay.
Josh.
Yeah, Josh, did you find some change?
Right, yep, I found a dime in my drawer that's 1997, I think. So 97, I was a fire dispatcher for DNR. Probably living out of my van most of the year, if I remember right. Oh, that was my movie year too, so the movie I was in was that year.
Movie star, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, The Postman with Kevin Costner, Tom Petty.
Nice.
Your speaking line was cut, right?
Yes, my line was cut, yes.
But you can still see him in it.
Yep, I didn't have to get a Screen Actors Guild card.
How interesting, huh? Well, thank
Yeah.
you. So I wanted to, just before we start the afternoon, say a few words that I had probably thought to say at the beginning of today, but I think it's more important now, and it's about this meeting. What I like to say, and I think I've said this before, that this meeting is inclusive. That means everybody participates and allows others to do so, and you take turns. You treat each other well. I was gonna say, stay off your phone unless you're a first responder, and there you go. Time is everything. And if you know, I think there's some tricky topics that we've got this afternoon. And I just want you to think about how you have your conversations with each other. And, you know, one of the things I always say is so if you disagree with something somebody said, don't just say, I disagree, stop. Ask them, did you say this? Do I understand what you're saying? Is this what you're saying? Then let them say yes or no. And then you can provide another perspective. But make sure you understand what they're saying and what they mean. And I say always, go in to that conversation with the assumption that there are best intentions. That everybody has best intentions on both sides. Okay, so if you think about those things, and I'll try to keep it going. I think it's gonna be important for us to move a little faster this afternoon. And so we'll stop slogging and start going, go slow, go faster. We'll go faster slowly. What is it?
We'll go slow but faster.
Okay,
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
okay, okay.
Or as
All right.
David say, slow is safe, fast is naughty, if you want to keep your head on your body.
And then. Okay,
Are we rewriting
Best
the,
thing.
are we doing the branding for Gig Harbor? No longer the maritime city?
now down for work. So do remember your communication styles and how you relate to other people. And what you learned about that, one of the last times we were together. Okay, that is all. We will proceed with the rest of the strategic plan.
Okay. So there's two more that we need to go over, promote environmental sustainability and preserve Gig Harbor's natural beauty. Within those, you will see adopt climate and sustainability action plan that is underway. Incorporate climate change into our comprehensive plan that has been completed. Form climate action committee that has not been completed. That is an action item after the climate plan comes to council and is adopted.
That's different than the CCC pact.
Yes.
Okay.
Adopt urban forest management plan and update tree retention policies. That is underway in a significant way. So we expect staff to bring that forward to council soon.
Just a quick question on that. I know there's a couple surveys out that people are being encouraged to take. Did you mention that in the gigabyte? Or the update? Because I think
Yes,
it might,
yeah.
okay, good, all right.
Yeah.
Just so everybody knows to be taking that. Good.
It's on our Facebook page too, I think, as well, with the link to the survey.
We could probably mention those again, just to get another uptick in the survey before the due date.
Thank you for that. Develop recycling program in city parks. That has not yet begun. Install civic center electric vehicle charging station. That is underway. Has been purchased and Jeff and his team are working on that.
And FYI, little side note, we just signed a purchase order yesterday for an all-electric van.
Yeah,
Yeah, for the operations.
thanks.
For maintenance van.
Well done. What kind was it? Do you remember?
For
A Ford?
something.
Suit?
Yeah, but now when you gotta put a temporary charging station, because when we're works.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Just saying, how you can charge it.
Just got a diesel generator out there.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
You know,
Also noted, Carl put this in his update. They are planning and purchased an all electric something. Leaf.
A leaf.
Nissan Leaf.
So that will be here soon.
Turned over a new leaf. Did you like that little?
Yeah.
Okay,
So pursue opportunities to buy conservation parcels. We have done that in a big way. Annex parcels into our park system. The Jennifer Harrow submitted annexation application to planning last week. So that will bring the Crescent Creek parcels as well as the lighthouse into
Lighthouse.
the city.
Or lighthouse has been around the block several times.
And underwater.
And under.
It's good, okay. Update stormwater management site development manual,
Sure.
that is ongoing.
like
And
it'll never end. There is an end to it though, right?
Oh, yeah, we just got an appeal on them.
Oh,
We said we'd go through the appeal process.
once it's resolved, then, yeah. Assess gaps in public charging stations in the right of way for electric vehicles, that was, has not been worked on. But will. So that concludes that one. Are there any questions? Updates? Jeff?
So I was gonna suggest, this has been developing for the past year or so, under routine or annual actions. Would it make sense to put an item in there that talks about consider possible conservation properties or actions or tasks specifically? Jeff, Kyle and I have been talking about if we're going to be planting new trees elsewhere because we're taking down trees for capital projects, where would we do that? How would we do that? I don't know if it's worth to constantly be looking at what we have for properties and where we could be planting trees, or saying that if we're gonna take down 6 significant trees here, then we're going to either plant more on this city property or not.
Is that part of the urban forest management plan? Because I think they're doing a survey of available city properties that we
Okay.
could be.
Carl has his hand raised.
Yeah.
Okay.
Carl?
That exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, it is part of the urban forest management program. So that should be captured in that program. And I'll it's a good reminder. I'll double check with Roxy just to make sure that that's in there, but I'm sure that it is.
But it wouldn't hurt to have your folks who are in the field and they're driving around and they think, oh yeah, there'd be a spot we could put one tree. So again, we don't need to have a spot that's gonna take 20 trees all at once. It could be 3 here, 2 here, 1 there. So, yeah, good. Like that.
Anything else under that one?
Just to repeat what Jeff said, didn't you say that under routine would be to search for conservation areas?
Properties and mitigation areas, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, to put that under routine, so we continue to look for those properties.
Good idea.
So you're adding that under routine, right? Okay.
Would you like to draft your recommendation and send it to Josh? Thank you.
Right.
Okay, and finally, promote and enhance a dynamic and robust economy. This one under ongoing, routine and annual, there are a couple that we have not done. The collaboration between Pierce Transit for trolley service, I think we provided an update on that Pierce Transit is needing to update the trolleys to be ADA compliant, which is partially why we have not had trolleys in here for the last few years, as well as they are having trouble staffing up for drivers. We met with the new CEO of Pierce Transit and we put that in the update a couple of months ago. We're going to continue discussions with them, but we have into the budget that you authorized last year, there is money for the trolley. If we're able to get that contract between Pierce Transit and us moving forward. Producing the annual visitors guide, that is almost complete. So we almost put a check there. That should be out, I believe, Josh, by the end of March.
Josh?
We're hoping end of March, maybe mid-April for actual production. We'll see when it can get out.
Great. And major kudos to Josh and Diane, Bertram, Tiffany, and Scott Keeley, who are assisting kind of on some of the tourism duties right now. We've been able to put forward a contract for distribution services. So the visitors guide will now be in the airport. It will be on all of the ferries, not just southbound ferries. It will also be in all the hotels within the Puget Sound area. And that's something that has not been done before. So not only are we getting visitors guides, but they're not just gonna sit in the Sally Port, we're actually getting them out to people who can use them. So that'll be really great.
Very good deal.
Do we know what that budget was? That sounds like a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. It was approved in the LTAC portion of the application.
Okay,
It was around 500,000 for tourism altogether.
right. For this portion, do we know what that is for the guide?
Josh, what did you say it was? For,
I want to say it's below 50,000, but near
yeah, I think.
around 50,000.
Yeah.
For the
Yeah.
distribution.
No,
We're printing 40,000 copies and about 18,000 will go out to all of the kiosks around the state.
And what was the total cost of that, Josh? Do you remember?
The distribution cost is just under 35,000.
Mhm.
And that's printing, right?
that's not the printing,
distribution.
that's the distribution.
Mhm.
What about the printing?
The printing, I believe, was under 50,000. We had a little bit of economy of scale because we're again merging with the chamber for the
Yeah,
visitors
so
guide
that's
and the
merged.
profile. So we had budgeted a higher amount for the visitors guide, ended up being lower than budget because we're combining.
Okay,
don't-
and
we
they're
can-
paying their portion? or-
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And they're also doing the distribution locally, so we won't be having to distribute around Gig Harbor and Tacoma. The chamber is doing that. They're filling the kiosks, putting it in the restaurants, the hotels, all of those things. So city staff are not doing that. And so for the larger region, we partnered with the company to do those distribution services.
Okay. Is there a stray in the building or not?
Doors are open.
Oh,
Meeting.
right. Okay, so. Any more on the strategy plan? Are you
Thank
done?
you, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, so the others we'll be talking about with council in terms of visitors, services and tourism, so we won't talk about that, but design and construct the Fisherman's Homeport. Jeff's team is on that. Create a business retention and attraction plan that has not been started. Evaluate and amend development regulations and fees. I know staff has been looking at that, but no substantial work on that. Develop and implement a small business fair. That has not yet been worked on. And then the two items that were added were develop holiday display attractions. That was completed this year or for last holiday. We'll be doing that again this holiday. And then another one was in there was develop mural display attractions. And that was again in the tourism and communications portion of the budget, which council may want to, it seems like, revisit several of those programs.
So is anything happening on the mural display?
Not currently. I know the city partners and provided the funding for the mural that's by Devoted Kiss. So that one is still, but in terms of other locations for murals, there's no action.
And how do we, is that going to go to the Arts Commission? How are we gonna figure out where those will go, or are we just not doing anything on them?
It has not gone to the Arts Commission, and so that has been something that we've received feedback on, that an arts related item did not go through the Arts Commission. And so.
I mean, everybody loves that, so I think I'd love to see maybe their suggestions or somebody's suggestions for more or another one. Because it seems to be well taken, and it's nice for people to stand there and take pictures with Gig Harbor in the background and the map of the world.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that that's something that we'll consider in our discussions with council on how we're going to formulate tourism and communications position and where we want to focus
Okay, and that will be happening
soon.
Okay, thank you.
Who paid for the photo ops at Christmas?
We did
Through,
They were so
They
wonderful.
were
through
wonderful.
our lodging tax funds.
they're great.
Yeah,
We heard a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
Lots of really good chatter.
yeah, oh, yeah,
Businesses and visitors, and how wonderful that was.
oh,
So
yeah,
that's something that we'll have to do again.
yes.
And now we have the Nutcrackers and Santa in the Masonic Lodge, so. Okay, so that was Marilyn, that's going through all of our existing items.
Okay. So now we're going to transition to, I just took a picture of that, so I have those notes. I was going to maybe reuse it, erase it, and reuse it.
Yep.
If I need it. Okay, so you have a list and Josh, we're gonna go away from the strategic plan back to my PowerPoint.
So Marilyn, when will we talk about this additional priority that we wanted to?
I am going right there.
Okay, sorry, just.
Okay. Oh, come on. It takes a minute.
Oh, you just have
Okay.
to share your screen again on the Zoom. I know, so.
Josh, you took it away. Let's see, can I share it? No, I don't want to do that. That's not the right share.
It's that little, the upper corner of your little mini screen, it should be.
Yes, I'm trying to get Zoom up.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Alright. Share my screen, share,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, it is actually. Okay, so, we've got this guy here, get out of the way. Okay, so this is strategic plan part 2. What we did this morning was part 1, and this is part 2. And so part 2 is when we're gonna look at the list. And we're going to understand it better about what it is and what it means as a basis for, a conversation. And And then we're going to add some things. So this is one thing that Brenda did was an add. And so if you have other things that you want to add, then we would write those down. We would make a new list. And so,
I have something to add. Is this?
Already?
I do.
Yeah.
okay, so, well, no, can you just hang on to it?
Okay.
Oh, good, because I want to go down and understand the ones that are there and what they are. And then you can see, is it something that you were also gonna say, so emergency preparedness, who was that?
That was mine.
Okay. And what is it?
And that was because Senator Murray's office that had said that there's money in FEMA for cities and planning of emergency preparedness. And my goal was to see if there's a will to have a study session and bringing in a chief to see if there's any way we can make use of these funds. And my goal was not really to talk about it today, but just to see if there's a will for a study session on this.
Okay, will you or won't you?
I will say yes, because I think we need a preparedness plan for emergencies.
Yeah, very extensive.
We have one.
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
So that's a
Then
yes. for
maybe
now.
we need
So
to
that stays on the list.
Okay.
Everybody understands what it is. Thank you, that was perfect.
Sure.
And why is it important? It's important right now because
The money is
the
available.
money's available.
And you know, anytime there's money out there, if we need it, and that would be up to the chief, I guess, or whatever the plan is. Or if he thinks there's any way for us to use some of those funds.
I would be curious to see what our plan is, just because some of those funds could be used towards maybe capital that could be, set up for if there's an emergency versus, conducting a further study or having a consultant look at it. There is a lot of also resources in our area. Mary, I know you're with the airport. I'm not sure if you guys have discussed it much there, but Puget Sound Resiliency Group does a ton in this. I was involved with that with my day job, but it tied into like local fishermen in Gig Harbor, being able to push supplies, utilizing the airport. So there's a lot of plans out there. It's just how's it mesh in.
Okay,
I'd be interested in knowing that, yes, that the funds are available, that's one thing, but what's the likelihood of us getting in those funds? I mean, we're gonna go to a lot of work and then find out we're not gonna be able to fund it.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
we
there's-
ought to find out
yeah.
if we can fund it first.
That's when you're dealing with federal money, that's a really good question to ask, because there's a lot of strings that come with it, but
Right.
what you wanna do is investigate.
Right.
Not, you're not gonna get it, you're gonna look for it. Yes,
Yeah, and FEMA funds it's very interesting to work with them, but anyway. And I'm guessing, Kelly, that the emergency plan also has the fire department involved with that, or I'm just wondering how
Right. I was
operational like that.
prepared today, but it sounds like we're gonna push out to a study
Yeah.
session to give you about a 10-minute really high
Perfect.
overview of
Awesome.
our emergency management plan, and I could still do that if you want that. When we're talking about receiving funds, when a senator says, yes, there's money available. Then you gotta drill down and see if they're really restricted funds into whether they for hazard mitigation or is it response, what are the strings attached? And how much would Pierce County take of that, et cetera. So there's a lot of research to do.
so there's a interest in a study session about the emergency management plan as it is right now.
Yeah.
And that
I'll
also,
put up to that.
and then also that you will maybe look and explore further what this funding is and what it entails.
And I think even a higher level into the strategic plan or vision for that, though, it sounds to me like the council, through this discussion and several other discussions with the potential new priority for public safety, that this may be fit under there as a priority.
Okay,
I know that I've had conversations with several of you about, in particular about wildfire, issues and so, sort of those sorts of things. And, making that a priority, potentially looking for funding of that or, to further assist the chief in all of this, that would probably be good to have on the priority list.
okay, so I'm gonna jump ahead here and say I'm adding to my little list here, provide services that promote a safe and healthy environment. And so that we can, as a subset of this,
Can we also add to that a welcoming and inclusive
Well, it's an interesting, okay, that's another ad, so hang on to that for a minute. Cause I wanna.
I think it's part of,
It might fit,
I
actually.
think it, I
can see
really
it.
think it fits
Safe, healthy and welcoming community.
and inclusive.
Okay, and functioning.
Oh, no.
Oh, details, Jenny, details.
I wouldn't want my comments to mean that, or understood to mean that I don't think we should have a plan unless we have federal funding. My comment was, how big will that plan be? And we can make it bigger if we have some federal funding, maybe, but we need
Mhm.
a plan in public safety, even if we fund it ourselves.
That's how I think staff took it. I think what Kelly has said is that we have a plan and we want to be able to share that with you so that you know what it is. And then from that, if we add this into the strategic plan, there could be areas where council directs us to work additionally on certain areas. But I think it will be important to have the foundational element of what is in place currently.
Bingo.
Okay, so I wanna make sure I got that, the wording, I got maybe missing a word. So provide services that support a safe, healthy and welcoming community. Was there something else?
Inclusive.
Inclusive, I knew there was something.
And how about functioning?
When you say that, say more about what that is.
So actually, if we have if we have a safe community, it allows us to be a functioning community because it helps us get the roads and take care of emergency services getting here to there and ambulance services to make sure that if your city doesn't function, then you don't have a healthy community, right? You don't have a safe community if cars can't get it, if ambulances can't get here and get there and back, so.
Okay,
I feel like health is a pretty broad word. I think it can
Yeah.
include, yeah.
and that's more of a, yours is more of a drill down on that, more of a project. Okay, initiative or something like that, but I think I understand what you're saying, is it's just make sure the transportation system is in place.
And everything else that keeps the city functioning.
And that's actually covered in our.
Jeff,
comprehensive
yeah.
plan.
Okay,
Jeff has a.
yes,
And we already have a priority to ensure sustainable future for public services and facilities. That if we need to enhance on that, maybe that's the place to do that.
okay, there you go. Okay, emergency preparedness. The next thing is waste reduction and recycling education. Who did that?
That is
Who did I do
fine,
with that?
yeah.
Okay, yes, Roger.
Just quickly, the Department of Ecology is going to be in summer of 2023, which is upcoming. As part of their grants for waste reduction and recycling education, so it again wouldn't impact any kind of agreement we have with our local trash hauler, but it would be a way for the city to get out a little bit more information on folks on waste reduction, recycling, composting. So
So,
it's a $60,000 grant for a 2-year project, and they're taking applications summer of 2023.
Is that something, Councilmember Henderson, that you think would fit under the fourth priority with, I know that we have developed recycling program for city parks.
Yeah, it would be similar to that. Yeah, a little broader, but it's still under that one.
okay, so there's a place for that.
Yeah.
So as we add things, I didn't mention that, we're gonna go back and prioritize those. Because you could add things on your plan forever, but you have to really be cognizant of your workload, staff's workload, your bandwidth, and your ability to do those things, and so I will do a little bit of prioritizing later. Permit efficiencies.
Is that one of my comments at the meeting?
There were 3 of you that asked for it.
Yeah, I was one who asked for it.
Okay, what is it?
What I wanted to ask for was if there was a way that staff could figure out an easier way for the community to work with our different departments and systems when they come in to apply for, say, a building permit. To know that when they come in to apply for a building permit, there needs to be some sort of a system that involves all the departments and some cross-referencing. So that they understand that when they apply for this permit, it's also covering everything, that everyone's talking to each other. I don't know if I'm explaining it
Isn't
correctly.
that what we talked about as far as, so you want to get in business in Gig Harbor?
Mhm.
So,
So do you have, you're talking about, organizational
Yes,
cross, you know.
yeah.
Cross cooperation and or a system that supports that, a system that's accessible by the public to go in and look at things.
I would like to ask staff to figure out a way that they can work better together interdepartmentally.
Okay.
So that it's easier for our community to work with them.
Okay,
Is there evidence that it's not happening now?
Yes,
okay. So that's a possible.
and it may be anecdotal, but I sure hear it a lot.
So in the comp plan update, and you were talking about the customer service, the robust community engagement outreach. Is that a part of something, is that a part of the system?
It can be, it's typically this would be a survey of internal services.
Okay,
And I know that Carl and Jeff have met about this topic and have some really good ideas for moving forward. But we haven't taken a survey per se,
Sure, yeah.
although I will note that after the last retreat, there has been a customer service form that is given to each person that goes through and permits.
Yeah.
So we may be able to track it that way. In terms of high level concerns, I will say that they have significantly, or complaints have significantly reduced over the last 4 years.
that's great.
That's great.
Although, and Jeff and Carl, there's always room for improvement.
So,
The online review of plans went a long way. If somebody wants to get a plan approved, they don't have to come with 16
Right.
copies of plans. It's online. Each department can access that. It saves the applicant as well as the city time. So.
And
good
money.
job.
But I guess I'm
Julie-
wondering if it would help to have an outside
Julia
person look
just
at it.
said, good.
Yeah,
Sharon.
no, it's okay. I was just thinking of a couple things. So we had, my words, moratorium on any building that had was taking place, and I'm thinking, again, floodgates kind of open. So all of a sudden, right, you have all of this demand that was created. You had to play catch up to get that completed. And now it's kind of business as usual. You probably have a more steady course of people requesting the services of the city. I'm thinking though with I say quality assurance, if you will, or survey of people who use those services. To say what are maybe the top 2 or 3, if not already being considered, of things that might be able to be improved upon. But data, and that was one of the things I was gonna say is, a lot of great work has occurred here, both from the council direction and then staff implementing it. Having that dashboard to show, look what we accomplished. Here's the 10 things, we've accomplished it within the time frame. We're extending it a year now to abide with the budget process. But that is a really cool way to do some of this stuff. 4 years ago, we had, I'm throwing out numbers, 5,000 permit requests. Right now, we have 500 permit requests. We only had 118, potentially 128 total staff. I mean, there's things that ebb and flow. And I don't know where we are with people getting permits, but I think that's part of that communication and telling the story so that you can go to that data and say,
100%.
how do we, city imposed something on staff. And that stopped all the building that happened. It was natural you were gonna have all of this pent up demand for your services. And we didn't probably give you any more staff for that, I'm guessing.
So.
I will note that I've asked Carl, and he's probably sick of talking about this too. But I've asked for a report of all engineering, planning, building permits for the past 5 years, so we can see how it's been ebbing and flowing. And what staff have found is that our SmartGov portal is not set up to give us that information. And so how the different divisions have been utilizing SmartGov has been different, and so we can't pull the data out to be like for like. Jeff and Carl's teams are actively working on that, and we would like to have that set up so that even quarterly, we're reporting out on trends and how things are going. But right now, we don't have that.
Yeah, and
mechanism.
sure, can't go backwards, I get it, it's really about being able to show again. It's kind of by what, by when, so it goes back to the taxpayers, if you want to use that term. of saying, we said we were gonna invest in this, and look what the staff has done. We're being efficient and effective with the funds that you give us and the mandate that you've asked us to do. And it's a really wonderful way, and it doesn't have to be super, super detailed. It's just high enough level, and again, it's a really wonderful kind of report card, scorecard on all of the good work that's being accomplished here, to be able to show people that those data points. That's gonna take resources, and I get it, and I don't think we're funded for that, but it is really something that, as the city continues to evolve the work that we're doing, that's a communication piece in and of itself.
So that could be you and then just Marion, that could be, I suppose, part of the comp plan process where, because permitting is, you know, sort of underlying that.
Yeah.
And just a visual about, here's our permit levels, here's where we are, you know,
And
that
here's
kind
the
of thing.
estimated time frame, right?
Yeah.
We say it should be 9 months, and we come in at 8.3 months, okay, we're doing pretty
Right.
good.
Mary?
I think that is a really good thing for us to be doing. I think that the thing that I hear regularly from the community is a breakdown potentially in communication. I don't know, but I came in to get a permit and I started building my house, my business, my whatever with that permit. And all of a sudden I found out that, wait, this other department is telling me I can't do it this way. I need to do it this way. So I think that what I'm talking about as far as permit efficiencies is a systemic potential breakdown in what's getting approved and not approved and who's talking to who at the right times.
So that's,
So it's a little bit different than what you're talking
It's
That's a
about.
coordination.
it's internal work, and that lends itself to a lean process.
Mhm.
It really does, because then you walk through everything, how you're doing, you map it all out, and you figure out that's how you figure out where the gaps are in communication.
And I know these guys are working on it, but I'm wondering if we need somebody from the outside to come in and look at it, like in a lean process
Yeah.
and say, okay, this is what I
And
see.
the state auditor's office does that for free,
Oh,
and they're very good. Lee and then Brenda.
I see the value in what Julie's saying about looking where we've come from. But even when you do that, you said it was gonna take resources. You'd have to get a lot of bang for that resource buck to do that. If someone's expectation is, they read this, how far we've come. But if their expectation is they're gonna get a phone call returned in 24 hours and they don't, therein lies the anecdotal, they're not cooperative. So you're always gonna get the anecdotal complaint dependent upon somebody's expectation. And I can't imagine, I think it's probably the fault. If I take what you said literally about someone starting to build and then some other department saying, they're not gonna get an approval to start building unless everybody signs off. So they started to build, I'm sorry, you can't do that. You have to get that.
unfortunately, that's not what I've been hearing.
Well,
So let's not solve the
So,
problem right here,
yeah.
right now, but I think it's just something, it's a process improvement, probably.
and I'm not saying lower people's expectations.
No,
I'm saying, let's don't spend money to meet their expectations if they're unreasonable.
right, so, but set reasonable expectations, but then meet those expectations and, think about what does it mean to be responsive, Brenda?
Yeah. So I was looking at this kind of expanding on what Julie commented on coming from outside, looking at an overall quality improvement process, and it doesn't need to be, and I'm sure there may be something already in place. Where you do an annual with your department directors, what's going well and what are areas of potential improvements and what things didn't get included in a timeline, just on an annual basis. And I've seen some cities do a state of the city, like in January. The mayor presents it or whoever, and says, here's what we've accomplished. Here's what we're working on. Here's our strategic priorities, and this is how it aligns. And it doesn't necessarily have to be something overly complex, but just kind of communicating, we're aware of this, we're working on it. I think that goes a long way.
Okay, so that's,
Yeah,
this is for staff to do, so
right.
remember the flight path? So she's telling you that you need to, but that's a new thing. That's
Well,
not, that's
just-
not on the list.
Okay,
So look
I,
at it.
I'm just taking it back up and I would
It's a
trust
great idea.
Katrina to,
That's a good idea.
consider incorporating it and consider, I know they were looking at, okay, employees wanted their evaluation process redone. Maybe you include in that, what do you think's going well? What do you think we can improve upon? And those could be some, those might identify some of the gaps.
It's like doing a performance evaluation for your team.
For our city,
For
this
your-
is our state of our city, and this is
It's-
where we're doing.
It's
really
where
well.
we are striving to get to.
Awesome.
What I will say is that starting from where we were,
Oh,
a
yeah.
year
Oh,
ago.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That we had to
get the
we
training.
had to
on track.
reinstill trust between people and that people feel free to think outside of your box and feel free to collaborate. And so it was that rudimentary. However, we've talked about how far along we are now. Where, we have an executive team that meets regularly, we're starting to talk about these things. We have a leadership team meeting now where all the supervisors are invited. So
That's great.
we're functioning together now. And the mayor and I have been talking about having an executive team retreat where we would talk about those things, what's gone well, what do we want to work on? And that would really be the first. I don't know, since you've been here, but since I've been here, that would happen.
We've never had a management retreat.
Not since I've been here.
Okay.
And so that's something that we want to instill where we go off campus for a day.
Yeah.
Maybe learn something from a trainer, come up with these things. And so we're really building up from the ground up in
Yeah.
terms of that. And I think that will help to utilize the expertise that we are
Yeah.
surrounded by. And part of that is Carl and Jeff have identified there are some breakdown points in the permitting system, and they're not going to say that there aren't. And they have really great ideas on how to resolve them.
Good.
Well, and you have.
They need time to do that, though, I will say.
Oh, yeah.
And so adding it into the strategic plan, that can allow us to think of, do we need funding for that?
Yeah.
How can we provide Carl and Jeff the time to do that, noting that their teams are just coming up to full staff and they can more free them up from being working directors to strategic thinking directors again.
So I think we understand the shape and look of this particular topic. I think, yeah.
It would be good to know, though, if it's something that council wants to add on to the economic.
Well, we're gonna see which ones we want to add.
Okay.
And you're gonna say, yeah, we can do all these things or not.
I think we have to be focused on, things that aren't gonna resolve themselves. Some of the things are gonna resolve themselves by having a complete staff. So let's don't get ahead of it and start fixing things that are gonna get fixed through.
When you have resources, okay, so, so then I'm gonna move on to the downtown business vacancies. That is from,
That's mine also.
okay,
So I was, this concern was already in my mind, and then when the Harbor General Store unexpectedly closed, we've had 6 downtown businesses that have either closed or, well, they are no longer in business in downtown and the post office, and I just wanted us to look at if we need to somehow put a priority in or a goal in to look at how we can support our downtown businesses or improve the business picture in downtown Gig Harbor, because it is concerning to me, even with a couple of new businesses coming in. And there's also the mall where the post office is, that I'm concerned about what it's starting to look like downtown.
because when it's vacant, that's not a good look.
No.
Yeah, I would just expand that to city of Gig Harbor, because there's businesses that you're closing at the North Gig Harbor too. They're
Yeah.
gone for a while, so downtown's important, but a lot of other people live.
And Gig Harbor North too.
Gig Harbor
I mean, I
North
think
and
what-
uptown.
It's a general.
Yeah, it's general, yeah.
So do you have economic development as a function in your city? Is it one of the departments or
We
not? Okay, so I mean, really what you're talking about is, starting an economic development program that does just those things. They go out, they work with businesses, they, try to, help retain businesses, but also attract businesses and the kind of businesses that you want. And that's maybe, it's almost under the comp plan. I mean, I think there is an economic element under the comp plan, I think. Carl? Carl in the sky?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, that is a function of the comp plan, absolutely, but yeah, we've never had a position or an entity really focused on economic development in the city, so I think it is something that we've been missing.
Okay,
And I think it really is something that touches well, all of our outward facing departments, right? What Jeff's crew or what Jeff's team designs and builds can help economic development. Kelly and his team keeping the street safe, that's a component to economic development. Codes and design are also a part of economic development, but we don't have one person who's looking at all of that together.
I think there's always a way to help businesses. I think we ought to realize what we can take responsibility for and what we cannot take responsibility for. The shopping center where the post office is, that's out of our hands. That's a privately owned piece of property that they want to develop, but we can't do anything
well, so,
to develop it for
Right.
them.
no.
And the same thing goes for businesses closing. I don't, nobody likes to see their favorite store go out of business. Journal Store was a wonderful little place ran by great people. But 8 years ago, it was Seasons Curio Shop. 4 years before that, it was a bank. So there's a normal attrition of businesses coming and going that we can't take accountability for. We have no way of editing or auditing their business practices, how they run their businesses, where they spend their money. There are things we can do, but let's be cognizant of what we can do and what we can't.
And what you want to do is create an environment that is business friendly. What does that look like? That's what an economic development person does, is it looks at everything that you do and what you're doing to attract businesses or use
But
businesses.
we're also,
And then they have the feelers out there all the time about who's looking for a
there's a
place.
lot of businesses downtown, for instance, that are dependent upon the seasonal, dependent upon tourists, dependent upon boaters coming here. We can't do a lot yet for that, so we can take a look at those things, but business is business.
So this is a project that we're gonna consider in a little bit about where the importance of this lies. Roger?
Yeah, I think there's things the city can do. Clearly, like Lee was saying, we can't run the
Yeah, right.
business, so we don't get in their knickers about running
Yeah.
it. The city can, like you're mentioning, encourage it by changing permitting processes, reducing parking minimums that are hard for small businesses to come up with, so they don't even start. There's a lot of things the city can do to encourage that, and so, I mean, that gets back to Carl and even to Jeff too, on public work standards, on our zoning, everything else. So there are things that can be done. Again, getting in their knickers, no.
Yeah.
Let's make an environment that makes it easier.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just in, keeping in the time restrictions, that maybe this is something that we ask, just a best practice overview, option A, B, and C, what do other cities do that help with economic development, and then we put that on a future study session. And that we just look at options and what the cost benefit would be for a couple of different options. And not to make a huge project out of it, but maybe, because I think we're getting down to the specifics.
Yeah.
That maybe we could just take.
Well, some of it I think is gonna naturally come out of the comp plan process. And it sounds like you want more information on what would this look like, what could we do? And so that would be, then you just want to know more about it. So part of it is a study session, tell us more about it without doing a lot of work.
Right, just kind of a basic overview of, here's, recommendations, best practices, and we recommend that it be part of the compounding process. And, because we've got X, Y, and Z on our plates right now, that's what we
Okay.
know.
All right, now I'm gonna move on. Actually, I'm going to move over. Because I think, and my observation is, I think there are 3 items on here that are related. I think, council communications. Procedures and guidelines. sanctions and committee assignments. I want to bunch those together. After we get through these sort of operational things. You good for that? Okay. Okay, so, housing density in Gig Harbor, who's that? Anybody want to take that?
I think that was Roger.
I think it was.
that.
Remember that one, but it is near and dear to my heart, of course, but I think, we probably want to table this for now only because I think we need to really explore this. We need to get our housing needs assessment survey in and look at that. And then we'll have a little bit of data that we can start saying, okay, what are the options for us? So I'd say let's,
And it sounds like from what Carl said earlier, we may be forced to look at that again.
Yes.
yeah, I think it's just a topic that we need to
It's an
start getting
ongoing
ready,
topic.
getting
Yeah.
ready to discuss and.
Top down thing, they
It
come
is,
in and they say, this is the growth that you have to take into your community.
Well, in the state.
And, you know, so this is the housing you need, and so these are the jobs you need. So, okay. So I'm thinking that's just part of the comp plan though.
Yeah, it'll be our housing needs. I mean,
Yeah.
the whole sort of.
Is that, Carl, is that a good way to think about that?
Yeah, that's how I would think about it. Yeah, what combining with that, with the housing needs assessment and comp plan efforts.
Okay. Okay, Creative Arts District, okay, I know that
That's
was yours,
me.
yeah.
And it is definitely not a taxing district. I think there's some, anyway, and everybody, before the last meeting in February that we didn't have, I sent everybody some information out. And I brought this up to have a study session on it. It doesn't cost the city anything. It is not a taxing district. And I think when Brenda was going down to an AWC meeting, you saw the sign on the
freeway.
On the freeway. Did you go down?
I didn't go down then, but I went down when I have family down there
Uh-huh.
and I drove down. And there's signage and it draws you down and here's different art projects and featured things. It's actually really kind of cool. Yeah, a lot of places were closed because I was there off hours.
It's a grand opportunity for businesses, so anytime you want to talk about businesses. I was looking at under promote and enhance a dynamic and robust economy. I don't know where you want to fit this, but I just brought it up basically to have a presentation come to us during a study session.
Okay, and there's somebody from the state that comes down.
Yeah,
and
there's
shows you
an arts person
Okay.
that comes down.
Okay,
There's
so
Josh
that's,
wants to jump in.
huh,
I think Josh
Oh.
wants to jump in.
Josh,
Oh, I just wanted to point out that this is on the Arts Commission's work plan right now, so they're reviewing this, and I believe they're gonna come to council with a recommendation at some point. I don't know that they're ready to yet, but this is on their work plan.
Right,
They
so
had a-
we could have a study session with them. I think I talked with Charlie and Robin about that.
is that, Josh, is that what the plan is, to bring it to the council on study session?
That is not the plan. I'm not, the Arts Commission chair shouldn't be going to council with this because the Arts Commission has not decided what's next on this. So I'm not sure where that came from.
So I haven't talked with them, but I was just thinking if they're doing this, and I talked with Robin, who brought it to me to bring to a study session. Robin's on the Arts Commission. Why don't we just have the Arts Commission present their plan to us at a study session?
There was a presentation that was done to the Arts Commission by the person from the state, and it's on a Zoom link that Tiffany sent to me. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it is very
It's
interesting.
very interesting.
And if it can help businesses.
Yeah, Josh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say that the Robin and Charlie should not be speaking on behalf of the Arts Commission on this. I think they still have work they want to do on this before it comes to council, so I'm not sure why they have reached out to council separate from this, but I think that is the plan eventually to bring a proposal to council. This just might be a little premature. I'll have to check in with the commission when they meet next.
Okay,
Okay, so that's an interesting perspective, and one that when you think about council communications and when somebody comes from you to you as an individual council member, whether it's from a board or commission, you know, community, what do you do with that? So, okay,
and so Robin Abney is her name. She's also, she also sits on the Washington State Art. She's a Washington State Arts Commissioner. So this is a little she came to me and I think, she was gonna meet with Katrina as a Washington State Arts Commissioner.
Okay, so now, is there anything other than the council, communications issues and so forth? Is there anything else that you really wanna see put on the list that you've been thinking about? Okay, so Jenny and then Seth.
A memorial tree donation. And I'm happy to figure out where this needs to go, but we have an urban tree survey that is going on now, and someone completed that survey. And one of the suggestions they made was to have an urban tree donation. And what's happened in a lot of cities and a lot of places, if there's someone, if you're one of your beloved passes on, then a lot of cities and organizations allow a tree to be donated in that person's name. This person has also anonymously, if we decide to go forward with the memorial tree, they have also anonymously right now offered to donate 200 trees to begin this program.
And will this be all on public land?
Yes.
Okay,
I want to provide clarity for the council. This is someone that responded just to Councilmember Luke, so staff is not, the survey is not completed and staff has not compiled responses, and so she does not have any other response from staff that you all won't have the opportunity to look at.
okay, so this needs more work.
The survey is still running currently, but
After the survey, then,
the tree program that Councilmember Luke is talking about, I believe we've budgeted a certain number for tree replacement, $10,000 tree replacement. So 200 trees, maybe $2,000, I don't know, but this has a potential to reduce city funds paid for trees if we can have private
Right.
donors pay for.
yeah,
trees.
donations, so that's,
So I think
yeah,
it could be something that we look at in terms of the tree program that Carl's working on,
okay. So
full Carl's team.
that is a place to glom onto.
Yeah.
That you're already working on.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else that you really want to see?
I think Seth had something.
You had your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
yeah.
did, yes. We talked about it, I think, pretty well already, but I just want to make sure we're noting it on this list was looking at something for a community center for youth. And then the other piece was, more open spaces like fields, multi-purpose fields. So
Mhm.
it's just bringing it back up again since we were working. with this list.
Okay, so that's on my other note list as
Yeah.
something possibly to add. And where that goes. So in terms of, we have to maybe get to some prioritization here, but I also want to do a little prioritization. I guess we have to, I can't avoid it any longer. We have to talk about council communications and what you're doing there.
Marilyn, would it be more practical though to wrap up kind of these topics before we get into, because the other portions don't necessarily have to do with this,
And it's,
but
yes,
more.
I mean, that's what I was sort of thinking. And so,
I think that we as staff could offer to, and I know we're going off script here. But, noting that we have 2 hours and 15 minutes left and some of the other items council wants to work on. We could work on a prioritization in a work session and work
okay,
it through that way.
okay,
Just, I'm leaving. It's your time, but,
Yeah.
and I know staff probably all wants to go.
Yeah.
well, oh, yeah, well,
And I
you
like
could have
that
gone
too.
already. As far as I'm concerned. So I think that makes some sense. The only thing I was gonna do was get a sense from the council about these things that are added,
Mhm.
how important they are, how important and urgent they are, so we get a sense of, and then, so you can do that with them another time?
Well, or we could do that maybe until 2 and then take a 10-minute break and then start on the.
Okay, because it's a really quick.
Yeah.
Exercise, okay, hang on. Yeah, and don't forget, I'll come by and get your pennies.
She wants her pennies
I
back.
want my pennies back.
That's a really fun exercise though.
Oh, yeah.
Put
I
your
just
penny in your
love
pocket.
it.
If you can get that penny in the digital here, you win that computer.
I know.
Go for it. You gotta go pick it up though when you miss.
I know, I can't bend over.
You guys remember that from the fair, you do like the dime toss, I don't know how many ashtrays I came home with, but.
Yeah,
How many goldfish?
You can blame them on your.
that then died.
They were used for keys.
They were dumped in the stormwater detention.
All right.
Oh, no.
One
No.
round.
Too soon.
I did want it.
Just going into the shit.
I got through one summer, yeah.
It's really, it's easy to go. Green or red?
Might need to sort of crunch it over with. No.
Oh, yeah. warm it up.
Oh, you don't have yellow?
Nope.
I can go.
Yeah, it's very black
I
and
like
white.
that.
Red card, yellow cards, somebody says.
I think I'll just.
I'm gonna go like this. No.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm collecting the pennies.
I hope you counted before you collect.
Yeah.
I pulled mine back out of my.
Wait a minute, I saw a pocket there.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think. I got everybody on the council. What about Mayor?
Tracy?
Tracy, yeah, Tracy. Yes, yes. You're gonna be in the center side.
I am, okay.
Okay, all right. So. I have these things, this list. And I also have the things, some of them are just follow-up and to-dos from before. And so. Okay, but we're gonna see if you all agree about whether these things are, how important they are relative to everything else that's on the strategic plan and how urgent it is, okay? So why prioritize? Because you have limited bandwidth. And so you have to make some decisions and you have to provide some direction to staff about, this is really something we want to do this, okay? Versus we'd like to do this when we have the resources, but we may not have it now, okay? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. So this is the Covey quadrant, and it is a quadrant that says, the first quadrant is, if it's important and it's urgent, it goes in the first quadrant, and that's, you do those. Those are things that you said you need to do. If it's urgent but not it's important but not urgent, you're gonna do it, but you can do it later. Okay? If it's less important, and I had it like not important, but I think if it's less important, that it's urgent, you might need to take care of it. It could be kind of some little thing, but if you can take care of it, you get rid of it. Quadrant 4 is not urgent and not important. And those are the things that in your work, if you were looking at what your workload was and everything you were doing as a person, you would say, you would do those. If it's not important, it's not urgent, it doesn't get on the work plan, okay? And so you each have these cards. And I am going to have somebody, where could Trina go? Okay, keep track of this as we go through. So I want you to think for a minute about emergency preparedness. Those are other things. It had to be, federal funds available. Do you want to bring it to a study session? So the red card, green is yes, and red is no. So. No.
One in every.
You can't do that. This is kind of a yes or no thing. It's a forced choice.
He's a man
okay?
who can tell color, that's.
Okay, so emergency preparedness, important, yes or no? So put up your important. Okay.
Wait, we're doing.
Important,
What?
important.
Which
Is
one are we
emergency
doing?
management important?
Oh, just something
Yes,
important,
even-
yes.
To
okay.
bring
Okay.
it to a study session.
So everybody agrees that it's important. Okay, is it urgent?
It would be if there was an emergency, yeah.
We would respond.
Keeping in mind that there's a plan.
Okay.
in existence.
This is the part of
Okay.
it, because I don't know what's
Right.
existing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It'd be
or just,
difficult to.
What?
what,
If there's
Say
a
why
good
you did it.
plan.
I just think it's urgent, I think, I mean, the fact
Because
that we have a plan in place. It's not usually something that everybody knows about.
Yeah.
It's incident command.
That's why I'm.
But if we don't know about it, then we might as well not have a plan,
And I'm sorry,
because if there's a
Well-
fire, you don't know what to do.
Okay, so,
and sorry if I'm out of turn here, but realize that plan is updated every 5 years. We're out of date now because of COVID, but we start working on that this month for renewal. So it kind of already is taking care of itself.
okay, so you need some communication about this. It sounds like it's in the works.
Right.
And when you do that, you'll be getting, at some point, you'll be getting back to council.
Hopefully soon.
So,
Katrina's face.
oh, did you not know that?
No, I do. I'm just catching up. I was in the restroom, but now I know you're talking about emergency preparedness and you voted on
They
important.
said important and,
And
but
7 of them think it's important and now we're doing urgent.
yes.
Okay.
And urgent was like,
I'm-
yeah, we've got a plan. We don't have to, this doesn't have to come to council right away. Okay,
Interested in money.
huh?
If there's money available, that's why I.
Okay, so let's talk about the grant, the FEMA grant. Is that important to get that money? Do you want it?
Don't know what it's
I
about.
need
Okay.
to see a cause of
Okay.
announcement.
Well, I think maybe it's just a little bit of investigation about what that is.
Yeah.
It may or may not be something that the city can really do. So I think the staff needs to look at that.
So is that a
Yeah.
1 urgent,
Yeah.
6 non-urgent?
No, I said it was urgent, but my urgent is because, to me, because no one knows about it, it is urgent. So that's why I think that it is urgent that we talk about it. And maybe it's once you
okay.
do the update, but if nobody knows what the plan is, you might as well not have one.
So communication, this actually is part of your citywide communication plan. I mean, it's an element of it, right? I mean, it's something that people need to know. Goodness. I know in our emergency plans, we've had a lot of stuff in there about earthquakes. We did tabletop exercise for earthquakes all the time. We never did a pandemic. Tabletop, but they do now. You know, okay, so I think this is sort of already on the work plan. Okay, so the next thing is waste reduction and recycling education. There is a grant, maybe a possibility. And so important, yes or no? Important, nah, maybe kind of, not
It's also-
really,
It's an easy one. I mean, this isn't a
yeah,
tall order, in my opinion.
okay.
I think it's kind of already in the plan too.
No,
In the.
No.
one down, it
waste,
is.
waste reduction,
Waste reduction education for the public.
WRRU grants.
Okay.
So, okay,
So we
so,
talked about it. I thought we talked about that it was already in the plan and it would be
In which plan?
in the work plan.
there's something in there about, we didn't really talk about it, something about,
Recycling program in the city parks.
well, that's city parks, but I think this is different. I
It's a little
think
education for
this
the
is education for, yeah, what
That's
they should
okay,
do, yeah.
put some containers in the parks for recycling, this one is getting the word out.
Getting people to have, use their containers at their
Yeah.
homes and businesses. Okay, so this is bigger than just the parks. So now, is it, how important is it? Maybe I should, how urgent is it?
Urgent.
Yeah, so it is something that is important, I think, because you ought to probably be doing recycling, everybody should. But of all the things you could be doing, it's not too urgent, okay?
I'm curious to where it falls in the city versus, the collectors.
Yeah,
Yeah. Will the
Yeah.
climate action plan incorporate any of that?
well, the
I'm not
waste
sure.
reduction,
I'll Get back to you on it.
Carl,
Unless Carl.
Carl was nodding.
Yeah, I believe it will likely have some, I don't know how much of a discussion it'll have around that. I mean, we're sort of in the weeds with emissions and data at the moment, but I can certainly ping Roxy and make sure that we maybe
I sent a survey.
see if there's
Yeah.
some synergy in there. Yeah.
Survey, yeah.
okay,
Okay, got
so
it.
permit efficiencies, important? Important? Yeah, kinda, yeah. If customers are not getting what they need, that's the problem. Is it urgent? Is this the thing that they need to go back to their desks tomorrow, pretty soon? Urgent? Huh, okay, that's a real mix of responses. Brenda, where are you going?
I'm going,
Not urgent,
I
yes,
just,
there's,
I think there's more important things, not that
Okay.
it's not important. it's really important.
Well, I think
Okay.
and based on what Tracy was saying about the feedback that she had heard from Pierce County and that they're looking at Gig Harbor and the good work that we're doing with permitting process and things like that. And you've got a lot of work in process, it seems like.
That's actually exactly why I was struggling, just hearing that feedback too.
Well, let me clarify. So there is positive feedback when it comes to certain types of permitting, the more private project permitting, small business permitting, things like that. We still have work areas that are pretty significant that we still know there's a disconnect in between planning and engineering and a kind of, there's a place where things do get stuck and that we know that exists. This is why I had some of the team go to Kennewick. This is why we're having another larger team go to Renton, still trying to get that date
Yeah,
nailed down.
right.
For permitting, streamlining permitting processes and kind of figuring out how to break that roadblock down that still does exist. So that's why I had urgent and important both up, because the faster we can solve these internal processes, the better our service and more quality output we'll have to other communities.
Okay.
So
okay.
so we are getting good positive feedback that things are changing for the better and things are going really well. But there are still identified issues that are very important that I feel are urgent to work
You guys
on.
vote again on both of these.
Okay, so this is the permit
Efficiency.
deficiencies, important. Still, okay, urgent. Okay, I think this is something that you're gonna have to probably work into something, but again, there's resources out there that can help you work through that process. Because permitting is actually one of the processes that gets a lean process. They do it a lot, because it just lends itself to that, because it's workflow.
Oh, yeah.
Communication. Okay, so that's gonna happen, housing density. I have to say,
Business.
oh, I'm sorry, downtown business vacancies.
Which, can we revise that one to call it the economic
Yeah,
development?
economic development
Yeah.
program. Okay, so is it important? Okay, consensus. Is it urgent? Okay, so got a kind of a mixed bag here, so tell me about the not urgent.
But we can't control.
Yeah, I was gonna say, going to Lee's point, there are a lot of reasons why these 6 businesses closed down, and they're almost all different from each other. Landlords have raised rents, we can't control that. Properties have been put up for sale, the person couldn't afford to buy that person out. Business went out of business, so there are many, Harvard General Store, we don't know why that business closed. So there are multiple reasons why businesses are ebbing and flowing, and so Downtown Waterfront Alliance, because I know how hard and actively working they are on this issue. I feel like it's not as urgent for the city to try to work on this, because they are really in and on the ground, like boots on the ground with these businesses and know a lot more about this, and then report to the city what they're hearing, and the chamber as well. We have a great partnership with the chamber. They are actively working with businesses to figure out what's going on, how can they assist. So that's why I feel like it's not as urgent for the city to try to take this on. But I do think an economic development department is in our future no matter what, because we're growing so fast. So
it's something that you might consider in maybe a future budget process, because you have to staff
because that
it.
would be staffing, yeah.
You have to staff it. And
But it's
so-
important, absolutely.
So it's important but nothing you can do in the short term about business closures. But there is another group that's working on this, and it's a kind of key to your business area, right?
What I could say is that we can listen to why.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that, the mayor sits on the chamber board. I think Councilmember Rodenberg sits on something with the chamber. I'm on the economic development
Government affairs.
committee of the chamber, as well as the board of the Downtown Waterfront Alliance. And so the city is more open and receptive to hear feedback now. And so I think that that's something that we could do in the short term is have meetings and hear from folks on their experience and if it does have anything to do with the city or not, you know, still listen to the why. And that could better inform how the city moves forward.
Right, and so, and Carl mentioned that, yes, economic development is an element of a comprehensive plan. And that can almost be part of your outreach plan, a program with, for your comp plan is to go out and make sure that the businesses, you're communicating with the businesses and with the associations. Yeah.
So maybe when you're on these committees, the question to ask is there something the city could have done to prevent that closure, just to get that feedback? Maybe they'd say, yeah, your whole zoning process is do this thing apart for us, or the permitting, we just couldn't afford it. That's important information for the city to actually know that, versus no, that people just they didn't want to do the business anymore, so they left. That's a whole different thing, but good to get that information.
I know we have a lot of other things, but there's really did the city do anything or could have done anything to prevent?
Yeah.
The answer we've been receiving is no,
Okay,
but on the
fair.
opposite side is businesses looking to locate here.
that's what I'm thinking.
That's
That's
what
also
I-
the other side of the coin.
That's the flip side that
Right.
we're getting messages that
Okay,
there's things that the city could do.
all right,
Okay.
that's
Hence
important
the
too.
permitting, why
Okay.
that's important. and
Yeah,
urgent.
it is.
And I think that communication back to us will help.
Yeah.
Determine where we go with this important, but maybe not urgent.
Right, so it's
Yes.
something that somebody's working on somewhere and you are involved in talking. And at some point, you're gonna grow up just one more inch as a city and you're gonna have an economic development function.
I think it needs to be on the radar.
Yeah, particularly since you're such a tourism, you know, you're such a magnet for tourists, I think, or shoot. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I thought that was true. I hear about Gig Harbor all the time. Okay.
The last data that we had was the last summer was a banner year for visitors.
Yeah, okay. So they're coming. Housing density, I think we said that's happening, and that has to happen in the comp plan. It has to happen through the comp plan process and the regional process. The Creative Arts District. Okay, so Creative Arts District, that Arts Commission is looking at it. Right? Okay, and they are going to come forward when they're ready. They're gonna come forward, and at that point, they would also know whether there's a grant or something, and you know, how to get engaged with that, and then they'll see how, if you have the ability to support that internally.
It would be nice to see how council will vote on this.
Okay.
In terms of internal workings, because we do have our assistant city clerk staffs the arts commission, and
Okay.
so noting for staffing purposes, if we're gonna do something over another,
Yeah,
priority wise, that would be.
okay, so let's look at this one. So, Creative Arts District, important.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
glad we don't vote like this normally. Man,
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
usually so much more aligned, but yeah.
No, well,
When
this
we
is,
switch between the
this
cards.
is really soft. This is a really soft kind of assessment. Okay, is it urgent? Right, so it's not urgent. So it's not something that the council
now.
needs to be involved or engaged with right away. Because it's gonna come to you in time when it's
Yeah.
fully made.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then the memorial tree donation, and that, so what you're saying is just, can you incorporate that within the tree study? Tree,
Urban forest management.
urban forest management, is that, who's got that? Was that Carl or you?
It's
Carl,
me.
is that-
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
me. Yeah, I made a note and I will discuss that with our consultant and planning staff.
Okay, so the other thing, and this is the bigger thing, and that is to add. And you probably need to populate it with things from other areas, is this priority to provide services that support a safe, healthy, inclusive and welcoming community. Did I get that right? Okay, and so that's just kind of a rearrangement of the, and under that, you would put emergency management, which we already talked about.
And police services.
Yeah, and so what you do is you would go through your strategic plan and pull out things that belong in that. Because you have like a DEI initiative, that would go. in
Or
there.
the health
Health and human
Housing.
service.
health
H3.
and human
Where is
services.
it? Say that again?
H3.
H3.
Katrina called.
Okay,
H2S.
They
okay,
call it triple H in Paulsbo, but we call it H3.
well,
Kind of different.
HQ.
because who wants to say all those words that fast? Not me, yeah, I couldn't.
Not after lunch.
Okay, so does that make sense, Katrina? Okay, so that, I think that covers everything that you have so far. Can we take like a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
Take a 10-minute break and then we're gonna talk about council communications.
Yep.
And you're gonna go get into your Zen place and everybody's gonna talk about it. Oh, I don't know. Oh,
Thank you. Welcome back to the East River City Council retreat of Saturday, March 11th. We returned from break and we're going into our next discussion item, and I'll turn it back over to Marilyn Lee.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you the same thing I did with the other things and say, okay, so who put this on there and what is it that you want to talk about? And council communications, who was that?
I think I had, and Katrina, maybe I'm wrong, I think I had that, and then as well as dovetailing, just review council procedures and guidelines.
Okay,
I know that I talked about it, just learning from it, reading it, seeing how things are, how different council members work, what's communicated, what should the city do, and then coming from the state, we had a very strict protocol, if you will, about communications, but I was not appointed now, but I'm an elected official, so it's for me, I put it down there trying to get better understanding of what we should say, what we shouldn't say. And then
okay,
if we're speaking to the community, that we give them all the context and what's the right way to communicate out there, so people have as full of a story, if you will, or as much information as they can to make a decision for themselves if we're asking for citizen input.
so,
So a bunch of things
Yeah.
there for me.
okay, so it's the strict protocol and coming from an organization that has a strict protocol. And when you do, and I'm sure they have it fairly specifically spelled out in a policy.
You have some of it in a policy and you have some of it, quite frankly, Marilyn, that if you don't follow it, it's probably not positive to your continued employment.
Okay, okay, so that's as an
Your
employee,
mother just taught you, yeah, that's the way you gotta be paid,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, if
okay,
you always tell the
so,
truth, you never have to remember what you said. That's what Grandma
Okay.
said.
so then.
I've heard that.
So then those two go together, review council procedures and council communications.
Others may have asked for that too. I know where I was coming from.
Okay.
I asked for almost the end.
Okay,
Several of us.
okay, okay,
And I would incorporate the sanction language in there too, because on the guidelines, it says any updates needed. And I think that that's an update that a lot of us have been saying that we need to have in the council guidelines.
okay, so. Let's talk about that for a minute, because, you want to talk about it, what, you want to talk about it because something isn't going as well as it should. It's not, you're not kind of working, something's not right. And, and you didn't reading your, council guidelines for how you communicate. So there isn't any specifics in there, I don't think, about things like, what happens if you don't do this? What happens if you don't follow these agreements that we made and adopted? And some cities do have a provision for sanctions, and this is when you want city attorney, but, but you have it, I'm not sure that you have if you don't follow these guidelines, what happens?
We talked to the city attorney prior to this, just noting that this was added to the retreat on Thursday at a study session. He is out of the country right now, and he's indicated to us that this conversation could go on because any proposed language would need to be run through him prior to going forward for adoption.
Okay, so we're not gonna talk about language.
So he said, generally talking about what the council wants to do, they can do that
Okay.
and propose any language we need
Yes.
to go through him.
Right, okay, right. So why do you need, so what's going on? Okay, thank you.
I'll speak up just to get conversations started. I think when we met last summer and you helped us kind of work through what I would consider just an agreement that these are things that we all believed were important. And we set out things such as, you know, we're part of a system of council. We're only each an individual thing. We don't have individual powers, you know, or responsibilities. We have collective group, you know, it's group going forward. And part of it was about, even if we disagree on something and had frank and open debate, that going forward for the good of the community, we should provide this is what's been decided and we're gonna move forward. And there was a lot of talk from last week about over short-term rentals specifically. Didn't feel that was happening, that there were different messages going out. And we were getting feedback from all kinds of sources and it just felt a bit chaotic. And as much as we thought, okay, we're gonna do this, we're gonna have kind of our, you know, considerate agreement to do this, having to add language because we can only hold each other at home. You know, we as a group need to be open and hold each other accountable.
Right.
I will say,
It's a sticky thing.
yeah, it's sticky and it's prickly and it's tough. But I will say I reached out, there was an article last fall in the City Vision magazine. And it was written, I believe, by an attorney who talked about the importance of not only having these agreements, but having sanction language or some type of. So I brought this up with Josh last fall, I think it was right before Christmas, that this was something that I saw missing in the policy. But I think it came to the forefront in that, along with kind of an overall communication plan, we have this, how do we communicate our message and how do we not be a tool that's dividing our city? Because I don't think it's good for our city.
Okay,
It's divided.
so you want the sanction would be a tool if you did that. What you want is for this particular behavior to stop. Right, okay. And you have to hold each other accountable, you have to hold yourself accountable. And you have to look at those things and say, you know, sometimes I think people don't realize that they've just crossed the line. And so that's why you all have to have enough, you know, of a team effort and trust, be able to talk to each other about here's what's happened when this happened. This is not, I don't think this is consistent with this language. And then sometimes when something happens and you say, you know, we didn't really cover that in our guidelines and maybe we should cover that. Lee?
Yeah, I think it goes, that's why there's different levels of sanctioning, in my opinion. And when you say someone did this, but they didn't quite realize they did that. Okay, so they get sanction number 1 or a warning or something. But when someone blatantly disregards the guidelines, I think that calls for a more severe type of sanction. And when it gets to the point where we all get threatened or abused on social media because of a particular action, then it really requires some kind of sanction. And that's all occurred.
Yeah, I was just gonna add, you know, I think the way it stands right now in the section that I referred to, and I asked the staff to bring this to the retreat, the sanctions, was from the public service agreements. And which I think are well written, they're written for all of us, and I think it's establishing trust. I mean, a lot of us haven't known each other that long, and we make really big decisions together. And how we behave and how we talk in the community is a reflection on all of us. And so that's where, you know, obviously things with the STRs, it got exciting. I mean, there was a lot of comments, a lot of things got heated, unfortunately. In some ways, you know, with community members that it's not how we want to see them behave and react. whether it's towards the council or towards someone that they disagree with. It wasn't, in my mind, what happened didn't bring the community closer together, which, when you can have disagreement, you can still respect each other. And I think that was lost. I think a lot of people, based on some opinions that were brought out, that it created a lot of fear for folks too. And, call it mistruths or differing surveys and things like that, but, so it was the leading up to it, and then I think, I want to call it the fallout, but what the communication has been afterwards, how people felt on the decision, yeah, so I could go into specifics. The four that I thought, five, I'm sorry, from the public service agreements that, I think we were, this isn't court or anything, but it was 4 through 8, where I think we were getting close to the line, across the line, and having some sanctions in place. I think it's one thing. Let's re-educate ourselves. Let's recommit our extended oath with our guidelines, and then be able to have something to where put some controls in place. Otherwise, what's keeping you from speeding?
I think it also goes further than just, someone else has.
Go ahead.
I thought,
No,
it goes further than just the community and how they look at us. But even within staff, the staff just came through several years of tough times. And a council that was at each other's throats occasionally, and an administration, we're just, I don't even have words for it. But now to see that poke up, and there's a lot of PTSD within staff. And when they see this occurring now, some of the good that we've all worked so hard to achieve is lost when they see us being disrespectful to one another.
Okay,
I will also just add, it doesn't necessarily pertain directly to us, but some of the community relationships have been broken as a result of the STR process, but they are, based on what I have heard from people, they are a result of the tactics that occurred that have been so hurtful to us and to staff. It's also impacting familial relationships and that kind of thing, and it's not a welcoming community. It's not an inclusive community. It's really, really been divisive and hurtful.
okay. So you feel hurt by what happened. And, I guess go back to your, kindergarten and say, don't hurt each other. And when you say you feel hurt by it, what do you feel hurt? What hurts?
I don't, I put on my communications hat and do my best to always tell the truth and tell the facts as the facts are. And I don't believe that the facts in the short-term rental lines, will use that as the latest one, were put out correctly by all of us. And I don't believe that after the vote occurred, that we all stood together. And in, I would say, most other cases in the year and a half that I've been on council, and not quite a year and a half, year and a quarter, we have all stood together when we have had a vote, even if it wasn't 7-0. We've all said, the council has voted and we have made this decision, and we did not do that this time.
Okay, I feel like we already had this conversation once.
Yes.
In some form, and I don't know what kind of emails you got or communication you got. I didn't see King 5, saw you on TV. And that was, you feel strongly about this, I'm pretty sure. Yes, okay. And so what do you think about what they're saying here?
I don't think that I did anything over the line here. B5 came to me, NPR came to me and asked me to talk, and I did. And I was very happy to represent the citizens. I think, I didn't see one of those, I didn't see that because I figured they would edit it out and I probably wouldn't like it. But, you know, and I put out an email, I think afterwards, and I said, this is law, we have to accept it.
Okay, because I thought it seemed fine thing, and it was. You were critical of the decision and the direction that the city was going with it,
Right,
yeah. And so, and that was after the decision, right?
right. They came to me and I said, and they asked me then if I would speak with them the next day, and I said, yes, I will.
Yeah.
And, cause it doesn't say in here that
You can't,
I can.
right, so,
But
yeah,
can I just, I guess, Jenny, I disagree with that. Because when the email came from, and I think it was from KUOW and said, will someone talk to me? I believe it was Josh or Katrina immediately said, the city will handle that. And to me, that means the city will handle that and they will speak on our behalf. It's not up to us to speak on the city's behalf.
That's not a
So
policy that we have.
and.
once a vote has been taken on an issue, council members will support the policy and vote of the council. Is a quote right there. But I think we have also talked about the fact that the city is the spokesperson for the work that
And
we
the
do.
city is, who's the city?
Well, the city was, that position is vacant, and that is also one of the issues, but
Is it a
We're-
staff, it's a staff
It's a staff
function, though, is
function,
it to
yes.
respond to media requests?
yes.
And, you know, that's usually the case, and so,
That's not written anywhere.
I know, but, and so if it said that the council will not, respond to media requests without working through the staff,
Right,
then you wouldn't have responded to
No.
that. Okay, so that's part of it, and that sounds like, and that is not an uncommon rule for councils about how they agree, about how they're going to work with the media, who's gonna work with the media. Very important in a city that it gets somebody that is good at working with the media, knows how to answer questions and knows what happened and, you know, talk about it. And so, and if it was staff, they wouldn't question whether it was a good decision or not, because it's a decision and you're right.
I was just gonna say, we do have
Yeah,
on page 27 of 34. 6.3, communication with the public. Council members should be clear that they are not speaking on behalf of the city or the city council.
And so, right, and you can do that,
Right,
but speaking to the media is a kind of a specific circumstance because it gets out to so many people, and they do the interview, then they edit it,
right.
and whatever they think it's gonna pique people's attention, and like, so it's not like, they're not always your friend, and it can be really divisive.
Just to quickly add, is that part of our communication plan, I think it's really important for us to have an official spokesperson. I've seen a lot of cities that do this, spokesperson for the city. That when an issue comes, you have a dedicated person that is known.
Right,
and I thought that we had that when we talked about the public service agreements. I thought that was one of the things that we discussed was this process, but maybe it didn't go in council guidelines.
I think
it's
there's something
somewhere
in here that
else.
says that council will not seek out the media, council members will not seek out the media to vent feelings when on the losing side of a vote.
Right,
Speaking out,
okay.
you're different if they come to you then.
that's right, so they're,
If it comes to you, you don't have to accept.
That's right.
If you read this.
right,
And I think this goes, a couple things. I think Julie put it very well, and it's all gonna be in context. And if you're going out to the public to get their opinion, you have to keep it in context. You have to tell each side of the situation and not lie about either one of those sides. And it goes further than the STR. In this room, Jenny used the F word twice on recording, heard by half of the people in this room. After I got done speaking, she thought it was her time to say F this and F that. So
isn't that a
that,
council meeting?
pardon me,
We didn't have a council meeting?
it was in a work session in this room and it was public and it was recorded.
I don't remember that at all. That's not a word I use.
Well, Did you hear
I
it?
heard it.
Okay,
She
so.
heard it. Did you hear it?
I wasn't here that day.
It was heard,
Okay, the mayor heard it.
okay,
So,
so,
yeah, so, and this is after I spoke. So if that's not a reflection on what I have to say, I mean. And never mind.
okay,
I just,
so that's a whole different,
yeah, I'm
that's a
saying it
whole
goes
different
deeper
part
than
of
this
this code.
SDR thing. It has to do with bringing shame upon this council.
Okay, so when is the media thing is something, a very specific situation, and there's a little loophole that you slipped through there, I will say, because you didn't go to them, they came to you, and there's nothing here to say if the media contacts you about, and particularly about what has been a contentious issue. That is not the time to speak to the media normally, because it pops up in places that you really don't want it to pop up, and you can't control the story at that point. But the underlying issue here is, I think that you disagreed with the decision, that was pretty clear. But the moving on part of it, where, okay, which is what you said, the decision was made, and that's over. But it sounds like there was other emails and communication that was to you from Jenny or people that she had spoken to. Okay, was it that all that email that all the council that,
Well, it's actually on my council person's Facebook page. So it was in the public domain at that point.
Okay. Okay, and what was it? What was it? That
It
said?
was one of her minions.
And when somebody, okay, so probably don't use that word,
Oh,
yeah, because that's, I mean, that has a implication to it,
Okay.
it is.
There's one of her followers that felt it necessary to express to me their personal feelings. That I feel, in my opinion, that their feelings were shaped and manipulated by Jenny. And then it turned into an attack on me, which I've got probably the toughest skin in this room. Doesn't bother me a bit. I just don't like to see it happening.
Okay, so you believe, what you're experiencing, what you believe is that Jenny, did you encourage people to contact the council and tell them that it was, what they did was wrong?
No, I did not.
You're sure?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you that twice, because I know that you've got a really busy social, you're really in the social media, right?
So I don't have on my Facebook page. I don't do a lot on my Facebook page. I send out emails
Uh-huh.
to citizens. Yes, I do.
Okay, do you have a list that you send it out to?
I do.
Okay. So, and I think, is that how it got
Yeah.
that to
and
that person?
I think it
it's not our
started
job.
before the vote, too.
Okay,
This was after the vote.
Yeah.
Right,
It got
so
worse
This is-
afterwards.
This is not our job to find loopholes in these guidelines.
well,
If anything, we should be leaning towards, being gentlemen and ladies
okay,
when it comes to our ethics and our
okay,
behavior, not trying to find out how we can get around them and still get our point out to the public.
okay. Brenda?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that on point number 9 on our public service agreement, when it says, when asked about an issue that has been decided, that we state the council's position and that we support the body's decision. And when I was listening live to the NPR radio interview
Mhm.
and listened to Charlene, and when I listened to Jenny's comments, Councilmember Wolf's comments, and I heard the word sadly, this is now law, and that it took character to stand up for what they believed was right. I was upset, and I called Katrina and told her about the interview and that I was upset. And the reason I was upset was that I felt like the spirit of this, of supporting the decision, and when you use the word sadly, this is what has passed. Sadly, what I interpreted was the rest of the council doesn't have integrity. And
that was
that,
stated.
that was hurtful to me. It was indirect. Were they within following the loophole of what they could say? If asked, they can give their own views, etc. But it felt like it wasn't a team support.
Okay,
And it felt divisive.
right, Roger?
So on that number 9, just to play a little bit of devil's
So
advocate,
just
how do
let me
we?
ask you about number 9, because I can't find.
Oh, it's on
9.
page 5 of 34.
5 of 34.
School guidelines.
Oh, okay, I'm in a whole,
Yeah.
the whole wrong section of the everything.
Yeah,
As was
Okay.
I.
Thank
so,
you.
then how do we reconcile the very last sentence?
I know. it's
If
almost-
asked, council members may give their individual views on the issue. Clearly, if you didn't vote for it, your individual view is not what the majority was.
Right.
We're expected to support it, I understand that. I'm not sure how that last sentence then jives with the previous one that says, you gotta support it. So how could you have an individual view? How can you express your individual view without looking like you're not supporting it? It's a little bit,
It's in conflict.
it's a little bit in conflict.
Yeah.
Maybe we should take it out, or maybe we should do something else, but you know, if there was a vote here and it was to say, let's cut all the trees down in Gig Harbor, and I'm the only one that voted against it, and somebody asked me later, well, what do you think about that? I'm not gonna, I'm not sure if I would say, well, I think it's a great idea because the council said so.
Yeah, no,
So how do we do that?
that's a really good question, and I guess I would ask you to. How would you respond? How should you respond to that question, given these guidelines? And so what it says is that you're allowed to, express your personal opinion on an issue after it's already been decided, but you have to support the decision. So that
I was
idea is
just
on
gonna
that.
say, making it, making your statement objective, that this is what occurred. This is maybe you can say the pros and cons of this or something, but, yeah, I would leave it at that. I think it was
Mhm.
objective, no names. And I think it can be simple. It shouldn't be a lot.
Shouldn't be a
I
lot.
would
but
steer away from, myself, I would steer away from a full interview
Oh, yes,
versus, a statement, but.
I think you ought to fix that in your communication policies.
I think, can I make a suggestion on that? On number 5, and I would replace the words seek out with speak to. Because I think that we should not be speaking to the media to vent feelings when on the losing
Okay,
side of a
so
vote.
that's a whole different level of policy. It's a really different
Mhm.
policy. You have to talk about that and think about how it makes sense to have a media relations, because again, it can be tricky. Yes,
So, when I was responding to emails, I found some wording that Ann McFarland from Jurassic
Oh,
Parliament had put forward. And I know I forwarded one of them for you, when you saw what I was putting out. And it was basically, the vote has been decided, when I had people who didn't agree with what I had done, or other people had reached out. The vote has been decided, we've had open and frank debate, and for the good of the community. We support council's decision, here's some information, and here's how I can help you. But, putting in there, I voted because, I believed this, just very factual. But it was very well received. I sent it out to several people after the vote, and I got very positive responses in return. And it felt like I was kind of putting myself out there to respond to some specific people that I knew, but they were very respectful of it. And I tried to be very respectful in what I did, even though maybe I brought a different perspective than one that they brought.
right. So Ken, it sounds like good language that you might share with the rest of the group
Yeah,
here.
I'm happy to do that.
And then you look at it and then say, does this get past the divisiveness? So one of the things about your team, you're a team that is put together by the people.
In an arranged marriage, I read.
Yeah, an arranged marriage, right?
Read about
And so, but now that you're together and you're a team, then either you agree to work together as a team or you don't. If you don't work together well as a team and you have conflict and all, and you're not working together, you're not going to accomplish very much. That's not gonna, you're not gonna be able to get the work done very well. And if you do have kind of in a team, if you can have conflict, you can have constructive conflict, there's a range of conflicts. And there's, just mild conflict to destructive conflict. And there is something called productive conflict, and that's when you disagree on something. And you each have your say, and then you're done. I mean, you realize that maybe you disagreed, but you don't go anywhere with it. And if you have on your team, you have to, a good team trusts each other. You have to have trust. And if you don't trust that, if you are in a conflict, you don't trust that you're not going to be treated well, that you're not going to be hurt in some way, then you won't engage in conflict. You'll just avoid it. And then you won't get the good productive part of conflict, which is all the debate you had on a subject where you talk about it, and you came to a decision. And so it's one of those things about a team, people working together, is they have to trust that they're going to not be hurt. And I don't think that people necessarily mean to hurt people. I don't think that's, I can't imagine that. Are you hearing what are you hearing what they're saying about the communication?
Well, I'm hearing that they don't, so I'm hearing that they don't want anyone to talk to the press. And that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, that's one thing, but then, okay, so let's say I'm asking you, Jenny, based on what Brenda, her example of how she said that. What do you think about the short-term rental thing?
Well, if you're asking me now.
No, I don't want you to tell me, I want you to tell me how you would respond.
So when the NPR folks asked me, I said, this is law and it needs to be respected.
Okay.
And then I spoke more. That's what I told them. That's what I told Channel 5.
Okay.
And I don't have any clue whether or not that was edited or not, but I wanted to make sure that was out there.
Okay, so you said that, but then you must have said something else. You said something else.
Oh, I did. I said, this is not something our citizens want to see. I mean, I don't remember exactly what it was, but
Okay, so that's, and so I could see if you said something like that. What you're doing is you're speaking for everybody.
There's
And
6,000 citizens, not 150 citizens.
right, and so you're speaking that there's some people that I'm sure, whether you said it or not, everybody knows that there's probably some people in the community that disagree with where you were going for short-term rentals, or whether they have. The fact is that they were out there anyway, but not regulated at all. Is that right? So, how the words you say are important, and the way that you say it is important, but this is not, so to say something like, this is not what the community wants, that's a pretty big statement. Do you understand why?
well, maybe those are not the words I used. I mean, I didn't write it down, but for me, it was important to say that this was law and needs to be respected.
Okay,
That was important for me to say.
okay, and that's good. You could stop there, but there was more. Okay, what else?
You were talking about words and, so much can be done with words. If you wrote a paragraph on a topic right down the center and you told both sides of the story, I could not change a single word in there except the punctuation, the font, the size of the font, the color of the font, and I could sway that paragraph you wrote one way or the other, and I think everybody could, and I think that's, it's real easy to reflect back, well, this is what I wrote. Yeah, but look at the big knot in 24 font and bright red
Okay,
and
okay.
that kind of thing,
So it's like when somebody sends an email in all caps, it's like it's akin to people shouting at you, that's what they usually say. Yeah.
So, and this is kind of going down into the weeds, and I just want to state this, is that I went back and listened to and thought, okay, did I hear this right? Was I taking this too personally? And the statement, when you said this is now law, you preceded it with the word sadly. Sadly, this is now law. And that's what I had issue with, was that, you know, this, I guess this is what has to be, and yeah,
So
and
you-
it's that punctuation, and it was that one word, and I wrote it out because I was like, wow.
Or if you say this is not what the citizens wanted, you know, I'm thinking there's a whole lot of citizens that wanted exactly that. The vote, we all heard from the citizens. The vote was 6-1 on that particular subject. So to say that, we didn't listen to the citizens, just reflects on badly on all of us.
So you, this is a representative democracy that you work in. And that means that you represent the people. And you were elected to represent the people, and you do the best you can to listen to the people, all of the people. And try to figure out, and you listen to staff about, you know, what you can do, what you can't do. You get guidance, the professional guidance that you get, and then you make a decision. And it's the majority rule. And that's representative democracy. It's not always pretty. It can be very fractious, but at the end of the day, how you present yourselves to the community as a team is very important, not just to the community, but to your staff. When I will say that I've been in a council that has not got me out, that had troubles. And it was really hard on staff. It was really hard. It's not the image that you want to present. Mom and dad are getting along. And it's just, it makes it really hard for staff to function and do well. Because then they get, you know, the staff gets in between it, and they're not supposed to.
But they do.
Yeah, they don't mean to, but they need to stay out of it, but you don't want to draw them in either, yes, huh?
Just gonna add to, you know, when there's something that's spoken out after a vote's done and someone's, you know, sadly is used for, you know, example to create a different tone, to what the comment is, or what it could have been, or how it could have been interpreted, is that we want our citizens after, our I'm sorry, our residents, to,
Good catch.
yeah, thanks. So we want them to be able to move on as well. And continuing to have a fire going about something that has been decided and we should be, you know, moving on from. And it's, of course, even this STR, there are things that we will likely change about it in coming years as we learn more.
Coming months.
But it really, it derails people. And when I think of serving our community, it's not just it's on the vote, but it's on their livelihood, on their emotions, how they feel at the end of the day. And I will say in this case, because of, you know, emails that are generated on this topic, from Councilmember Wu, put a lot of fear and anxiety in people around things that were opinions, not facts. And it really plays with emotions, and it's affected people that are in my very neighborhood that, yeah, it's tarnished our reputation and a lot of fear in their minds and things that are real.
So just let me say that after this vote, I said to the citizens after the vote that I know you're frustrated, if there's anybody out there.
People that you were talking to that were following you and who agreed with you. right?
Well, no, I said this in the council,
Okay.
after the vote. And
Okay.
I said, if any of you are feeling frustrated out there, please take your frustration and be inspired. We have council committees, we have volunteer committees like a planning commission and a parks commission and other committees. Please be involved and volunteer in your community and help make a difference.
Okay, so, okay, did you remember that, for saying something like that?
She didn't complete what she said.
Yeah.
What she also said was, by the way, 3 of the people that voted for this are up for reelection. Don't forget, you could change that.
So
come
I
the
did not
election.
say that during the council meeting.
You put it in an email and you put it on your Facebook page.
I did.
Okay, so, okay.
I
And,
have a silver lining when you're done.
okay, because that,
I didn't say that in the council meeting.
Yeah, but,
I didn't want to say it in the council.
but it's out
meeting.
there in the public domain.
Still saying that.
We have an election this year.
I
Of course,
know.
there's lots of ways that people can volunteer.
How do you get involved with each other's elections? Or should you? I mean, that's a tricky thing there. I mean, because when you said that, what were you implying when you said that?
You know, what
don't
I
wanna
was
assume
implying,
that-
and also at the same time I said that, I also talked about the other committees that people can volunteer
Okay.
on. So my thing is there's lots of ways to volunteer in this community and volunteer on this committee. If you want to run for council, be involved. That's what I meant. That's what I said.
Okay, so, but when she said, by the way, there's 3 seats up, what did that say to you? For those of you whose seats are up?
Well, my
Yeah.
seat's not up, but I
Okay.
think I
Yeah,
can
you-
speak to it, how I would feel is. You don't like this vote, regardless of how else you conduct yourself as a councilman, but if you don't like this and you're fired up about it enough, don't vote for that.
That's what it implied.
Yeah, and so is that, what do you think about that? Is that part of a council person's job? Yeah, Julie, I love your perspective because you're brand new.
I think there was something a bit different that I took that a little bit differently.
Okay,
What I heard, Jenny, and I thought I heard it come out of your mouth when you said, and these 3 positions are up for reelection. If you don't like the vote for somebody different, and we can overturn this ordinance next
Mhm.
January.
I did not say that.
It's in writing.
I did not say that.
you didn't say it in the council.
I did not say that in the council meeting.
But was it in?
Well, it might have been in the work session or something, but somehow either you conveyed it in writing or saying it personally. I
Okay.
really thought you said it in person, and if you didn't, my apologies.
I did not say that in person.
Okay, so how do you feel about that?
And so how I felt about that was not about, you don't have to vote for Julie Martin. I've got big shoulders, I'm fine. That's gonna be okay.
Mhm.
What concerned me though was, I'm gonna put 3 more people in here and we're gonna overturn this ordinance and what it said, not only to the council, but what it said to the staff. Because we don't know if that's what's gonna get overturned if the ordinance will be overturned, and that was disappointing to hear that part. That was my disappointment in hearing or reading, I'm not sure which now. That because the staff worked for over 18 months on it, the council members put it in, I think there's ways that it could have been handled differently 18 months ago,
Mm.
but that's me Monday morning quarterbacking, and that's not fair. So we are where we are today. We all agreed that voted for the ordinance that we said, look, we'd like data. We want a consultant to come in to take a look at things. We want to see where the actual facts are. And there's some legalities of things that we won't be discussing in this meeting
Mhm.
that we also need to take a look at as a good governing body. Those are the things that concern me. Then to go to number 9, I do think that's in conflict. So council members may give their individual views on the issue. To me, I almost feel like that's before the vote.
Okay.
If we're doing
Yeah.
our jobs as council members. And I truly believe Jenny was doing that she really believed that she could go out there and say, look. I don't think there should be short-term rentals. I think there's gonna be larger corporations that come in here and potentially purchasing properties, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, do we have the facts? No. That has happened? Has it happened in other places? Yep, we saw some places where that has happened, absolutely. And I think that should happen beforehand. That all is influencing then what our community wants to do as far as their input to council members on any given issue, rather than after the fact. We are going to be transparent with this. We are going to have monthly data. We are going to have a consultant come in. I mean, we laid all that out for those very reasons. But to say that we can overturn this ordinance in January, I don't know who those 3 people are. Julie Martin decides either not to run or not to get elected. I don't know if my counterpart's gonna vote for this ordinance if it comes up again. I don't know.
So
And I think it's
are you up
unjust.
for the vacancy?
Yes, I think it's-
Welcome to the city council,
Yeah,
now you
no,
have a campaign.
but I think it's unjust to say that. So that's what
Yeah.
bothered me more than anything
Okay.
about that statement.
Okay,
I was also concerned about the impact that you mentioned on staff. Matter of fact, even when I called Katrina and was just expressing that I was frustrated trying to figure out the communication problem or, gaps and how we were getting information out and how the process was supposed to go. I know that a day or two later, I apologized to Katrina and said, I was booked up, I took your time, I'm sure you had a busy day. And I was like, you're having to deal with council stuff and I should be dealing with that outside. And I'm sure that was hard on Katrina, who needs to stay apolitical. And, so I saw myself, and I'm normally a pretty, try to be pretty fair, even person. And I thought, oh goodness, I'm contributing to this. And so was trying to speak more directly with council people and I could just see things getting more heated and
So
it was tough.
putting staff in the middle, you're right,
It's
that is,
wrong,
that's
yeah.
not a good move. The mayor, I don't know how you get involved with these conflicts, or do you at all?
Well, it's been a bit tricky for me because of the former administration being so involved in council's decision and so involved in staff's business and all of that. I've been trying to strike a healthy balance of letting the council do the council's job, letting staff do staff's job. But in this situation, as I watched kind of everything unfolding, everyone in this building pretty much, well, all of our leadership team and executive team report to Katrina. And then the staff under report to their supervisors. But I'm the only person looking out for Katrina. Meaning my protection, I'm supposed to be protecting her workload. Because no one else on our staff can protect her workload because they all report to her. She reports directly to me. She's the only one in the city that reports directly to me. And so if we hadn't moved this on to a public hearing and it was gonna like go on again and the moratorium was gonna, I was going to cut off all communications between council and Katrina simply because of her workload. Her workload in trying to deal with what is happening at a staff level is incredibly high and overburdened. We're working on that. I'm thinking of solutions to help her workload. She's doing a phenomenal job. I don't want to say, and she's doing an amazing job juggling staff, juggling council. But it is really more in my realm to talk to council members about things like this. And then me encourage council to talk to themselves about these things than it is for it to be her role.
Yes.
Because I am an elected official, just like all of you. So it really is in more of my realm to speak to council members individually about things that they're really concerned about in terms of council, how the city is communicating things outwardly. And so I apologize to Katrina actually for not squashing that a little sooner, because I am responsible for her mental and physical well-being just as much as I am for everyone in this organization. But she doesn't have as many people looking out for her as the other leaders in the city do. And so I would ask, and she is not and cannot be political. And so to be put in that position, it was concerning to me. And like I said, if this wasn't already like moving forward and I knew there was gonna be hopefully some kind of resolution, but if that moratorium could have been extended or this is, and moving forward, even as we work with the consultant, even as we work with the communications between council and staff really should filter through me probably, just so I at least have an idea of what is being said to staff. And then I can talk to staff about, okay, what is your workload like? Do you have like an hour you can talk to some council members real quick about and answer some questions? But their workloads are so heavy that having all of this council dissension going on and then having staff talking to council about how bad they're, feeling about all this, that's really not staff's job and it shouldn't be on their plate because they're already, Their job is to fulfill the will of the council once the council has put their will forward. Not deal with all this stuff, you know, in contention before the will of the council has actually been decided.
Okay.
So anyway, you may,
I've been in my back the whole time.
yeah,
And I now push my chair back because I'm pulling you into this group in this discussion.
and if Katrina would like to respond to that,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I really appreciate that. We are a team and we are a high functioning team.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you know.
We agree.
We
agree.
Yeah, we absolutely.
And, and I really appreciate what you're saying, but I don't think you need to apologize. I know I know the policies and the codes and the regulations. And if any of you are talking to me about anything, it doesn't leave. I don't tell other council members what other council members say. And I think you all know that. And I will guide you. And when you get to that point where you cross the line, I tell you.
Yeah.
And so now we will have if it gets to that point again, I will ask you to talk to the mayor. So in terms of this, people coming to me with their concerns, I'm looking at the code, talking to legal and saying, was this illegal? No. Did it potentially violate council rules and procedures? Maybe, and that's why it's on the agenda today, because it's not for me to decide. My responsibility is for the staff. And I appreciate the discussion that the mayor had about the staff because they feel this. And that is all I want to say about this is there is some hurt among the planning team about some of the communications that was put out there and the news reports, and they are feeling that they have been put on the mistrust side of the community. And as their leader, I want to see that stop. And so that is my only contribution to this discussion, is that staff does feel that their work was not valued, and that it was not talked about well in the public and on the news. And so that is the one component that I want to mention.
Thank you. So, yes.
We did say that Katrina was apolitical, but somewhere there's a gray area because it happened to be a political situation, so to speak, as far as legislation is concerned. But when her staff has to respond to 100 of 150 emails that and probably maybe unnecessarily, that takes their time, so she has to get involved. And when her staff is getting bad mouthed within the community, like she just said, that's when she has to get involved. Is forced to get involved. But I will say two things. One is, I didn't realize the word minion was not acceptable, so I apologize for that. Secondly, the silver lining I spoke about was that some of those followers that I was referring to, one came to me, one came to my wife and said, you know, what was the story there? And when the story was told, they were saying, gee, I get it now. No wonder the vote was 6-1. So the opinion in the community is changing and they're not as hoodwinked as they were at one time.
Okay, so when you said hoodwink,
Was that
well, that kind of implies that there's that intent, there's a evil intent. So Jenny wants to say something, and then can I go?
No, let Jenny.
Yeah, so that's, yeah.
So my question is, was the staff getting emails from the citizens? We have Lee says the staff was getting emails from the citizens.
So let me address that. So I actually, this is page 29 of 34, 6.6. Responding to emails sent to mayor and council at bigharborlaw.gov. In the second paragraph, it says, it is the responsibility of the mayor to acknowledge and address each email sent to this address. The mayor may delegate the acknowledgement and response to the city administrator or another appropriate staff member. Council will be copied on all responses to these emails. So the emails that I believe Lee's referring to came from an email or multiple emails that were sent to your distribution list, asking them to comment to the mayor and council address. And so they did in droves. I mean, hundreds of emails came in. So what I'm hoping is that we can either remove this section, knowing that I, or staff is going to respond to emails that come into mayor and council email address, or that it says something to the effect of, if these emails appear to be coming because this address was, I don't wanna say spammed, but if someone sends an email from their auto-generated, if they seem auto-generated or they're in the same subject line and they're all just saying yes, no, you know, it came from, it wasn't solicited from, or it wasn't just independent citizens writing in with their feelings about something. It was, they were asked to respond and they were asked to say, I want you to say yes or no. And so I had to delegate, because I don't have time to respond to 300 emails that are coming in 5 days. And neither do my family. And so I don't want to spend taxpayer dollars anymore, and I don't want to expend staff time answering emails that the city did not solicit in a survey that was put out by the city as a whole. Or if it's an individual council member emailing, asking for feedback, then they should have their personal email address on that email as the response email. It should not come to the mayor and council email address when it's being solicited by one individual. That's my opinion, because these rules are telling me I have to delegate a staff member or myself to respond to all these emails, and it's hours of time.
Are you saying that, so what Jenny asked was, did staff get those emails? Did they see those emails?
So the mayor and council email address comes to all the council members, myself, the city clerk, the city administrator, and the assistant city clerk. So we are that's who receives those emails. And based on the subject matter, it may make more sense for Jeff from Public Works to send a response to residents if it's about a street project, like the Harbor
Delegate
View.
those to each. So
Yes.
If we get something about,
If it's about
there's a
parks,
pothole here, I'll say, Jeff, can you respond to this and
Right.
CC council?
yes. But when there are hundreds coming in, just one every 30 seconds, literally, I cannot ask my staff to do that anymore. It is too much time. It is a lot of stress on them. Because then people do respond back to that staff person sometimes. They respond to the auto, like they come up with a cut and paste response because that's all they have time to do. So then people respond to the cut and paste response, and then it's to that individual staff person. And then they feel obligated to respond to that personal response. And it's just hours of time that they don't have.
So speaking on behalf of staff, when those went out, or we weren't on the receiving end of the email that went out. So staff is finding out third hand that there's something that goes out that says something that is not aligned with what the city's message
This
is.
is it's a small town, word gets out.
And so the responses that staff were getting are sometimes derogatory, sometimes stating mistrust.
Yeah.
That either our director or their staff are not conducting the process properly.
Mhm.
And I'm just being honest that that's how they felt.
Did that, and you felt like those emails resulted from Jenny's?
Yes, they were
Yes.
directly from an email that was sent, because it had the same subject line.
No, I don't think so, not this time, no.
A lot
These
of
were
them
all
have the same
individually
subject line.
emails by individual people.
No, I'm
No,
sorry, they
they're
were
MailChimp.
not.
Well, of course they went through MailChimp.
It's from that group that received your email.
Right, right.
So they would forward the message sometimes with your email under it, same subject line that went out from you to them, like RE something. A lot of the responses had the exact same subject line, so we knew that they came from the same place. That's
Some
how.
came back to Jenny and then she
Yes,
returned,
some
Yeah.
came to you.
and then she
report that to us.
returned,
right.
sent to all of us.
So I'm the backlog of people here.
Yes,
Okay.
so that's something we
I'm
still
gonna
have
say
to
that-
respond to.
They did get, the staff did get some direct comments from people that were not supportive, and that I don't know that you would have wanted. I don't think you would want to do that to staff. I mean,
No, I would not want.
No.
I mean, I knew that they went to mayor and council.
Yeah,
You know, if you wanna have a comment, if you wanna send something, if you wanna say something. You know, I did a poll, unscientific poll, short-term rentals, here's the ordinance, read the ordinance. Do you want them? Yes. Do you want them? No. Do you want something else? Let your voice be heard and put an address in there.
Okay. Brenda.
So
Finally,
actually,
I'm thinking.
no, it's all good. Actually, I think Tracy actually brought up most of what I was gonna say, is that I was concerned about the mayor and council email and how we use it, and that we should revisit it. And I'm concerned about the amount of staff time. I know in conversations I had with Tiffany, you know, how many or how much I heard, you know, hours needed to be spent in that. And, you know, we're all in council and we're used to seeing this stuff, but it got more, it just took a particularly ugly tone in this last batch. That I think kind of made some of us pause a little bit, like, wow, almost to the point, you know, you have respect for prior council people, you know, just seeing that. And, you know, we're all doing this, we're all confident in what we do. But when you get these attacks against the staff, against the city, Gig Harbor's ruined, you know, nothing's gonna be the same, our crime's gonna explode, just all these things, it just felt just.
Well, there were attacks on us as well.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, and I had a couple of people come to my home. Oh, yeah,
Well, it kind of implies that you're not doing a very good job running the city, because you do all these things, but, you know, so, and I understand, those are really hard to get. And you work really hard at what you do, you all do,
right.
and then to get kind of, you
Well,
know.
and
well, we can work
constructive
that.
criticism is a part, you know, criticism and improvement
Yes.
is a part of what we
Right.
all need to hear,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And when I had one-on-one conversations with people, it usually ended quite okay, even if we disagreed on little issues about it and we heard each other out and just kind of were like, okay. But, just the way that this email is used, you know, I was just thinking, is there a different way we could do this?
Mhm.
And I see why it was created. It gives people a voice, you know, it's a quick way to attend to people. But I'm wondering, do we need to step back and say, how should we do this? And I was supportive of what Tracy said.
And how should, you know, and how, or should you respond? Some of them, do need to respond, every single one of them individually, so.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to, you know, how these emails are going out too, when it's a select group and it's not all inclusive of all citizens in Gig Harbor. That's also, it's inaccurate holding, right? Because what I would look at,
Said it was unscientific.
and exactly, but it also, when we're trying to read through the hundreds of emails and really get a true sense of how people feel, you know, creating our own percentage somehow. Is that I noticed a huge difference between what was solicited and unsolicited and what their comments would be.
Right.
And that's why I think it upset such a large group of people that were on that distribution. That the vote would end up being 6-1, right? So when you look at it, a 6-1 versus what was unscientific. Well, I mean, that's what's creating more turmoil.
So split councils, like 3-4, you know, or something that's always tricky. But 6-1 is pretty decisive, that's pretty clear, but you were in the minority, so. But I guess the feeling I get is this, where civility left us somewhere in this country and in the world. It is this, you know, the concept of civil discourse.
Bless you. God bless you.
Okay.
She's not there yet.
Is, you know, and civil discourse, you know, talk about what is civil discourse and how do you disagree respectfully and politely is, I mean, I think, and because you are setting a tone for the community, right? And if they see you, you know, you not having civil discourse, then they won't have civil discourse, and then you have division among the community. Not everybody has to agree with everybody all the time. They just don't. That's democracy. It's like that. It's messy. But it works at the end of the day. Yes, sir?
Well, I don't know if I want to make this point, I'm gonna retract.
Okay, never mind. Okay, so.
We got a good pace, I don't want to mess that up.
Okay, so, one of the things is, if you feel like there's, we talked about this before, when we said, okay, with a code of conduct or something that you adopt that is not a, black or white ethical violation, it's more about behaviors that you, the council, have to, hold each other accountable and have to communicate with each other about, that was really, I got an email, it was really hurt. From you, let's say you said it, or you said, whatever you said, that it was not, this is how this is what I got from, and it basically said, you're all white, you know what you're doing. And, so I think that's, one of the things that you have to figure out here is, so you're kind of doing it right here, right now, a little bit. But, you all have to buy into it, and did you go, how'd you vote on this? These guidelines, did you?
I voted nay.
You did, and so but the rest of them adopted it, right?
Right.
And so it applies to you, right?
Right,
Okay, so just.
along with the First Amendment.
Okay, whatever we sort of said about the First Amendment, yes, you do have a right to say things. But should you? And that's, that's the kind of, that's the hard part about, you can say whatever you want, but sometimes, for the greater good, you gotta, so
So these are the council guidelines, and we were given some samples of
sanctions,
and that's what we're talking about.
okay.
So what is the
Okay,
next
so yeah,
step?
let's flip the thing.
What is the next step of getting those sanctions put into this, so we can actually use them and hold each other accountable?
Okay, so you have to work with your city attorney, you have to talk, I really need to have your attorney here to talk about that, about what that looks like and what does a sanction look like.
These sanctions came from them.
They came from Josh.
They came from Josh, they were reviewed by Daniel, so
Okay.
any language code the council will propose, we would need to run this by Daniel first.
Okay,
When did this happen? When did the sanctions go out?
This
In
was
the retreat
packet, the agenda, the retreat packet.
Should be
Oh.
in there, probably under this file.
oh, that's right, so there was something in there, and so, and
I think
what,
the next one down.
and I think,
Go with the whole for now.
There's a memorandum from
Holes is the way.
Josh Sticker.
It's right after the council guidelines.
And I will say that staff did not just prepare this, staff prepared this at the request of council at the
Yeah.
previous work session.
at
So
a,
this,
at a meeting that you were all at,
yes,
Mhm.
they were all at.
staff
okay.
was directed to put forward a memo.
Okay.
With language.
Wasn't online.
It's on.
Yes, it's online.
It is.
Yeah. That's fine, this is gonna do.
And Josh is here for, city for questions about what, he has a memo in here. And he did prepare this, so if there are questions that aren't legal, but could be answered by Josh, he is here to answer. those.
So Josh, I have a question then. What exactly are our next steps in putting these sanctions in the guidelines?
So basically what I've given you is just some examples and some ideas of things that other cities have done. So in general, what's in the memo would be things that you could legally do, steps that you could take. I think what we would like, or if council wants to pursue this, the course of action here would be to review these, talk about which procedures you like, and then if you want to direct staff, we can get them prepared to be included in council guidelines. And we can work with the attorney to do that, to bring back the guidelines, which we adopt by resolution. So these are just very general examples of what options are out there. If you want to pursue one of these or want to direct us to draft something, we can do that. But that's kind of what it's for.
So so you have something, and the question for you is, and you're not gonna vote on it, but. So we talked about some changes to the guidelines. About being more clear about media relations, be more clear about you know, when you voice a minority, when's the appropriate time to voice a minority opinion? And how do you do that? And it's usually during deliberation. That's where that happens, because everybody then has, that gives everybody the opportunity to respond and, you know, to give sides if you do it under council deliberation. And so those are two areas, and then, sounds like you sounds like you're probably interested, some of you, I don't know, and you can't think about, this is not a big, deep, Hamilton meeting. This is
We can show.
retreat.
Interesting.
We can show
Okay.
support, yeah.
Okay, but the reason that you would put a sanction in is, what are you wanting to happen with that? How do you want to use that? Is that the tool that you want to use to hold each other accountable and to hold yourself accountable? Is that what you want to do?
Well, let me ask you, I don't know of another way to do that. So
Okay.
if I am not adhering to these guidelines, I would hope to say, hey, Julie, give you a little bump, get you back on track, right?
Yeah.
If I continue to do that, then we have the right to do that, because not only is it impacting the council and the staff, it's the community it's impacting, and it's potentially setting us up for legal liability, depending on what it is I might not be adhering to. So if there's something else besides sanctions, I'm open to that. I've never heard of something different than that in a governmental body.
Yeah, that's kind of really all you have is you adopt policies, and when you don't follow the policies, then you receive a sanction. And it's a sort of a public process where you publicly sanction one of your council members.
There are 4 sanctions called out here, and they go by varying degrees of impact. I would be in favor of putting all 4 in here. And when it came time to sanction somebody, letting council decide upon themselves, how important was the violation of the guideline? Or maybe we just, you know, so we could have varying degrees of sanction, and it would be dependent upon council and future councils to what degree they wanted to sanction the violator.
And do they, I've not seen it in my
You could
material.
say the 4.
Are you
There
talking
are
about?
multiple examples.
There are 3 of them.
In Ferndale.
Ferndale is the one that.
No, I was talking about,
Okay,
on the second page of the
City
memorandum,
of Ferndale.
the top of it talks about.
verbal admonishment, formal letter of recommend, formal motion or resolution of censure.
Yeah, so there's 4 items.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ferndale.
Yes.
So let's say,
No, this is the one right
let's say
here.
somebody's, you know, in violation of the policy, somebody was using their cell phone during the meeting. Then we can say, well, gee, Mary, you shouldn't be doing that. Therefore, I'm going to, we all decide.
To verbally admonish
you.
me.
But if you were to pull a firearm or something, maybe we decide to remove you from every board you're on,
Mhm.
something like that, depending upon the degree of the violation.
So that's a punishment, but the intent is to get the council member to stop doing whatever they're doing. That is not in, you know, you change the rules or you follow the rules. And so I guess I'm.
Or just the threat of the action.
Well,
You know, I mean, maybe somebody will think twice, that they think they're going to be brought up in public meeting. And I don't know if punishment's a bad word or not, but if they're
well,
going to.
it's kind of so if that was, so I'm gonna ask you, because you're not the one asking for sanctions, I don't think. Are you in favor of having sanctions?
I would want to have a clear direction in council guidelines and policies. Because apparently what we have now is not clear. You know, we have a council member who, when they weren't elected to be mayor pro tem, said that we were all dead to him. And that he doesn't get mad, he gets even.
Okay, so that's kind of, that's okay. So that is another example of something that was said that was like, that wasn't very good. shouldn't have said that, apologize. Was it public? Was it in a public meeting?
No,
No, okay, well then, you know, people say things and then, you know, and if that offended you, then you could stop, say to that person, you know, that is really.
so whatever we do sanction wise, I think it has to be clearly spelled out in guidelines, policies. We can't be ambiguous.
Okay, so. Sabrina, I think that, so if somebody were, so clearly we're talking about something that you're doing that they want you to stop doing.
Right.
Right, okay, so let's just talk about that. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Would a sanction, make you think twice?
Well, yeah, I mean, well, no, not really. What would make me think twice is if something was spelled out in council guidelines and rules. For example, if you don't say that you can't speak out the media, if you don't want somebody talking to the media after a vote, say, you will not talk to the media, you will leave that up to the city. That to me is clear.
Okay,
And does, that means more to me than a sanction. A sanction, I would rather see, I mean, sanctions are fine, I don't have a problem with sanctions, but they have, it has to be clearly spelled out.
okay, and so what about the guideline that says that once a decision is made, that everybody will honor the decision, if the decision is made? But the only other part of that is, you know, state your personal opinion.
Right.
Well, maybe that's, you have to be careful with that, right? Because
It can be edited.
it can be edited and it can stir up a lot of distrust amongst the community and amongst council.
I mean, I don't think you can sanction somebody if that is part of the, for that issue, if it is part of the guidelines, rules and regulations.
Okay.
And my guess is with First Amendment rights,
But again,
you know,
it's kind of like, some of this is like, you can put it down in writing. You can have rules. And then but you have to have trust and respect for each other, for everybody. And that has to underlie the relationships, because you can't put be nice in your, in your rules, but that's what you really need to be.
so if I'm I mean, obviously I'm the offender here.
Yeah.
So in their minds,
Right, well,
So-
and you feel okay about what you're doing.
yeah, good.
Are you not worried about that it's hurting people indirectly?
I don't ever want to hurt anybody directly or indirectly.
I don't see that, yeah, I don't think you would. I don't think you need to do it.
No, and
Okay.
for me, guidelines that are specific direct me in the path that I need to go.
Okay. So then you're going to want to be a little bit more specific and maybe more direct in what they're saying so that it's clear to you.
And I would want it in the document.
Okay, and it would have to make sense, whatever you put in the document would have to make sense to all of you. And it's something that you all have to agree to. I mean, you could vote, no, it had to be something that I'd want you to vote yay on, not nay, right? Because if you say nay, basically, in your mind, when you say nay, even though they're opposed in your heart, you're not there with it. Yeah, Seth?
Yeah, so just on the public service agreements, to go back into that a little bit. Because we've made some comments there, Katrina, and I don't know if you've been tracking or feeling like you're getting a little bit of guidance from the council on what changes we'd like to have. Or if we need to go back through that, or
That would be great to go back through. I do have started a list of media relations with
yeah.
the bullet that I have. So far.
Relations, yeah,
And then sanctions.
city staff. to
I haven't
manage.
had
We
a
also-
clear indication of if everyone wanted sanctions and then what, if any of these they wanted.
Yeah,
I think they should be spelled out.
Okay.
Versus or majority support for sanctions to be put in.
okay, you're not, without
Not
taking a vote,
specifically.
you want
Yes.
something else
Yeah.
to come back
Just follow
to the
count.
council.
Yes.
Along with these other edits.
I think it needs
Okay.
to be included.
Okay.
So I'm gonna keep going with my thoughts.
Yeah, I just want my hand in there.
Okay.
You're in the queue.
And, I know we're also getting close to time as well, so this might need to be a study session item, where we can come back and look what the staff brings. I want to bring out one part here, that's the number one item, and I think this is really important for us. I think, my last 15 months in council now, I mean, there's a lot of learning. And we've held, I don't know, we call it the feel good retreat. We're learning about each other, learning our colors. It's great. I don't think that well, at least I don't feel for myself that I got as much out of it as I had hoped. And that's not a reflection on you.
Oh.
But just hoping that, we wouldn't come to this point where we're talking about, where we feel there's a violation of the SDAs and having to put sanctions in place. We don't want to just throw out sanctions and, in some ways it seem like penalizing someone or restricting them. And so the number one here, I'm just going to read it out loud. I think this is very important. And I think this is the first step. I think we've had to move on now past that for this, this latest situation, but disagreement and difference of opinion is an honored and respected feature of government in Gig Harbor. Council members will acknowledge and respect other members' perspectives. In areas of disagreement with another council member, every attempt will be made to have a private conversation outside of a council meeting first. And I think that is very, I don't know, I think I could be better at that. I definitely learned that this last year. That was one of my outcomes from, from our other retreat. But when we look back at some of the sanctions and steps, I think that should be moved in there. I think there's something of that language. It can be stay in the SDAs, but the sanctions should include that portion as well.
But disagreement, and I like that's a really, if you follow that.
Yeah.
And that's the way that you work as a team, and that's how you do disagreement, then you're gonna be able to work together and nobody's gonna be feel singled out. Nobody should be feel like they were attacked or whatever. We gotta, this is disagreeing civilly.
Right.
Right? Okay, you can disagree.
Yeah, it's not just on a vote. This can be more on just
Anything.
behavior, how they're going about your business.
Mary?
Just getting a little bit specific on the public service agreements, I would like to add one after number 3. That I think that's where it goes. Council members will present issues to the public based on, this isn't quite the right wording, but available complete facts. So that we try not to put our opinions into the way that we present an issue to the public. And then I do also want to change in number 5, I want to change not the seek out to speak to media. And remove that last sentence on number 9 to make it less ambiguous.
Well, we could take that last sentence on 9 and move it up to number 1 or something, but I think we, before a vote.
Yeah,
Before a
before
vote.
vote,
I
yeah,
think all of us
Oh, absolutely.
have absolutely right to say, I don't like this. It's terrible. After the vote, a different thing. So I wouldn't take it out. I think that we do need to be able to voice our opinion, whether
but
it's
it's
Jenny or.
before, yeah.
It's before them.
Mhm.
So I will not follow that. You get ready now to sanction me, because after the vote, I can say, this is what happened, needs to be respected, this is why I didn't vote for this. I have every right to say that. If you want to sanction me, sanction me.
And I think maybe it's all in the way you say it.
Yeah.
I think, because I think it's okay to talk about, this is what they said.
Right.
This is one side and this is what another side, and.
I have to
this
be is
able
able
to
to say why I didn't vote for something.
Yeah,
I think it's already being said during the meeting.
yeah, I mean,
I
that's.
think after the vote, if somebody asks me, I have the right to say, yes, this is the law, it needs to be respected, but I didn't vote for it, and this is why.
And you have been, when you were deliberating on that in council, you were expressing your concerns and disagreements.
Right.
So that's the platform, that's really the platform to put out the dissenting view, and that's, you're supposed to do that. So, but I think what they're saying is that that's the time to do it, and after that, after the vote, then it's done. Go on, move on. Yeah, I guess you have got a lot to do. The other thing I heard, I don't want to go, is something about the all mayor and council
And use of
email,
the mayor and
how that gets used, because that really becomes, if you don't use it for the right things, it becomes very burdensome on staff to respond to, and it also kind of puts your staff in the middle of your of mom and dad's arguments or the disagreements, and it's very uncomfortable.
I'd like to get a recommendation from staff on another way to handle that,
Okay,
because I think there probably are other ways that we could handle those emails. I like the fact that the community has a way to send a message to all of us to say, I'm seeing this, I'm hearing this, let me know. You know, it's an invitation to build a relationship too. But in this most recent case, it caused a lot of problems.
okay. All right, so do you have what you need for the next part of this discussion? We have to get to council committees too.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
And yes, I do. I think it's generally okay. You know, there were a couple of bumps in the road, like something would come in and several of you would send it to the staff person. But those bumps have been evened out. So you all know that I get those emails, and if it needs to be addressed by Jeff or Carl or whoever, I send it to them and they're responding within 48 hours. That's our level of service standard for responding to those. So I think that has been evened out. What a big part of the thing is there were so many emails coming in saying, you know, either yes, no, or some option. And at first we didn't know what they were responding to.
oh, okay,
And so then when staff is responding to them, we don't really, we're prepared, the staff is prepared to talk to the ordinance and to the process, not necessarily to something that went out that is not sponsored by the city. And so I ended up writing a generic something for Tiffany to send back to each of them, but it ended up taking half of her day a couple of times. And so what we have been talking about, Josh, Tiffany, the mayor and I, is on things like that, where we're getting hundreds of emails, we're not gonna have the bandwidth to be able to do this again. And we will have to rely on some other way of getting that information out. We have asked IT to see if they can tag on something to your response so that it automatically generates. And at this point, we don't have that yet, but we're working on it.
yeah, you'd have to have something, some common something in the email that's sent to be able to attach onto. For it to flag it, I think, so that's
So,
good luck with
Being
that.
out of an office reply.
Yeah.
I'm just my own thoughts.
Yeah.
so I think that we can come up with something, I think we can come up with something for that.
Okay, so before we move to council committees, and I know we could talk, we'd be here all night and talk about this, and I feel like you're a little stuck. And then somehow, I don't know if you feel like you're getting this resolved or not. And maybe, maybe you will deal with it with rules. Or maybe you'll deal with it in talking to each other about how you work together. You know how we talked earlier about how far this city has come in the last few years? How dysfunctional it was under where you all talked about the prior administration, how many staff left because of that. And you've come so far. And you've got so much going for you now. Grab a hold of that and try to go with that. You should be really proud of what you've done. And even today, this was a really hard conversation. I can't fix it for you.
You know that 90, probably 95% of the time when we vote, we pretty much agree.
And that's great.
It is great.
And see, that shows a unity and that you're working together. And it's okay to not vote 100% of the time. But when it's done, it's done. And it's over, move on. So council committees say so what is this about? Who brought this up?
We have council committee assignments that need to
Yeah.
be discussed.
Okay,
Can Josh specify the process of how we choose who's assigned on this committee? Because it's under job now.
Yes, did you hear the question from Councilmember Lycum, John?
Yeah, and the answer is it just depends on the committee. Each committee, what's on the list that you have in the packet are a list of committees that have requested council support in most cases. In some cases, it's kind of up to the mayor to send someone to the committee. In some cases, like the Pierce County Flood Control Zone, you actually have to apply to be on the committee, and they generally are happy to take whoever we send that way. So it varies. I think we've found in past years that it's just easiest to have council meet together and kind of determine amongst themselves where they would like to be assigned, and usually that works out fine for the people that are requesting representation. But each one is a little bit different in the way the appointment process works.
so that help? With how it
So what are
happened?
we deciding now?
So
Yeah.
Josh,
We're supposed to
are
be making a
you wanting
decision,
us,
but-
yeah, are you wanting us to go committee by committee and ask which council members would like to sit on these? Just ask for, create some lists of who would like to serve on what and then go forward from there?
Cause
Yeah,
I
I
thought we sent our requests in.
We did that a couple of months ago, yes, and I don't have those tallies for this round because we kind of decided to take a step back and look at the process again, and I think that's what this discussion is here.
So if council can decide today who is on these committees, then Josh will bring forward to a council meeting adopting who's on them. And I believe that'll be on the last meeting in March.
So you have a list of everybody that wants to be on what committees? Yeah.
It sounds like we did, so I don't know if we can just go committee by committee quickly and.
It would have to be pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So anyone interested in serving on LTAC, raise your hand. Barbara Scotia, okay?
Do we have to talk about it now, or you guys
No.
just, do you come back and tell us who's on what, or?
We can, yeah, you can talk about why you would like to serve on that
Okay.
committee and.
Yeah, I guess in my case, and I'm happy.
Sure,
to-
seconds or less.
What, 30 seconds for us, I can do that,
Yes.
okay,
Oh, yeah,
So-
yes, you council should decide which one of you you
we can
want.
do that after this.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm not gonna pick who's going on.
Oh, I see, I got it, perfect, check.
So I guess maybe let's just, we wanna make some lists and then have,
Just, I guess people saying we go to LTAC, who wants to be on LTAC?
so Councilmember Garland wants to be on LTAC, so does Councilmember Storka. So maybe just state in 30 seconds why you would like to be on this committee.
I would like to be on the LTAC committee because I'm interested in supporting tourism and helping to put some parameters around this committee and making them more effective. Not saying that you have made them ineffective.
Sure. I agree, okay, I'll try, I didn't write it down or anything.
I didn't either.
Oh, you were.
I are a
okay,
communicator.
All right, so I've been on there for the last year, and we have made a lot of adjustments in this area from how LTAC was managed in the past. We do want to put some more structure around it where, you know, when we're looking at what organizations those funds are going to clean it up, because right now it's very much, I feel like, an opinion based, and how you determine the weight is very difficult. So that's one thing that we asked Josh this last week to come back with for our following meeting. So I would just like to continue in there because I think the group is just making so much progress. That's why I'd like to stick around, you know, in that sharing the role, but I'm also happy if Mary switches it up. I think these are great experiences across all of these, so moving it around is healthy.
I'll trade you Tina.
I think,
Done?
Yeah,
Okay,
Okay,
next.
Wait,
we just
decided?
as long as they
decided.
don't meet every week.
No, it's every quarter.
Okay.
He's taking the narrows.
Okay.
Well,
Airport.
we have to see if anyone else is.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so so thank you for stating that. So here's County Regional Council, who would like to serve on that.
Brenda.
Okay. Did I miss somebody? Okay, so maybe 30 seconds, why you'd like to be on this, committee. You're currently on it.
I'm currently on it. I think I've done a good job, Katrina. So I'd like to continue on it. And yeah, I like to continue on it. Something that I'm interested in, representing our city on the Pierce County Regional Council. I think it's an important position and I always send usually Katrina and Carl the agenda. If there's anything they'd like me to, position they'd like me to take on this committee. So, yeah.
Councilor Likens?
Yeah, I, put my name in for last year as well. I am interested in just the overall, how we coordinate with the county, other regions, with the Growth Management Act. I find the whole, Growth Management Act, issues in particularly related to housing and growth, fascinating. And I want to make sure whoever is representing us on the council is representing the city's position on issues, whether it be with the, that the mayor or Katrina also attend, or, I think there's a potential for partnership.
Should we use orange and green? So we can decide, unless there's,
For each, for the council to show support for which person they would like to be on the committee.
Oh,
Yeah, let's do
Is
it.
it the council's vote or does this
It's the
come from you?
council vote.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's the council for.
So going back to LTAP then, Councilmember Barber will be green, Councilmember Scarlett will be orange. So if you are in favor of Councilmember Barber or Council Barber or Storsett, please raise your color or who you would like.
Which one?
Gotta be one or the
say
other.
this again.
Green,
Okay.
Storsett is orange.
Okay.
So I'm seeing majority for Storsett. Okay, so Councilmember Storsett, you are still on LTAC. Okay, and for Pierce County Regional Council, Jenny will be green, Brenda will be orange. So all those in favor
Wait, I'm sorry.
of Jenny green,
Okay.
Brenda orange. Okay, majority support, Councilmember Likens. All right. And then who would like to serve on the Tacoma Narrows Airport Advisory Committee?
It sounds like.
I know no one ever wants to. I was on this one for 2 years and it was like, sorry.
Is that different? Can I just ask a question? Because all of us received, I think, a binder about the issues. Is
Yeah.
that
It's not related
totally
to
different?
that, totally separate
Okay.
issue. Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, they're separate, it's a separate issue. The Tacoma Narrows Advisory Committee is for all things about the airport,
Okay,
but the binder we received is about a federal
yeah,
direction. The airport is not choosing to do this themselves. It was direction from the FAA.
Mhm.
So they're still following this issue. And so maybe they'll be talking about it. I don't know if it's been on their agenda or if it's coming onto one of their agendas. I'm assuming that they may talk about it because now there's a lot of information going out to representative or elected officials across the state about this. or,
It could be a good opportunity to meet.
It could be. Yeah,
I mean, there's some good representation on that committee.
Question.
yes.
Is it good to serve on this or do we have to serve on this?
Josh, is this one where they have asked for council and or mayor support on this committee?
I believe this one just has a spot for a non-voting city representative, so it doesn't need to be, it may not even need to be an elected official. And it's not something that's like an official role on the committee. I think they just want to have someone there to contribute.
So if no one is if no one's interested in this, but perhaps one of our staff members would be interested in serving, we can certainly ask around and see if there's a staff person that would like to attend and just for informational purposes only. You're an ex officio, you're not a voting member, but
feels like more of a staff person, but if that doesn't happen, go ahead and tap me if no other of my colleagues here would like to participate.
okay, so
Staff person gets
staff
paid
and
overtime
or
for it?
they would, well, unless they're a salaried position, yeah. They would have to be paid overtime because it is after hours. So we'd have to take that into consideration.
I mean, if they're really
Everybody
just
stops.
absorbing the information and they're not having a vote on it, I mean, I imagine they're part of the discussion. Could be something that we're just keeping in tune with,
2 hours a quarter.
reading the minutes perhaps.
Yeah.
They do talk about land uses at the
They do.
airport and around the airport,
They do.
which I know is not in our city limits, but I don't know if any of you are getting emails about increased airplane activity and the impact of noise and things like that. So it is something that I do think the city needs to stay on top of. I know that, Councilmember Wu, and the previous mayor, when they wanted to, there was a organization looking to expand airports, you know, that's kind of how we became aware that that was going on. So I wouldn't say that it's something that we want to avoid. Although I'd be happy to assign a staff member. to
Yeah,
it.
I think if the staff person doesn't want it, I'd be more than happy again to put my name in, so.
Okay. So we'll check with staff.
Okay.
And if we cannot come up with anything, then we'll ask.
Yeah, because I want, you know, Carl and maybe Joe, everyone to kind of take a look at that and see
Mhm.
if they want to have a.
We can still also be on their email distribution
Yeah.
list to see what the agendas are way in advance and know if we want someone to be there or if it, or not.
I will say from a county perspective, if we're getting complaints and complaining back to the county about airport operations and we don't staff the committee,
Yeah.
it does, it
It
does
doesn't
feel like, well,
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Councilor Lickens, did you?
Oh, I was just gonna ask, so on some of these committees, can you have a primary and an alternate?
Yes,
mean,
some,
So if there's multiple people
Yes.
interested, can we
Co-chair,
include?
I know so Josh, did you hear Councilor Lickens' question about, right, I know PCRC, if there's room for a Gig Harbor alternate on there. LTAC, it's,
LTAC does not have an alternate. PCRC, I believe we did have an alternate at one point, but I'll have to check with them on that.
Okay.
That one is formally approved by the Pierce County Council, so I'm not sure if they have that provision or not.
Sometimes we do want to have alternates. And.
yeah,
so they
and
have
on their
somebody there.
agendas, it lists who our representative is, and then it says alternate vacant. So I do think that they have an alternate on there. But if you can confirm that, that would be great.
Yep.
And then the TNAC, not really, you're either you're an ex officio member and you're like the one that the communications go to, there's not an alternate for that. I don't know about the flood control zone, I don't think so, since that one is remind me, Josh, about,
That's the
That
one
one
that's one where we have to apply to, I believe it's the Pierce County Executive that appoints it. I think we have had an alternate on that one at times, but I don't know the process for that for sure either. But
Okay,
I
so-
think they meet so infrequently that it wouldn't really be something we need to have.
yeah. Is there anyone interested in serving on that flood zone? This was Councilor Denson, and now that she's not here, we don't have any representation at all on that.
What are they chatting about? I mean, I see budget and policy issues, but are we talking, I mean, we don't have any levies in Gig
No,
Harbor, but
I was the alternate
Oh.
there, and it's mostly about the other side of the bridge.
okay, so levies and flood control
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
I mean, we do have a lot of flood zones in Gig Harbor, so
Yeah.
we're not exempt from flood zones in Pierce County, but it is
You
mostly.
could throw my name in, because flood control was one of the things I did in Sacramento district, with
Okay.
levies and stuff,
Right up your alley.
Okay, great.
kind of.
Anyone else besides Councilor Henderson? Well, okay, it looks like we're gonna have you apply.
Remember, if nominated, I will not run, if elected, I will not serve.
Gig Harbor Chamber of Commerce Government Relations Committee, anyone interested in that? Okay, Mary Lee. And, Mary, if you would like to give 30 seconds why you would like to be on that committee?
I am just interested in the business community and supporting businesses and economic development.
Okay. Lee?
Yeah, I think Road and Bridge doing a really good job on that. He's been there a couple of years and I seem to have established a routine that we go through every Tuesday during session. It really doesn't have a lot to do with community or business development. It has more to do with state legislation. So I'd like to be on that, to remain on that committee.
Is there an alternate on that committee?
Not really. I mean, if you're gonna be sick or something, you can have another council member go for you, but really it should be the same person consistently.
Okay,
Yeah.
Lee can stay. I'll let him stay.
Okay, well, that was an easy, so Lee, I guess you're on the.
Continue to do a wonderful job.
Yeah,
Okay. I mean, if you're forfeiting your
I'm forfeiting.
desire to be on this,
She doesn't want to
otherwise
lose
I was
twice.
gonna have the council.
Yeah, that's the
vote.
thing. I don't want to lose twice. You'll vote for someone else again. No.
Okay, so Lee, we'll let you stay on that one, okay? And so, West Sound Partners for Ecosystem Whisper, Councilor Henderson currently serves. Who is interested in serving on that committee? Okay, so Councilmember Wood and Councilmember Henderson. So Jenny, why don't you give us 30 seconds of why you'd like to be on that committee?
So I'm pretty involved and care about salmon and stream restoration and so I was on that committee before in a different council until I went to PCRC. I'd be happy to go back and I'd be happy to support Roger Henderson if he wants to go back. So there.
Okay.
We're getting so accommodating as it gets closer to 4 o'clock.
Problem here.
Yeah, I thought, right, that's,
So you want to be on that, Roger?
I don't mind being on. I got a tour coming up this June.
Go
that
for
I've
it.
set
So
up
I
this
tell
thing.
you,
I've got
Roger.
time since I'm retired and I
Yeah.
can
Okay.
do 2 committees.
so then Roger, that has you on the flood committee.
Yeah,
If you're, I mean, assuming you have to apply and all that.
yeah,
stuff, so
yeah.
then-
Tell me how to do that and I'll.
And then, or Josh applies for you, I think, and then we have you on, so you're on 2 committees.
Fine.
Lee, you're on 1. Seth, you're on 1. Brenda, you're on 1. Julie, you're on 1. Mary and Jenny are on none.
Or
So-
they could be alternates too. I'm
Or you could
thinking
be
if they were-
alternates to PCRC
We're
or.
on the coffee clash committee.
Yeah.
We're
So-
gonna meet at Kimball every Tuesday. and-
Yeah, there may be other committees that come to our attention as well, where we could say, hey, we have this new, if someone asked if the council would be representative, would you be interested, so.
Yeah, to bring one up, is it the Triple H? Is that the right one? I would imagine at some point when we hire a staff member for that, there could be a committee. We talked to so many different organizations that want to work together. and I think we should definitely have someone chairing that for the council.
I would be interested in doing that.
Oh, you mean like a city committee, commission?
Oh, not a commission. I mean, it's probably, maybe it's more of just I don't know. Maybe it's more of just an outreach group. We would want to have a council member involved in that reporting out, especially if it's developing. So I would nominate Mary Barber.
For whatever committee that is.
For whatever that-
Yeah.
You like the job description, and- but it's something that we talked about, so.
I heard. So
Okay.
did Brenda, you got PCRC,
PCRC.
and you do have an alternate there?
Josh is gonna confirm if there's an alternate allowed on that committee or not, and if there is, then Councilmember Wood also expressed interest in being on that committee.
Okay.
So,
No, thank you.
no, you don't wanna be, okay. So if there's an alternate open and someone else does decide they wanna be as an alternate, let us know.
It's one of those kind of important, that's kind of an important one, isn't it?
It is, I've actually considered attending them too, just
I'll be
Just
my name
maybe-
in for an alternate.
for alternate.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an interesting, they talk about interesting things.
They do.
And it affects you.
Okay, so Councilmember Martin as an alternate, if they still allow that, then yes, we'll have you as an alternate on there. Okay,
You done?
that's it. That's all the committees I've got so far.
I said,
Mayor, if I can jump in again real quick, I think we have consensus on these, and I don't know that there's an actual formal council action that we need to take, so I think we can move forward with these appointments. It's not really a final action type decision that council needs to make, so I think this is fine for them to do here.
You guys good with
Make
how
it
it
so.
shook out?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
You're
Yeah.
gonna talk to staff on the one and then let me know.
Well, yes, we'll
Yeah.
talk to staff, let you know, and then we'll go ahead and publish a final list of who is on, so everybody has that, just to
Okay.
remember who's on what. And, yeah, but I think,
And will Josh send us contact information and get us on the list so that
Yep.
we're,
yes, yes.
great, thanks, Josh.
Josh, if you need any resume stuff from me on the flood control, then just let me know.
Yeah, there's an online form for you to fill out directly.
Okay.
It's, that one's open to anyone in the community and they just like to have someone from the city, so, and no one else ever applies, so they like us to do that.
That it?
That's it.
Okay. Well, that was a very collaborative, peaceful discussion. We should do that more often. You did good. It was thank you. I always like to finish on time and with 7 minutes after 4. So I apologize. You should have shifted the committees earlier. But thank you for your time and for participating and for having me here. And I'm always glad to work with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Appreciate your.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Sure. There are like 5 people that, so.
Yeah.